we were having there, got things figured out and sorted. Unfortunately, we did miss a couple of rounds. The good news is that it's a close one. Right now, it's tied 3-all as Queens Gales fought back 3 quick rounds off the back of some quality gameplay. It was Tripwires in particular who was helping out a little bit, but as we get down to it, UTM getting back on the board and off the back of some Yaga work with the operator.
Oh yeah, Yaga winning that battle extremely crucial, and now you see, unfortunately, Queen's Gales back on the eco. They're not really gonna have a fun time unless they start stringing together a few cleaner rounds, because the rounds they were winning seemed to be rather close. It looks like they weren't really getting too much of an economic advantage. So despite winning 3, they're still on the back foot here. Out come the Nines. They're gonna try and get themselves onto the site here. The blind to help out. One up top, but Yaga yet again out of the sky. Tripwires falls victim to the anti-air strike.
Quick as you like, an operator play on point. As a RD pack with the frag there to trade things out. This Reyna trying to pull things back, but the resurrection from Lucifer is going to give the advantage straight to UTM. Amar making the play through, gets the dismiss off, but there's players coming from literally every angle, and Lucifer has the frag and the follow-up as well as Plexidus swings and finds the closer. UTM, not just 1, but 2 now in a row as they take 4.
Really not the worst round in the world, though. If you're on eco, you managed to get 3. You managed to also get a resurrection out as well. That Sage ultimate is invaluable, and so really doing a decent amount of economic damage as well as getting an ult out. You'll take that. You'll take that if you're the Queen's Gales. Now they have their full buy. They're gonna try and fight off this operator, but man, Yaga seems to be hot. He is feeling himself, and I wouldn't be surprised if he starts taking more aggressive angles for early picks.
At 11-4, certainly, and I mean, you called it. Here it is. So that is a very nice little leer to put Yaga back in his place for a moment. Saladrone gonna also force back that operator. Secondary leer out does similar. Now the push comes through, and Yaga now back sight looking for more.
I love the repositioning, the constant movement from Yaga to make sure that they can never really have this angle. Does miss the shot, though, has to use one of the cloud bursts to retreat back to his team. And with Plexidus getting the opening onto the site, they're going to have a clear plant here. Lucifer, this flank could be huge. He's got 1. The second headshot of the transfer. Tripwire is now posted up on the angle, but they're getting pinched in from all different sides. It's so difficult to fight your way out of this. Plexus will end the round. That's the final kill with some help from Cynosa, and that defusal will be easy as apple pie.
What a key timing there on the flank from that Sage. Really perfect. You cannot do better. And not only that, but finds both kills. Lucifer doing the work and opening things up. You can see that all the attention turns immediately towards Lucifer. And here's why this is so perfect. Because not only does Lucifer get the 2 kills, but he knows to play patiently, to wait, not to overpeak, whilst everyone else swarms into the site, finds all the frags, no one loses their life, and UTM Green stay in the green as they continue to take rounds.
Yeah, and man, that flank, how did he get there so fast? He must have just walked right through. Yaga does miss the first shot, wasn't expecting such a quick peek, and now has to fall all the way back. Amar, this is his 1 Deagle chance.
Whoa!
It's Mr. D-Pack on the Deagle. He'll get the opening onto the round. Through the wall, Yaga nearly lands the shot. Instead, it's Cynosa to fight back. Amar does get the first kill, but he's going to get traded out fairly quickly. Now Yaga, once again, he repositions, he posts up, and he bides his time. He waits for his chance. This is the way that these patient operators can really make a huge difference onto the round, even if they don't get that initial shot off. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. We'll take down the planter as well. Tag 1, so much value there. That's going to make this retake that much easier, and with really limited weaponry here, Yaga is going absolutely psycho. My goodness. Okay, drop the operator. Chill out, buddy. Osco will eventually drop here, but man, oh man, they are getting hyphy.
Yaga dashed and updrafted in there with no bullets in his gun. I thought he was surely going for the pistol, but no, he just didn't know he didn't have any bullets. That's too good. But yeah, you're right about patient op play. That's exactly what Yaga's doing. Take a shot, reposition. Take another one, reposition again. Never be in the same angle twice. And if you are, be able to use your utility to clear out something in order to regain that positioning. That's exactly what Yaga's been doing. Continuing to do that well is going to be key for continued success. And well, it's 4 rounds in a row, 6-3 the scoreline, as the Queen's Gale side of things falls further and further by the wayside.
Yeah, take a shot, reposition, take a shot, reposition, zoom in, kill yourself. That's the jet wave right there. We see Pretty Boy.
Yep.
He's trying to defend the push, but he's already getting swarmed by 2. Has to back off. Wants to reclaim some space here, but not before one of his teammates go down. Lucifer does get the kill. Falls back up. They're going to try and spam him down, but he's already long gone. Just a 1-for-1 for now. Nothing too crazy. But look at all the threat. They're stuck mid, trying to figure out where this push is coming from.
Yeah, and the bad news is that 1-for-1 trade always going to be in favor of the attackers. But
Oh.
Yaga's in this position, far back on the site. Again, good news is that Osco has the res available. They use that immediately. We're going to try and move to the other side of the map. The problem being, the other side of the map is fully contained by Viper's Pit. It came out very early in the round, and well, trying to contend with that is a tough ask at the very best of times, and this is not even the best of times.
Really not a lot of rotations coming in, though. It's still just the Viper for a little bit longer. Has to buy some time for the rotations to come in. Luckily, does still have the snake bites to stall out a little bit longer. Trying to hide in the corner, but Tripwires is right above him right now. Sees Yaga as well, but right to the side. He's going to get his dome ripped. Cyanosa gets a second through the smoke. That's Yaga coming in. He's got zero fear in his eyes. One more to find, and it's the knife to the kneecap.
Hey, those things hurt there in the knee, and, well, they're deadly as well, apparently. As 16-5 the scoreline for Yaga off the back of that triple. A brilliant hold from Cyanosa Chroma in addition. Got to give credit where it's due. You called the snake bites. They were well-timed. They did hold off that push, despite the fact that we did see Tripwires try to come over the top. And I think that is a conversation we need to have at this point is Tripwires. Someone we expect to be in this fight. Someone we expect to really be a difference maker. Really struggling here in the opening stages of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just looking more like a solo queue jet than it is a competitive jet. The 1-6 scoreline, not exactly the most 1-9, I believe. Not exactly doing his team any favors at the moment, but hopefully he starts to pick up some momentum. Sometimes as a jet, all you need is a little bit of confidence. But speaking of confidence, look at Brosif just using the Devour. Wants to take even more. Eventually, he will go down for his troubles. Flexidus chimes in with the kill of his own as well. Oh, look at the shock darts. They're making beautiful use of their utility here. Already so many dropping before they can even get onto the site. Oh, 3. Stop it, Flexidus. He's got x-ray vision. He's cheating. Someone scan his computer. Word.exe as Pretty Boy is stuck alone with no bomb inside of the Viper's Pit. As soon as he goes for the plant, I'm sure there's going to be several different angles that he has to contest with. Will get the timing, gets the better of one. Plexus gets caught looking the wrong way, but Lucifer's got his back, and that's going to be a relatively clean round, only dropping the 2. Ooh, is that teabags I'm seeing?
No, Tristan. That's what we call tactical crouching here in the profession.
Ah.
And no, that wouldn't be the teabagging you to speak of. It's very different, very different. Don't ask me the difference though, because I'm not smart enough to explain. But I've been reliably informed.
Yeah. Okay, well, in that case, man, that is beautiful tactics right there. Won the round, obviously. You can't.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be doing it if they lost. So, hey, I like it. It's got a 100% win rate on this map.
There we go. That's what we love to see. And, well, speaking of things we love to see, that is one of them. Yaga opening duel. See you later, Mr. Deepak, sir. As, well, I'm going to go back to the, well, I say spawn room, but more aptly just death. As I know, tries to get up close and personal. It's a good idea, at least on principle, but you gotta get a little lucky. They gotta come your way, and well, right now, I don't think luck's on his side as the push looks to be towards the A side.
Man, look at that B site lockdown. If you do manage to somehow get past Yaga's op without a casualty, that judge can really catch you by surprise. And when a judge gets rolling, it is hard to stop the momentum. Now Brosif, he's playing the tricky angle, and Tripwires walks right into it, falls for the trick yet again, and that's going to be another death tacked onto the scoreline. 3v5 now. This is not going any better for the Queens Gales.
Yeah, and listen, this is UTM's pick. We didn't talk about it, but, you know, next up, we are headed to Ascent, which is the pick of the Queen's side. But, man, if this is any indication, this first half, it is a bit of a stinker. And UTM, they're loving life.
Oh, look at this.
Roasted. That is, listen, my friend.
You're not Asuna.
Yeah. Like, sometimes
Yaga,
that works.
Stop! Yaga!
Oh, no, not again, Yaga.
This guy can't be stopped.
Give him the quad. No,
Oh,
he's going to
wait a
miss the
second.
shot. Pretty Boy, he has a chance here. 10 seconds on the clock.
10
He got
seconds
stopped. 10 seconds. He will at least be able to get the plant down unless he keeps faking it. Already the flank
Oh,
coming in
no.
as well. They're not allowing him. He has no
Oh,
time.
he's too late. He outplayed himself here, Tristan.
Enemy
So,
remaining.
don't kill him like that. Don't you dare. He'll get the 2, but I mean, that's the end of the half, so it doesn't really mean anything.
Switching sides.
Yeah, those are what we like to call confidence kills. You know, they are meaningless in essence, but they do apply some confidence to you in the long run. Unfortunately, Pretty Boy not really the one who needed confidence. It's really Tripwires, who I think is in that boat. But Queen's Gale's side goes to the defense. Gonna have to ask themselves, what can they do to attack this UTM green squad that really has felt unstoppable after the opening 6 rounds.
Man, Yaga is a freak of nature on this map. I hate to say it. Listen, you know I hate to say it, but it's a little bit of a jet difference come this first half.
You've
I
done him
cannot
dirty.
lie. Listen. And I hate doing it. I hate speaking like this about any player, but is there any denying it at this point in the game? The drone gonna come out early. Force Tripwires off the angle. He still wants to go for more, but he's constantly being pushed back and dropping down. That's Brosive. No fear in his eyes. He is willing to take any and all engagement. He'll win that one. Open the sight wide. Luckily, there was a kill on the other side of the board. Queen's Gale's not falling too behind in the manpower. Lucifer now playing up top. Hoping to catch a head angle. He'll get his chance at Omar. Nothing doing just yet. Reposition. They're constantly worried about the other angles. Oscar will at least be able to get the first. And they are all funneling through the same choke point. Now a 2v4. The bomb is so difficult to get on when you have all these orbs, all this utility siphoning you off. Broseph still stuck in the corner. Waiting for his shot. Cynosa drawing a lot of the attention as well. 1v3, and not going to happen. Fiery Striker through the smoke. He's going to clean this round up. 3 still alive on the board, and it looks like the Queen's Gales will at least get onto a strong footing early on here.
Yeah, a pretty understandable mistake being made there by UTM Green. The key thing that they struggled with is that they weren't really set up for crossfires. They set themselves up to play 1v1s, and, well, in fairness, they've been winning 1v1s all the game. So, I mean, you know, it's not, it's easy to understand the mindset, but ultimately, Queen's Gales picks up the 1v1 victories, and off the back of that takes the whole entire round. That's a pistol round that, well, I mean, you have to say this entire squad really needed in order to get the best of UTM here. Can they continue that? And, well, it is a bit of a buy-in, bit of an upgraded weapon, at least the Sheriff here for Yaga.
Yaga will get tagged by the dart early on. We'll give a bit of information over, as well as all the noise being made here. You see the heavy rotation. Look how hard this site is being stacked early on. I do not believe in fakes here. As Pretty Boy, he's going to make an aggressive move mid, taking out the imposter. The 1v1 going the way of the blue Viper this time around.
Nice little look, and we can see the aggressive play there towards A. Initially has sort of floundered away into a halfway push in towards mid. As Pretty Boy swats a couple, falls back, and indeed it's going to be the recontest here at A for UTM. Brosive on the site.
Tripwires only as the pistol.
Yeah, it's true. And I was about to say, I wonder if he's going to go for one of these crazy plays once again. Answer, yes, and Tripwire's not going to be having anything about it. Nice break control there from Trip, and he gets the quad. That's a confidence round.
Embarrassing.
This man just quadrupled his kills in a single round.
He did indeed. Though I don't know if that's a good thing on round 15.
You know what? You'll take it.
Or 14,
Anything.
I should say.
Considering how this game has gone so far, Tripwires will take anything he can get, and with that, he can comfortably pick up an op with full armor. And so, if there's any way to get the ball rolling, this is exactly how you do it. Get some revenge for the last time around. The only issue is no one else is forcing up this round behind Tripwire's op buy. So, if he and Fiery Striker don't come out of this round alive, they're gonna have some issues buying up next round.
Yeah, this is dangerous, 100%. You know, if you lose this round, you're in a real tough area, generally speaking. Mar looking for an entry there. Cynosa able to use the orb in order to get across into the pipe, trying to push in towards mid. But ultimately, looks to me like this might be a bit of a split if everybody gets into position.
Oh. That was, you could feel the wind pass by you if you're on the receiving end of those shots. Very nearly getting a pick on either side there. Instead, it's the slow work through. Cyanosa has a fantastic position. He is undetected getting through kitchen, and with his teammate helping out there, distracting, Fiery Striker will be able to turn the fight back around. But now they have to contest with A. Everything is being unleashed onto the sides all at once here, and it looks like B side is the target of choice. They still have a few members to try and tear down the walls, stop the plant from being able to go down.
Indeed, they have stopped the plant for now, but you can see everyone's looking so many angles. Queens, they're not like sure of anything at all, and that's what's scary. Another snake bite to go in and deny the plant temporarily. That's just that, but it's a nice little double spray down there from Lucifer as he gets a 2-for-1. Fiery Striker going to trade back 2-on-2 as he reloads. Broseph is coming around the backside, and he has the victory. It's all onto Tripwires. Comes in late, trying for the 1v2.
This is going to be so difficult, especially with the off. There's so many different positions they can take now. They've been given time to work with. And Tripwires may just save this because of how expensive the off is. Instead, he just swaps the gun. He still wants a piece of this action, but he's got a player right around the corner. He's going to get caught looking the wrong way if he's not careful. Broseph just biding his time, waiting for the sound cues, and he may just have it. Already Lucifer ready to take the fight early on. They're not really giving him any action. Tripwires, this is so difficult. He's going to try and put down the cloud burst, but he may just get pounced on right now. He can only get it to halfway, and already he's taking so much damage. Broseph helps out. That was beautifully played right there. Tripwires really had no idea where to look as he was using that defuse.
Yeah, and I think that kind of comes from the issues that UTM kind of placed into the mind of Queens early on in that round, right? Over at A, one player goes down on alert. Over at mid, another player almost goes down, rather, or it's a 1-for-1 trade in mid, right? So they don't really know where anyone's at. And then Broseph comes back with another flank and dispatches the player on the site. That was Fiery Striker. So everyone has been caught out in different angles multiple times all around. And so you can see the Tripwires, he has no idea where to look after the fact because of all of those misdirects.
And with that round, I mean, the economy taking heavy damage. Luckily, Tripwires will have the knives out. And so pretty much as good as a pretty decent buy here, as long as he's able to get a reset or two. Plexidus will be his first target, though, if he does decide to swing out on this angle. Odin in hand. He's going to try and take it, but the headshot is there, and Tripwires gets his clock cleaned. Now the site looking open, but Amar, he's going to take an aggressive fight himself. He'll trade it back, make it a 4v4, and with this drone coming out, they'll have a little bit more info. The site seems to be taken, though, and Plexidus looking aggressive. A Fiery Striker just takes his dome, rips it off his shoulders. Amar looking for some more heat himself. They want to stop this bomb before it can even go down. Not even allowing any access to the site. Fiery Striker trying to win another one of his own. Oscar as well. This is all they needed, and from up top, Broseph just simply cannot be looking everywhere at once. Pretty Boy cleans him up, and that's going to be the end of this round. It's Queen's Gales fighting back.
Yeah, we talked about, necessarily jet diffs, right? Well, let's talk about Reyna diff, okay? Amar, he's playing incredibly well, and no, not to say Broseph is playing poorly. That's not true. But certainly setting the pace for the team is Amar Deepak. So, give credit where it's due. If we're going to take it where it is, especially with regard to these duelists, a difficult role to fill for sure, and one that should not be overlooked. But as we are looking to get towards another round here that, well, it's not going to have nearly as ideal weapons, at least not for UTM. That really is a classic reset of the economy. One round loss. That means that things are not going to be looking good with regards to the money supply.
And that was such a crucial round to win into the Queen's Gales. Economy depended so much on that. Nice little flick there from Tripwires, still showing that he's an active threat. You can't just disregard him despite how the game has been going off so far. He's going to open up this round, make it a 5v4 as they try and flood onto the site. Just some spam going on right now. No one really getting much action, but as I say that, Pretty Boy through the smoke. He's going to be able to get one for himself. Plexidus drops, and with that, I don't even think they're going to be able to get this bomb down unless they pull off something miraculous. Fiery Striker, I love how patient he is right here, not giving the opportunity to draw back any kills. Instead, they're just going to try and rotate off here, but this should be heard, this should be called out, and the rotation should be swift as we see Arena already lurking behind. He's got a beautiful angle here. Amar's going to open up with a nice little headshot. Mr. Amar Deepak to you. As he's just going head hunting for a few more, having a little bit of fun with it, getting that confidence up on the eco.
One
Yeah.
enemy
I mean,
remaining.
a real
Spike down
miss
B.
there on the back lines, and one player left alive. I
30
know so.
seconds left.
Well,
The
and,
classic.
not even gonna get a chance as that classic spam reigns supreme. It's UTM Green to go down another one, as that's 4-1 on the half. Queens making the comeback. This is certainly looking good. They're a couple rounds off, sure, but off the back of a 9-3 half, I was not expecting this sort of turnaround, and that's what the power of the pistol can do. You win that, you win the follow up, and well, everything starts to come up big.
Oh yeah, economy playing heavy into those early rounds, and I think you weren't expecting it, but at the same time, how could we not expect it? The 9-3 curse, it lives on. It's not just in these international events; it's in the collegiate scene as well. You go up 9-3, you better watch your back because momentum can shift very quickly, and the Queen's Gales making a perfect example out of that, and a perfect example of a learning team, like we were talking about with the coach. They're very young. A lot of the times, the confidence is needed to get a new roster like this together, and when they start stringing together a few rounds, you can see it. You can see it in the way Tripwires is playing. He's taking more aggressive peaks. He's feeling himself a little bit more, and with these kills he's putting in his back pocket, maybe that helps him turn his game around.
It's true. You know, it's a small thing, but it's certainly a big deal where you can start to turn games around. But you know, I actually think it's funny. You know, that the old 9-3 curse type deal. I think it actually just goes to show a key thing in Valorant as a video game is that this is just a game where with MR13, it's really easy to turn things around in comparison to other games that are similar. I mean, there's just less rounds, and well, that means that there's more opportunities.
Oh yeah, you see 9-3 in a game like Counter-Strike, and you're pretty much assuming the game is done already. But in Valorant, it's almost like this is still anyone's game, despite the half being so one-sided. And that's just another thing with the maps in Valorant. Sometimes they can just be so. Oh, out comes the Hunter's Fury. He's gonna get one tag, looking for the second. Instead, he'll get 2 tags. That's good value still. 160 damage overall, and so it should be much easier to soften up these players, help with the retake. They will have, I believe, a heal for one. No, their Sage has gone down in mid. Instead, it's just the dry retake. Pretty Boy trying to walk his way through. Amar as well, chiming in with one. This is going back and forth, but it seems to be the way of Queen's Gales yet again. Amar just sprinting to the site to help out, has the Leers as well. He's going to try and use the Hunter's Fury, but he's at risk of just being swarmed here. It's much too close for comfort, and he's going to get dropped. 4 still alive, only the single going down, and Queen's Gales, they have a head full of steam. They're not letting their foot off the gas.
Not one bit. Really strong on the retake there. Gales, I mean, that is absolutely impeccable. You talk about double swings. You talk about getting in position to put yourselves in successful spots. And, well, Pretty Boy and Amar D-Back both doing that in spades on the retake. You saw the trades, or what really weren't trades. They were just, you know, winning duels, but off the back of double swings. That's the key. As, you know, you get right down to it, and they pick up the rounds where, you know, you look at it and you're like, well, this is a good hold from UTM. They could definitely pull this off, but no, they cannot. They don't find it, and suddenly we are at another eco round where UTM Green, they don't have weaponry. They have a Marshall, and well, they no longer have a Marshall.
Tripwires, he is fighting back. I mean, momentum is huge in this game sometimes, and Tripwires is just a prime example of that right now. He's starting to feel himself, looking more like Yaga in the first half. Pretty Boy now gonna help clean up the ecos in mid. Really not too much of an issue here, just classics they're going against. And everyone kind of just stalled out here, hoping for a pick to fall right into their hands.
Speaking of Yaga, where has Yaga been here in the second half? I mean, really quite absent, if we're being really honest. And it's not a shot over at Yaga. It's just a reality, and you gotta ask the question. Okay, well, why?
Oh, hey,
But
speaking of
as
which,
I say that, hey, I found him. He's here
Master
on the
Curse.
scoreboard, and on top of that, there's a res. So this is looking a lot better with an A site, despite the fact that there's limited to no weaponry. They are going to have a
30
very
seconds
strong
left.
post plan.
yeah, this is beautiful. Even though the dart will tag everyone, they have pretty full vision of the site, trying to get some spam through Amar. That is that's an interesting way to try it out. As the rest of the team starts to regroup, 4 strong, all holding. Yaga on the front lines with this knife, plus the operator. He's got plenty of firepower here to try and hold the line. Plexidus as well, just with the deagle. He's gonna one-tap as Brosen just sneaking in the back lines. May not even be needed for this hold. Lucifer as well. Oh, the longer they stall this one out, the harder it's gonna be to get on this bomb. They will have the tag, but already under half HP. Yaga just goes running forward. This man is a maniac with the knives out. It's an easy clean, one to the back, and it's over. Thrifty coming through, and Queen's Gale's momentum has been stopped in its tracks.
And you know, I just asked the question, yeah, where's Yaga been? Well, the answer is pretty absent. And you can see what happens when he gets back involved. It's game-changing. It's 11-8 now, and this is where things like a 9-3 half are really difficult to come back from. There's not a lot of room for error. Not much whatsoever. That's 2 rounds that UTM have been able to pick up over the course of a total 7, and all he needs 1 more and they're on map point. So Queen's Gale is going to have to try and answer back here immediately in order to retake the momentum.
Oh, neither the operating shots working out there. Instead, it's a back and forth. Cynosa and Amar both picking up 1 for themselves. Lucifer taken out, so no more heals available. That's going to be difficult to work with. Already the dart pushing tripwires off the angles. Still looking to make some impact here. Fiery Striker as well, hoping that someone comes from up top, but it's the rotations out. The B site could be under some trouble here. Osco pushed up mid. He will at least be able to hear these rotations either way.
Indeed. Oh, Yaga trying to push forward here. He's going to run into a wild Osco, though. That's going to be a frustrating scenario.
Look at it.
Great trigger discipline as well there from Osco. Not to try and pre-fire too early, not to try and get away with things, and look at what it's done. It's regained the man advantage here for Queen's Gales.
It's always so funny to watch those little operator barrels poking out. Little tease before you actually get to take the fight. And sometimes that can really mess with your head. Just anticipating the swing so heavily. Makes your trigger finger a little bit itchy, but doing a great job there of not hitting too quickly. And with that, they can just sit back, play the angles, the Viper's Pit. Drop the HP of anyone who tries to get onto the site, but they're walking this entire time, not letting any info go undetected. They're looking to burst out here. 14 seconds of the round. Hiding around the corner, Pretty Boy will take the initial fight, but Plexidus, 1 HP. A single more shot would have dropped him there, but that is crucial. They're onto the site. The bomb is down and the numbers evened up.
Even more crucial here is the Viper's Pit. Cynosa puts that down. It makes life more difficult for the retakers. Recon could have been good. Doesn't quite connect. Oh, that's a big kill there from Fiery Striker. With Plexidus going down, Cynosa kind of has to try and play around this. Gonna throw out the snake fight. Gonna get caught out, in fact, as well. Osco with 2 big frags, the 3 on the round. And that just allows for Queen's Gales to get back into things. It was 11-8, 11-9 now decided. As, well, Queens, you have to say, they are coming up clutch where it's most necessary.
Hey, the coach still got it. Osco having a great round for himself. Middle of the scoreboard here, which, considering you're a last-minute sub-in for one of your best players, your IGL, you're probably having to take over some of the responsibilities there as the coach. Hey, being middle of the pack on the scoreboard, that's a lot more than anyone can really expect of you, and especially playing a more supportive agent like the Sage. I love what I'm seeing here, and this coach, either way, no matter what happens, can have himself a nice little pat on the back.
Agreed. Yeah, nothing more you could expect. As, Yaga trying for another little duel there. This time not going to go his way. As you see a Queen's Gale side trying to play a little bit more passively off the back of that. They are somewhat aware of the limited buy, but they did just see the Vandal, so it might really throw some interesting question marks into the discussion for them.
Mar playing the boosted angle. Haven't really seen too many players on that so far this game, so we may be able to catch someone off guard. Yaga just expecting a push through the smoke. Gotta be ready for anything. When you play against some of the more creative teams in the league, they could be anywhere at any time, as we see a quick run out onto the site, just trying to distract. The dart will catch out the burst, the Leer as well, to try and gain some space back. Amar, he's firing in all cylinders here, and Pretty Boy is helping him out. Already 2 getting dropped, and man, oh man, the Queen's Gales, this A site is closed for business. And a beautiful crossfire setup here as well. Pretty Boy may be stuck in the corner, but he's got supporting cast on all different sides. Amar is doing it yet again, swinging back out. This guy is having the momentum, and he has a lead foot on the gas, going for 3. Pretty Boy chiming in with a few of his own, and this was a slaughter.
It's a madhouse out here, and we might be staring down the barrel of a comeback. It's just just really one round to play with, and the reason I say that is because this round, if Queen's Gales wins it, they're gonna also be at that 11, and if they lose, then they're pretty much done. But it's also going to force a save for UTM. That's the big deal. So if they get 1, they should get 2, meaning whoever wins this round is going to hit the 12 mark. And that, of course, we all know, big, massive deal, and what a massive opening. Yaga, he's been hit or miss here in the second half, and this time he hits.
When the world needed him most, he returns through the wall. A little bit of spam going through. Broseph activates the Empress. A lot of that fire rate. Ridiculous damage coming out. Osco wants a fight of his own. Will be able to take one to the grave with him. With that, the flanker has been spotted out. Who wins the duel is the question mark. Headshot through the wall. It's going to tag up a bit of damage, but they always have to be watching their back now as Amar has so much pressure. It's just the 2 left. Queen's Gales. You said this was the crucial round they needed, but I don't think they have a shot.
It's all going to be tripwires now. Or is it going to be Hurd getting up close? So that's a great little shot to follow up. He's got the secondary one as well. What was a 4-on-1, now on 2. The defuse, it's going to be a tough ask. It's already taking very far. Pretty much got to commit to this entire thing, and I don't even think he had it even then. As Lucifer wins off the back of the spam regardless. It's UTM to grab match point.
Wow, that round was one for the books. Terrifying at the very end there. Tripwires is coming alive in the second half, but is it too late? They can't drop a single round at this point, or it's just done and over with. Luckily, if there is a single silver lining, it's that only 2 survived on the side of UTM Green. If they win this round, this next, the following round for the Queen's Gales will be at a pretty nice economic advantage. And so UTM, they're looking to close this one out right here, right now, as we see kind of a mixed buy out of them. A little bit of jump peaks as well. They're trying to stop this operator from doing some damage early on. And Amar, he gets caught jumping. He's taken out of the sky. Tripwire is now at an awkward angle. He may just have to use his dash to get himself out of a tight spot. He will be able to take one down. Hunter's Fury coming out, not getting much at all. 4v4 now as Tripwires wants to impose his will even further.
Gonna have to do just that if he wants to turn the tides here. That's Cyanosa doing the same. Yeah, from mid. It's a fantastic little find, and that has really disrupted everything. Not only a disadvantage for Queen's Gales, but a rotation. With that spike.
This is huge.
Yeah, towards B, and if Cyanosa finds it, he does! Pretty Boy going down, and Yaga on the other side wins the duel as well. It's all over. Wrap it up. Let's go, UTM, as they take it in style and pick up their map pick here in this best of 3. Boy, was that comeback looking good. Pump the brakes at the right time. They made the stop, and they made the money. They were able to pick up the last round there, and work.
That was amazing. And as I'm saying that, I'm getting some info. Queens that won, so I believe we may have actually. No, I believe no. Okay, we were right. Yeah, Queens. The graphic was correct. I'd be worried for a second there, but yeah, really. At the very end, the momentum getting stuffed, and that last round fell apart so quickly. Kind of the story of the entire game. Things are going so well for the Queen's Gales up until that last moment where they have to bring it home. They have to really break through that last barrier, and they just get stuffed. They put their foot down. UTM is not going down like that. The 9-3 curse has been broken. Their voodoo magic is just that powerful. And going into this map 2, what kind of adjustments do you think we need to see here being made here by the Queen's Gales if they want to turn this series around?
Well, it's hard to say because their second half was so good. If they come out, they play their second half from the start, I don't know that really there's any chance that Queens don't pick up their pick on Ascent. Sorry. So then that would come down to Breeze. For me, it is just a matter of trying to get Tripwires engaged early. Obviously, if they start out defense, which they probably shouldn't, considering it's their pick, that operator was a big key difference. So shutting down Yaga on their own attacker side going to be a big deal. But nonetheless, if they just come out and play like they did it here in half number two, Tristan, I don't see any reason they can't pick up here in map number two.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the only adjustment you need to make is just that first half. It's so difficult. The defending side really left a lot to be desired there, or the attacking side, I should say. And so this next map, Ascent has a lot of set pieces you can bring out. If you're a very well coordinated team, utility is crucial in getting early picks, and I would love to see that. This is still a relatively new team, but the coach seems to emphasize how well they're gelling together as a unit. So really, Ascent is the perfect map to show that off. Especially, I mean, hey, there are advantages to having your coach actually on the team in the game with you. He can help you really coordinate some of those hits, and I'd love to see how they gel off of each other, and especially when your coach is the one that operates on a lot of the utility, can string you early on.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see what they can string together, but I think we're gonna be going on a short little break before we do that. So we'll be back here in just a couple moments in order to get map two underway here in our first best of three of the day.
Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones Don't look at me like that, unless you really like that. You know my body, I don't have time to wait. Oh no, I pull up, she look at me like she ready to devour me at the door. She only fuck with bosses, so my order turn her on. Bustin' all in my home, you know I'm not just anyone. I gotta flight shit only, we do what we wanna. Like who is that? I mean this, but the only question is, if I seduce you, babe, will you come take the bait? Is you gon' do that thing that makes me wanna say?
Got me like ooh, every time we do it like ooh, rocking my body like ooh, baby let me get mine.
Ooh,
She wanna ride me while she smoke weed. She said keep your chains on while you choke me. She told me ring my phone now. Girl, I didn't know where you wanna go. Sorry, go fast and I know you like that. You tell me beat it up slow till you want more. Now you on the floor telling me to go fast. Can you keep it on the low, 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 low. If I seduce you, babe, will you come take the bait? Is you gon' do that thing that makes me wanna say?
Got me like ooh, every time we do it like ooh, rocking my body like ooh, baby let me get mine.
ooh.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Birds flying high, breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. Birds flying high, sun in the sky.
Alrighty, welcome back, everybody, as we get back into things here in the first best of three of the day here at NECC Valorant, week number 3. It's UTM Green going up against Queen's Gales, as right now, UTM up by 1, but remember, Icebox, that was UTM's map pick. So, Tristan, as we get into Ascent, where Queen's Gales presumably have the advantage, what do you think they will give us?
I actually really like already the defender side. I believe that is Queen's Gales. I love their comp they have here. They have a lot of different set pieces that can be used early on, specifically with the Phoenix and Omen. Interesting to see. We do have the Jet, the Sova, pretty standard picks other than that coming out. I mean, really nothing too crazy save for the Phoenix maybe, but I would love to see them use a lot of these early set pieces to try and get themselves some momentum on their sides, because they seem to be a very momentum based team. As soon as we saw them pick it up in the second half, they started really showing out in force on Icebox, and so Ascent should be no different, especially like I go over and over again, a young core. It's important to get that confidence up early on, and so with their coach on the roster, with their coach on the team right now, this is what I want to see. Everyone locked in. We're getting onto the map here. It is our game 2 of Ascent. UTM Green will be attacking. Queen's Gales defending. Let's see what they have in store for us in their map pick.
You know, the big thing that I'm seeing missing here, Tristan, it's an Astra. The lack of an Astra is very interesting. I would normally call it concerning, but you know, we're not in like tier 2, tier 1 Valorant. So to be fair, you can pull the You can pull the Omen and make it work perfectly fine, but the Astra does allow for a large amount of options for you in any way on both sides, especially with that gravity well. Allows you to combo a lot of things that you cannot do without it. But like you said, the Phoenix is an interesting one here for Queen's Gales, and I think it's interesting utilizing that run it back. You can pick it up very often. It's only got 6 orbs there to that ultimate, so definitely want to be looking out for that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, specifically, a lot of the orbs are pretty easy to retrieve on this map for the attacking side, so you can really make great use of that utility if you play it slow, if you take the time to work out some of these early spots to give your Phoenix that go-to orb. Unfortunately, if you do want to pick up the orb, you are vulnerable to shock darts tagging you up left, right, and center. Osco already getting an early look out towards Cat. They're ready to burst through that smoke. Instead, we see a bit of rotations coming out. Perhaps they think better of it. They don't want to walk right into the stack here. Instead, only a single man on the B site. Rotation coming in for a little bit of support through CT, but that leaves mid wide open. Pushing right behind this smoke. They can press through market. They can press through B main. There's a lot of different angles that have to be worried about. And early on, it's Cyanosa getting a quick peek onto the player in the site. Tripwire's taken out inside of his own smoke and just stuck in the boathouse. Fiery Striker will do everything he can. It gets one pick, and that's really more than he can even ask for in that situation. 4v3 now on the site. Bomb goes down. They have plenty to work with. This is going to be a difficult retake to say the least, especially with this player towards market. Oh, it's a meat grinder if you try and walk through here.
Yeah, really quality setup here from UTM. Their crossfires on point and information as well, just there for free. First duel, though, that's for Amar. I know they're going to trade. And that's a nice little underhanded throw for Amar to try and get the swing, but despite the additional healing, he can't hit the shot. And it's Cyanosa who's now on those smokes off of, I think it was on the Sage, if I'm not mistaken, last time out. Or Sage or Viper, can't recall. But regardless, picking up that triple kill at the beginning, certainly a good start for them.
Yeah, that's got to be so tilting to die to that. The jumping burst fire. It's always so annoying to get taken out in a pistol round by someone midair. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Cyanosa having a great showing for himself early on here. Putting 3 on the board. Him and Yaga combining for a full house ace. Now, with the round 2 coming up, Pretty Boy already trying to stack the site, trying to give himself a better chance at winning as they press right through. Osco's plowing forward, but he's not going to find much, just a whole lot of lead. As Yaga does get the isolated fight onto Pretty Boy in the site, this bomb going down. I don't see too many casualties coming the way of UTM Green at this point, because they have a firm grip on this site.
Yeah, it does seem to me as if, well, these pistols probably not going to be able to do too much damage. One goes to classics, and lots of death is the way the cookie crumbles here. As Samar left alone, just trying for
not the air. You stop.
Oh boy, he does pick up that 1 kill, so you know something out of nothing there. An extra little ult orb, some additional money, but ultimately Queen's Gale's going to be on the back foot here, as it's 0-2 to start. Now they have the weapons.
Oh yeah, gotta put your foot down here. You don't want to let them run away with the momentum too early, especially on your own map pick. UTM Green looking fantastic. This is the second time they've won their opening pistol round to start the map off. And I'm sure it feels very good to post up these early rounds, especially when Broseph just gets to set up his own personal firing range.
Oh man. Well, the Odin's on the other side this time. And you can see it on the feed, though. It's actually damaged both directions. But you know who has a heal? That Sage has a heal. And it's Fire Striker who does not. On a 35 HP. Has to try and be found out. There you go. That low HP coming back to bite him. Amar with the trade. He leaves things still in the favor of Queen's Gales, despite the entry into the site.
And with no players towards B main, I mean, they're really just all stuck on the site here. They can slowly be worked out, but oh, what an aggressive angle. Broseph is able to keep these numbers even, not before Osco chases him down, runs him into the back of the site. Now they have plenty of time to work with here. These last 2 players are going to have to do something miraculous. Yaga is waiting for the drop in. He's got the first one taken down. Osco gets removed from the equation quickly, but Pretty Boy, he's got the angles. He's going to have to rely on his teammate, and Pretty Boy does it again. Amar has a great team to cover him, and that's going to be the first round fought back from Queen's Gales, although they did drop 3 in the process.
Yeah, they did, but look what Amar has in return. That's a run it back online, and so that will be the first ultimate for them up and ready. But on the other side, Yaga has one of his own. That's the Blade Storm. We've seen what he can do with that, how deadly it can be on the on that last map over on Icebox, and with the buyback in for UTM, they didn't pick up the bonus, but that's okay because they have guns and money to work with.
Yeah, giving Amar that defusal just so he can get his hands on the run it back as we head into this next round. Let's see what they try and do with it. Fiery Striker already early on with the shock darts will be able to hit one. Not really doing much at all of damage though. So minus 150.
Too bad that run it back, not really finding anything. It's going to be mid control being gained. You can see over at B all alone, Fiery Striker. And Orb grab's going to queue up some spam, but yeah, not too much to be found. It is a little damage on to both the Jet and the Sage, and it actually does pull out the heal, so no heal available, but a nice push here onto the site. Tagged up there, his tripwires with the dart. It's Fiery Striker down on the back of the site. 11 HP. That nanoswarm missing as well as the shock dart, but the shots, they're on point. Flexidus with that frag will equalize his UTM, and they pick up the advantage.
Yeah, and when you're stuck alone on the site like that, it's so difficult to be able to hold it because there's so many different ways the enemy team can really take the fight to you. Cynosa just playing right around his smoke. He could be victim to the flash. Can't turn away in time, but they don't check the corner. Cynosa, he gets 2 freebies. That is disaster for Queen's Gale, and this is falling apart before it can even start. Pretty Boy is able to get a nice little one-tap for himself. Even a second on the back of it, but Lucifer quickly shuts it down, stuffs him before he has access to the site, and man, oh man, Cynosa with a huge play there.
I got one thing and one thing only to say here, Tristan. Check your angles. Check them corners, folks. If you're going to flash, I mean, you got to check it, right? Like, they played it perfectly. And, you know, I mean, he was playing passively. I think it was, I forget who. It was Osco, I guess, who was coming in there with Fiery Striker. Like, called for the flash. The curveball comes in, right? Like, that's all perfect. But you got to just check the angle. Oh, man. Big mistake. Leaves a huge opening and allows for UTM to pick up the round off the back of it. So, really tough luck there for Queen's Gales. Is a little aggression from Osco.
Osco, the shorty. I mean, with a shorty, that's you'll take that any day of the week if you're Osco. I like the way he played that, though, just really willing to put his life on the line, getting through that choke there, the Killjoy lockdown, going to try and stave off the aggression. But Cynosa, again, he picks up a 2-piece. This one was way more difficult than his last one, but man, oh man, the impact stays the same each time. Yaga getting tagged down to 2 HP through all of the utility on the site. That's the power of Killjoy there. We're seeing a heal at the very least, and man, look at these shots right now. Everyone is firing on all cylinders for UTM Green, and it did not look like the Queen's Gales even had a shot in that round, a chance.
I mean, let's keep it in context, you know? That was an eco. Queens didn't have real guns. But
Fair.
still, I'm with you. I mean, that was clean. Nasty looking. Them shots on point for UTM Green. And I mean, listen, for me, if I'm Mississauga in that situation, I'm just like, I'm feeling myself. I'm ready to take duels, and I think this is good. That the coach here, Osco, on the server, calling an early timeout. I really like this early timeout. It's only 5 rounds in, and some people would say this is too early, but they can already feel themselves kind of slipping away. I talked about how this game is short compared to other tactical shooters and how it can be really easy to have the game get away from you quickly. This is why you got to take those timeouts early, and I'm a big fan of Osco doing it now.
And Osco, as a coach, you really know when your players are starting to really mentally slip out of it. When they're starting to feel down, they're starting to get frustrated, especially Tripwires. Another slow start from him, 0-5. Much like the Icebox game. So you want to be able to really slow down the momentum, slow the pace down a little bit, get a talking to with your players, make sure everyone's head is still in the game, and give them maybe just some encouragement overall. It's especially important when you have a young roster, just to make sure that everyone still believes in themselves as Tripwires. There you go. Right after the timeout is called, he gets his first kill. He's on the board now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, man, Tripwire's had a bit of a rough go of things as of the last couple of games, but this is exactly what you want to do. You set your man up for success. That's an easy shot, one that you should be hitting, and one that he takes with ease. Gives the immediate 5 versus 4. Big thing to contend with, though, here is the ultimates. 3 aside, as Queen's Gales do have some things to work with. They have the Hunter's Fury as the UTM, but the big thing is that res potentially online if they want to pull it off. UTM can try and equalize things here at 5-on-5.
Man, Cyanosa ready to teleport. This is most likely going not into the back of B. He's just going to be
Oh,
playing
it's so
cat,
smart.
getting some info. Yaga now being rezzed as well. Right into the middle of that is
I love
beautiful
that.
team play. That's gorgeous.
Oh my gosh. If you didn't pick that up, that was literally, the teleport was only used in order to fake out the Opper and pick up that easy res. But Amar, he's standing strong. He's hitting shots there inside of B main.
What a ridiculous angle, too. He's just standing in the middle of B main. No way anyone pre-aims that. And instead, he's going to pick up 2. Tripwire's now doing his best Sentinel impression, trying to post up the one-man army, but he is just getting pinched from all different sides. He doesn't have eyes in the back of his head, unfortunately. 10 seconds left in the round. It's a 2v3. Osco teleporting in just to make sure he can support his teammate that much quicker. He's going to be on the flank. Now, suddenly, they have a difficult task here, UTM Green. They're a man down. They have the bomb in tow. They have no idea where this retake is coming from. They're probably thinking at least a few players are from heaven.
And Hunter's Fury, too. Think about that.
Player standing.
Oh, Osco, that's beautiful. All important there. If Yaga gets that kill and suddenly the round is busted wide open, Cyanosa will get a nice blind onto 2 there. They're both looking the wrong way. Cyanosa, you're a maniac. He has the chance to clutch this one out. Did he hear the shadow step?
No!
He's looking the wrong way. Cyanosa with the ace. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely ludicrous from Cyanosa Chroma. What the heck was that? The teleport at the end, the brains on some of these plays here, Tristan, are absolutely incredible. They're going to college, and they're sure as heck learning something because it's working out in the server here for UTM Green. I cannot believe it. That was magical from Cyanosa from the beginning to the end, utilizing the teleport there from the shadows, baiting out Tripwires, and then the 1v3 ace clutch.
That was beautiful. Just the quick thinking too. How little hesitation he had as soon as he gets those first 2 kills. The shadow step comes out. Didn't even hear it. Cyanosa now over the top. This guy can't be stopped. He's taking the most ridiculous fights and winning them each time, busting rounds open for his team. Where would UTM Green be without this guy? Yaga as well chiming in. He's having a great game for himself. Oscar will be the next victim. And stop it, Cyanosa. He doesn't get that kill, but man, oh man, he might as well have. This guy is just a force to be reckoned with. The fiery striker stuck alone in the site with only a deagle to work with. And somehow I do not believe he's very long for the world. It's Flexidus to put an end to him. Bomb going down, 2v5. This round seems to be a foregone conclusion.
There's the Blade Storm, to be fair, but yeah, it doesn't feel like even that's enough to turn the tides here. And that's saying something. As Pretty Boy looking for this first opening, but you can see the crossfire setup. Cyanosa plus Yaga. And he actually does find 1 frag, which honestly is pretty impressive in and of itself, but no more blades, Tripwires. And he's down and out. Brosive with the frag as this has been turning from bad to worse for the Queen's Gale side of things.
Man, those nasty crossfires they set up on the retakes. I like it. I like what I'm seeing here from UTM Green. No wonder that they're quickly picking up momentum in this league with the 2-0 last week. They're slowly starting to... shouldn't even say slowly. They're quickly finding their groove here. As they seem to just get better and better as the map goes on. And this isn't even their pick.
Yeah, that's what's particularly worrying for the Queen's Gales. The other thing is this is technically a defensive-sided map. I mean, it's slightly defensive. It's not as if there's like a huge, one-sided affair. But if you're on the better side and you start out on a downward spiral, that's just never a good sign.
Definitely, and we see how patient UTM Green is playing this round. Just waiting to see if they can draw out any pushes. They've seen several times. Osco has been willing to sacrifice his life early on to trade 1-for-1. Instead, out comes all the utility. Osco just playing through the smoke. Off the back of his teammate's flash, he's going to help him secure the first. Yaga gets taken out of the run it back. Even a second one. Yaga is just posted up. Not missing a single shot. 15 HP. We'll have to retreat back to the stage for now. But as he tries to close the door, Pretty Boy is there as well. They are stacking this tree room as Broseph, oh, 2 for him. Fiery Striker trading back with a headshot of his own. 2v2 now. Low HP on the Sage. Just biding their time. Broseph will eventually get his heal back up. And they are quickly sprinting through mid, trying to make it to this B side as soon as possible. It is being read by the Queen's Gales. They are matching this rotation. As the drone goes out over the top, tags the first. They now have full awareness of where both of these players are. Instead, Plexidus just wants to punch this one through.
This is really bad news. The reason I say that is, okay, I don't see why there's no reason for Fire Striker to take this shot. He has the Hunter's Fury. He can deny the plant immediately. But he doesn't go for the plant. He actually just waits for it. Afterwards. This is really misplayed right now. Pretty Boy, though, fortunately still has the lockdown, and that is what should pretty much guarantee this round. We'll see how it goes as the lockdown comes through. There's 2 players to find, and they know where they both are. Broseph, not on the site. Nanoswarm's going to defend, and this is the problem with this positioning. Allows Plexidus to stay up and ready. As Broseph swings around the corner, Fiery Striker goes down. 1 versus 1 on the side, and Plexidus has it. What a huge misplay from Queen's Gales. They had the ults, they had the advantage, and they aren't able to take the round.
Oh, it's so frustrating. That is so frustrating. Fiery Striker just really, you have to decide between one of the two. You have to decide to use your utility, dump it to deny the plant and win the round, or you take the shots, you commit there, and then you don't really give yourself as much of a time to use that Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. Instead, he tried to do both. He took the shot, then he wound up the dart, then he brought up the Hunter's Fury, and by then the bomb was already down. They're able to reposition and get themselves out of harm's way. So, just a bit greedy there. Tripwires, though, will get the tag early on, at least do a little bit of damage there, not before getting tagged up himself, forced off the angle, and already losing some early damage for the Queen's Gales. But when you're on an eco, sometimes you just got to take the risk. Sometimes they just don't go your way as Yaga sprints onto the site. Killjoy gonna try and siphon off the rotations early on here. Many flankers coming in, though. Already 2 on the flank. They're going to be met here by the Sage. Joseph will get the first, but he does not expect the second. Pretty Boy trades it out. We'll be able to recover the weapon as well. Now pressure from all different sides. Maybe this gives a little bit of wiggle room. Some free real estate being taken A main. Lucifer, though, has a beautiful position here to really shut this down. Now it's going to be up top. Tripwires slowly working in with his team. Lucifer gets the first, Plexus the second, Yaga the third. This is everyone doing their part in the project, and Cynosa just to come in and clean things up. It is everyone on the team participating.
One after another. Players falling, rounds adding up. 8-1. And we thought it was dominant last game. We were sorely mistaken. This is the true dominance. UT, yeah, maybe they were just, I don't know, were they warming up last game? Or, you know, I'm not sure. The second half seems like a bit of a shot in the pan, though, as right now it seems like nothing can stop them. Maybe Tripwires can be the hero. And he has the operator to do it, but Broseph, he has already found success. That's Amar going down. Hunter's Fury from Lucifer gone out. Though that a little less successful. Fire Striker on the B site defends with his life. 1-for-1 trade. One more player on that side is Broseph. Gonna bring Plexidus back to life and heal him up.
Oscom now. Ooh, lucky timing. We'll be able to get the first with Plexidus doing a great job of making sure none of his teammates die in vain. Now it's Pretty Boy on the site. 10 HP. He manages to win the duel just barely. And crucially, he catches Broseph looking the wrong way. He wanted to trade it out. Instead, Fires gets himself a freebie. Now it's just up to Lucifer. Oh, unless Cynosa, Pretty Boy, going back and forth with it. Punch for punch, tit for tat. And now it's a 1v1, but only 10 HP on Pretty Boy. He's going to have to find some crazy timing here. On Cynosa Chroma, he wants to teleport out. He gets himself to safety, but I don't know if he should have his knife out here. He might be putting himself in a bad situation. Wrapping through market now. Does Pretty Boy realize what's going on, or does he think he has to sprint to the A site now? It's a mind game right now, and neither player really has a pinpoint on the other. But if Synosa tries to walk back to the B site, he could be in for a nasty surprise. Pretty Boy playing the closest of angles right around the corner. Does he clear this? Synosa! Oh, the pre-fire doesn't work out. Synosa wins it. Even though he may have gotten out mind game, the shots just weren't there.
I mean, I don't even think it's a guarantee that Pretty Boy out mind gamed in there. I mean, Pretty Boy doesn't play it badly because, I mean, the real right call is just to stick with what you got. You know you have control in the B area. You know where he went, right? But you don't know where he could go. Stick with what you're looking at, especially with low HP. Probably not the worst decision from Pretty Boy, but yeah, it's Synosa on the trigger discipline, and unfortunately, really comes down to those crucial moments. Speaking of crucial moments, Yaga having a crucial moment right there. Finding the opening tool. He might find another one, and there it is.
Oh.
Pretty Boy going down.
No pushes here. Yaga not allowing any free reading estate on the map. As we see Osco just trying to take out the drone before he can even get through. Yaga already on the 3-piece right now. This guy,
It's not
both
even,
maps,
enemy
a
remaining.
terror.
like, it's not even 45 seconds into the round, and he's got 3 kills. Like, what the heck's going on there?
Just knowing that they're going to
Spike
push,
planted.
knowing how they like to play on these eco rounds. Yaga taking full advantage of it, running up the numbers right now. Yeah, that last round, I would say, I mean, Pretty Boy did win, did read exactly what was going on there, but sometimes the nerves gets to you. You have the angle, you have your pre-fire lined up. Sometimes your trigger finger just gets a little bit too itchy. As Fiery Striker wants to go for even more, he'll get the first, but Yaga on the 4K. 3-piece, and the soda was the clutch. 10-1 now. It is Queen's Gales. Really, after that first time out, you thought they'd be able to kind of turn things around a little bit for themselves, but it's only gone from bad to worse. They haven't won around since.
Yeah, really. And, oh, man, it's so tough. You talk about, nerves and whatnot, and we were discussing with Pretty Boy, but, now, Queen's Gales, they got to be feeling those nerves just in every single round, because if you're ever in that clutch scenario, like, you're the guy to try and, like, get them back on the board. And
No.
oh gosh, that is disgusting, absolutely outrageous from Yaga. He takes the jumping swing, wins the duel, and then pops the Blaze Storm for good measure.
Yeah, that's got to be tilting there. Synosa does get another kill. Pretty Boy fights back with one of his own, but he's stuck alone on the site again. Oscar will do everything he can to support his teammate. He even tags up Yaga as well. We'll just have the operator. They know exactly where this Killjoy is. They're going to take their time and working this one out. They have a player coming through market as well. Oscar sprinting onto the site, just trying to help his teammate in what way possible. But Synosa, he's trying to creep all the way through CT, and his timing could be perfect here as Fiery Striker is just lining up arrows. They're right on the other side of each other. Who wins this duel? 21 HP, but Fiery Striker gets a 2 ahead of himself. He is dropped. Low HP though, 21. As the bomb is dropped inside the boathouse, they know what's going on here. Lucifer, using the Odin, wants to get himself through. They can now pick up the bomb. They don't have to still take the B site. They can make it back to A. And that's exactly what they want to do. The smoke is dropped. Pretty Boy wants to stop a player. Oh, look at this position from Lucifer. I love this.
Yeah, that from the
Oscar wants to
shadows.
stop it though.
I love it, Osco. Now, there's an argument that this is a bad play, but I think it's fantastic. They gotta be careful now. They gotta wait and clear every single angle. And with
Oh my
so
God, he's
little
right
time,
under him.
With so little time, it's so difficult
10
to
seconds
connect.
left.
And
won it.
that's exactly what it does. Osco with the victory.
You're
That's
absolutely
so
right.
smart.
Beautiful play. That was so well done. Knowing that they had access to the A site, knowing that they had the bomb. He did the only thing he could in that situation. Now Lucifer dropping down just to get annihilated. Osco, the coach, he is doubling their round score, and what better man to do it? He may be the coach, but someone get this guy on a roster.
Heck yeah, brother. He gets into it. I mean, listen, the reason that I just want to explain really fast, the reason that could be construed as a really dicey play is that you've turned a 2v2 into 2 1v1s, and you usually don't want to do that in clutch scenarios. But with the time constraints the way that it was, it really just forced the UTM green side to clear everything. They had to make decisions super quickly. They just didn't have time to do it. So really heads up play from Moscow, split second decisions, and that's usually what this game comes down to, is those split second decisions, Tristan.
Yeah, absolutely. The gamble, it could be seen as a bit of a gamble, but it paid off in dividends there, especially if you have the read that someone will be playing back for the lurk like they did that round. If you know how your enemy team likes to play. Oh, early fights early on. Amar having to look 2 angles at once. Yaga gets tagged up a fair bit himself. We'll lose out on the early damage so far. Now, information being given over. The heal is there. No real damage being done just yet as they try and creep out onto the site. Tripwire is still lurking all the way back towards B. This is a beautifully sold fake right now. Although they do lose a single member. Look how many rotations are there. Only the Killjoy on the site. But what better agent to hold down a site solo than the Killjoy? And in fact, they're hesitating on this push, allowing time for the rotations to come back through. I mean, if you're going to sell a fake, so hard that you even lose a member doing it, you might as well hit the site and hit it hard. But instead, they're now going to have more teammates on the aisle.
Yeah, this wait-and-see approach just not really working out, and they can hear Lucifer coming in, and now they know they have to turn up the pace. Fortunately, Tripwires with a fantastic entry does make it look good. Cynosa somehow finds one, and Lucifer with a great follow-up. 2 for 1 deal as he gets the double. Tripwires back on the site. Low health as well. He's got the ghost, but oh, I don't know if that's going to be enough. Nice little take. Got that first frag. He's looking for more. One player is dinked up. One player more to find, but Lucifer, he's on the move. And with low HP, he had the frag. 11 now in the hands of UTM Green as they pick up their 3rd pistol of the series. And that's a great point to bring up. You win 3 pistols in 2 maps, and it really does set you up for success, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and at that point, it just feels like the icing on the cake right now. Dare I say it, the end is nigh. Queen's Gales they really had some great momentum on the first map, but this one, they really just haven't been able to get anything going. They've had some competitive rounds, but in the end, the clutch factor has come in time and time again for UTM Green. You think of all the situations that could have gone back and forth that really, other than the clutch from Osco that I'm thinking of, they just have lost out every single chance they've had. Nyaga now, oh, this is just pure confidence right now. And luckily he is playing Jet, so even though the spray goes awry, he is still able to get himself out to safety. Although inside the smoke, he is eating shots left and right. A-side has been busted open. Queen's Gales has a real good shot of actually being able to take this thrifty round off the back of this quick take. Amar now, he's going to be posted up top, wants to stop Cynosa from being able to get near.
Still 5v5 though. Retake. Gonna have to come in. There's Cynosa on the frag. For even more. Amara underneath Heaven. Will take one. One more to find. It's Tripwires and he's down. 2 players left here in the main position. They're getting shock darted, but Pretty Boy has shots. That flick not successful. Second one, a bit better. But Lucifer's been defusing the whole time, and well, they've just nailed that first nail into the coffin for Queen's Gales. UTM Green on the cusp of victory.
It's so frustrating to watch this too, because you have players on Queen's Gales like Pretty Boy who can make some really fancy, some nice headshots coming in from the Marshall. He was making me believe for a second, and then the rest of the team just shut down. The defuse coming in. They have their moments. It's not like they're just completely getting ousted every round, easy peasy lemon squeezy. They're looking good in their own rights, but the team cohesion just not there. It's looking like, and there are certain, just a few players that aren't really finding the same kind of impact you would hope.
Yeah, I mean that's really what it's come down to. A little bit of that, a little bit of clutch factor, like you were talking about, and you're right. I mean, you pull a player out of the hat for UTM, and they've had some some big clutch moments, big fragging moments in this game, and for the Queen's Gale side, like you said, it's been that one big play from Osco. And speaking of Osco, he's coming up catwalk, looking to try and duel against this judge. But the judge is very strong. Only one though, as Tripwires finds the double entry. Yaga going down. So that the plant should come through, and it does offer an opportunity at least for Queen's Gales to continue.
Oh yeah, and 3v3. Queen's Gales, if they're going to go down swinging. They have an opportunity to at least bring this round in the bag. And hey, who knows? The early signs of a comeback starts with a single round win. So Tripwires, right around the generator. He's got knives out. He's going to be taking the initial duel. This could be important, but he's stuck in close quarters combat. He'll get the first 3K on the round. Wants even more. Broseph will lay him down to rest. Pretty Boy now. with a teammate, with only a single to work with. Places down the turret. It's going to be so difficult to actually get on this bomb with all this utility. Back turned. It should be easy pickings for the solo, who can't land the shots at first. I'd be a little bit worried there. Fiery Striker, does he actually go down to the bomb here?
Last player standing.
Oh, goodbye.
Okay, though, I don't think I'm gonna be too worried about a Marshall, as the Vandal comes out immediately thereafter. Another, is this gonna be a force buy? No, not really. UTM, I like that they're. This is nice respect here from UTM Green. You know, a team who weren't respecting their opponents a little bit more would just force buy and say, well, you know, we've been winning so much, like, who cares? But instead, they go for the save. They look for the guaranteed victory in the gun round. And, ooh, such a great shock dart.
Guys got lineups for days. Even expecting, I love that the second one went into the corner, expecting maybe the Phoenix to just try and put his hot hands down and sit in it in the corner to heal up a bit. I like his prediction there. It didn't work out that time, but man, this goes to show you they've really done their homework and they know exactly what they're doing when it comes to these early rounds, even on a map that they didn't pick.
Yeah, and to be fair, Ascent, I mean, who doesn't play Ascent? So. Oh, this is turning around
what?
so quickly.
How?
With 2 players going down, it went from, you know, an even-looking scenario to a pretty devastating one. But now Queen's Gale's having to come up clutch, but there's 2 players really low. So that at least gives them a bit of an advantage.
I got the spike.
Question is, how many rifles were recovered? What kind of firepower are they working with? It looks like mostly still pistols, so I would expect this to still be turned around. Fiery Striker, though, you better check your corner.
30
Oh, this is
seconds left.
dangerous. Cynosa just trying to get himself out of harm's way. We'll get tagged by the dart. Fiery Striker still firing on all cylinders. Cynosa now going to get taken very low, but he still gets the headshot. Now it all falls into the shoulders of Pretty Boy, who will still have the bomb plant uncontested. Oh, the Hunter's Fury, 14 seconds. If he gets tagged here, it could be all over.
Left.
80 HP, everyone closing in. It's Cynosa
win.
to bring this round. Game, set, match. UTM Green looking dominant, having a fantastic showing. The first map was close. The first map was competitive. But the second one was a steamroll and a clinic from UTM Green.
What is there to say other than a big stomp domination? I mean, UTM, I don't know what they were hiding on Icebox. I don't know why they didn't pick Ascent for that matter. I mean, because clearly that's a map they're very strong on. But I mean, we just saw the attempt to come back from Queen's Gales over an Icebox. We were like, okay, well, you know, maybe just maybe. But unfortunately, that 0-2 is going to stand to a 0-3 start here as UTM, they pick up a victory and turn their season into a winning one as of right now. 2-1 now on the season. I think that's number one, really impressive. Number two, you gotta give credit for a, you know, what is a 13-3 game. I mean, you don't win 13-3 without having huge moments, and we saw them. I'd say mostly from Cynosa. I mean, you really made the plays. It wasn't just, I mean, Yaga had some fantastic ones as well, but it wasn't just those duelists stepping up. It was the controller who made the biggest difference for me there, Tristan.
Yeah, and how often do you see an Omen topping the leaderboard? Omen is seen usually as more utility-based, more just there to help really be the supporting cast for some of the main stars of the team. But Cynosa really showing out. That first half was all Omen. You saw him dominating every duel he took, and really that opened up this map to be very dominant for UTM Green. And they are looking especially scary. The more games they play, the cleaner they seem to get.
Yeah, very true. Got to give lots of credit there for UTM Green because, man, Mississauga, they're looking strong. With that being said, you know, this first battle goes to Toronto, but well, we're gonna have far more battles here today, not just Canadian ones, but certainly going to be an exciting rest of Valorant. This was just our first best of 3. We got 3 more to go, and with that is going to be it from us. We have 2 fantastic casters joining you in Cairo and Orbital here in just a couple. So come back for more of week 3 of Valorant at NECC in just a few minutes.
Shut me out, please dance with me. And I'll sing to you a symphony. Won't you kiss me? Shut me out, please dance with me. And I'll sing to you in my heart. Oh, yeah. Please dance with me. And I'll sing to you a symphony. Won't you kiss me? Shut me out, please. She's a goddess, a wish from a star in my heart. Oh, yeah.
Hello and welcome to NECC Valorant Edition, and I am Cairo, joined by the wonderful Orbital. Oh my god, sometimes my English is just terrible. How's it going, bro?
It's going all right. I'm excited to be here for the second series of the day, and hopefully it will be a good one.
Yeah, definitely it will be a good one. And well, we are going to be casting over Union versus Clear State University. These two teams are coming up against how have they been getting on?
They've been doing all right. Of course, Mountain Union University, they're sitting currently at 1-1. They took a win over JWU Blue, and actually both teams have actually won their matchup against JWU Blue.
Yeah.
Taking a look, though, we are looking at the fact that they did, Mountain Union University did lose to Fonche, and they are currently 0-2 there. Montclair State University Red, though, have won both their matches so far, one against JWU Blue and Queens Gale B. So this is going to be a little bit of a change of pace. We'll see how they play it out, but currently Montclair State University should have the upper hand.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, well, this is the thing. It kind of gets into the whole point of how is the team's mental? Can they keep up with the heads of the pack? Because, well, I mean, this is it with the early start of the season. We don't really know necessarily how all the teams are going to match up. And finally, we have almost all our agents locked in here. And, well, break it down for us here, Orbital. Is there anything you would point out straight away about these two comps?
First off, it's pretty standard. The main thing is, of course, we are taking a look at the standard overs on the side of the attackers, right? The Killjoy, the Sky, the Astra, and the Reyna. Surprising no Jet coming out here. That's going to be a little bit difficult to work with as you don't have the versatility that it brings. So it's going to be a lot more of information movement rather than actual dueling potential. Yes, you have Reyna. It's not as kind of crazy, and it can't get around some of those corners like the Jet can. So I'm very, very interested to see how that one works out. Of course, on the defender side, we do see the standard. It's pretty much all the way through. Brimstone is really the only one that's a little bit different to me.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's all pretty standard. I really do favor Montclair Red's composition here, and I can't wait to see what they can bring out.
Well, this is obviously the interesting point here. Montclair is the ones who have been 2-0, and as we get into our pistol round, I'm going to be interesting to see how these two teams like kind of set up. Obviously, we've got the Reyna straight away going off on our own towards the A site, potentially some baiting there. How are you expecting this one to kind of start off with? Are you expecting Montclair Red to take the straight away advantage in this pistol round? With obviously the fact that they've got so much set up with the likes of a Cypher, Brimstone to help that one out, and then obviously we've got Sky to help out that Jet on the other side.
It's going to be a little bit rougher, and of course, it's testing the waters first in any pistol round. When you test the waters, it's so difficult to tell if the attackers are going to push quick or if they're going to take it slow. So Mountain Union University, of course, looks like they're going to try out this B site and try to manage what will be a very receptive 2 members, but a nice little blind is going to cause a little bit of a diversion.
Yeah, without a doubt, an electric arrow's going out, but not catching anybody. Divine picking up that first frag, and already the numbers advance really that much of one, but Chief has got one of his own. It slows down as we do see the plant coming down. A couple of rotates coming through, but can they pick up the players that are on site? Stuck out on market, stuck in towards CT, and it's Fraz is actually trying to see if he can pick players off from market. And finally, we do see the players start to move in. Salio picking up one, but remember there's 2 still down on where the bomb is, and finally they're starting to clean up. 1 player left, and finally, oh no, actually managed to pick him up an exit frag there, but it's Divine to shut it out with a 3k, and well, it is the defenders, as you say, Montclair Red, the ones that you fancied to win out this match are the ones who actually win out the pistol round.
It's going to be a bit crazy here, and with the opening pistol round, I like Montclair Red's style. One of the big things and one of the key things that I always prefer to see teams do is to allow and relinquish control of a site. If you are getting forced in some of those situations, it is, in my opinion, much better to actually give the site and try and retake with 5 instead of trying to fight when you're entering, when you watch the enemy enter with 4 or 5, you know, straight into the site. It's much better to contain and reserve your strengths in those scenarios, unless you had something like, say, an Odin or an Eris spraying through a wall. So very well done by Montclair Red on that defensive stance. Now they have the weapon advantage, and now they're prepping in a default setup. Whereas, again, Mountain Union Varsity, they are just going to try their best, again, with that 5-man setup, although they may get a rude awakening.
Without a doubt. I mean, this is the thing though, because like realistically, all you're going to be doing is trading out frags. Oh, a nice little flash coming through, and a pickup of a Marshall potentially, as we do see there is a smoke coming down to block lines of sight. Yep, that is to pick up that rifle. Fairly nice, well played from Mount Union, and potentially maybe the start of an eco break for Montclair Red.
It was a solid opening right there, and that is quite surprising that they're actually choosing to rotate all the way out because it's actually cuts down on their time, but I like it, right? You take the first frag, you potentially pull multiple members over towards that A site. For right now, though, they need to make up their mind in these rounds. It is a little bit difficult, and when you're only pistols, you're running a bit more of a difficult scenario. It's much better to kind of push the tempo with pistols. It gives you closer advantage. It gives you that chance to
30
get up
seconds
close and
left.
personal, and that's what you want instead of this long-range battle that they're now going to have to take here in A.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, obviously, it seems if they're just quickly went back and was supposed to pick up that fly, but straight away, look at this, all the defenders clapping down, and well, we actually thought potentially was going to be an equal break, not to be the case. Defenders winning that one out, Riggs shutting down Sussy, and well, looks as if it's all for nothing after taking such an early advantage and actually being able to pick up that Marshall.
It's rough to say if it was a full advantage. It's more it evened out that round, right? You get one frag, you run away with it, and a scout, not a scout. Marshall is not amazing. It's good, it's decent, but it's not the weapon you want. If there was a Vandal on the other side, yeah, that's the one you want to pick up. But in that scenario, yes, you pick up one weapon, but you gave the opponent enough time to rotate back over, and that can cause a couple problems. For me, I would personally have enjoyed watching them be able to just rush after that shot, take the chance, take the 50-50, and you might be able to catch another opponent off guard.
That would have been awesome, you know, just them all breaking in, and then next thing you know, it's just absolute carnage on the site, waiting for absolute... Well, let me see what happens now, though, is they have just decided to push through mid, and obviously that Eldron will give away the position of FaZe, but... looks like maybe a stalling out here as Salio has confirmed the positioning of all these players, and maybe a bottleneck is what's going to occur as all the defenders are round about their positioning. And remember, they are the ones, the attackers with the rifle advantage, not these defenders. And well, it's been traded out straight away, Watson for Blizz, but it is FaZe, the Reyna, that has been taken out. Looks as if they're going to back up out into this open area. But is this the right decision? Is this potentially the one that will win out the round? As they are looking to go towards A, and it is obviously the Sky that's going to be first contact here, moving straight through. Real Blackbird has managed to dodge this one out, and maybe the contact coming through. Yes, it is! A double for Dingo, but Watson trading that one out. Still man advantage on towards these defenders, and well, as I have to remind you, rifle advantage was the favourite of the attackers, but it's the man advantage no longer. Traded out. Real Blackbird taking out Divine, and no, Salio missing that shot with the Marshall. This could be huge. This could be round one. Riggs using the camera. It has been taken out, as you heard by the voice line, peeking, maybe trying to get some Spectre kill, but it's not going to be the case. Pushing through, picking up that Phantom. Again, no, can actually maybe see this is going to be workable, but no, Watson winning that one out, using the Vanto to take out Riggs. The attackers look worried, but well, they can wipe that sweat off their brow.
Yeah, that's pretty standard coming out here. The bonus round going in favor of Mountain University, who were down 2 at that time. So we finally get to see a potential full buy, but with the kind of swap up that we see, you know, those half buys, those marshals coming out, some of those SMGs and constant rounds, it's actually forced Mountain University into a rougher scenario. Yes, you're looking at Dingo on that side, only sitting with a Frenzy, so that's your one kind of saving grace. But it is rougher. It's not the full Vandal buy that you normally see, or the full Phantom buy, so it's going to be a little bit more interesting to watch how they try and play this one out. It looks like it's going to be a lot slower as well, as we do see the default 2-3 start.
Yeah, this is it. I always find it interesting because obviously we saw Mount Union, they were just kind of full sending it with 5 men, and this time they're taking it a lot more slower. I mean, I always like to think of it as the Gambit style of approach that we saw in Berlin, where they were really testing their opponent's patience, seeing if they were the ones to make the first mistake, and well, nobody making a mistake so far.
Yeah, they don't want to, and the only reason I said prior to that you should try and rush is because you only have the pistols, right? You don't have any of that econ to worry about. Here you do have econ to worry about. You don't want to lose those weapons. You don't want to chance it. You want to be sneaky like this.
Yeah, exactly, and straight away, look at this, the attackers are going straight into sight and taking so much map control, and right away the information maybe coming back in towards these attackers, but nobody getting picked up by that LMG. The bullets being sprayed through here, there, and everywhere, but no one getting picked up. A nice little flash by the Reyna, but it means nothing. Riggs has up FaZe, and well, look at this, remember the site control is still in favour of these attackers, and nobody really has made an incision. And well, finally we do see that it is all up to the Sova of Divine. Well, he's gone anyway, and now we see finally that the advantage probably is in favour of Mount Union.
Yeah, they came out with 4 alive, and that's what you want to see. You want to be able to win in that most crucial round. And of course, that was the, I like to call it the beginning of the Valorant game. It's the beginning of this first map when both teams are trying to buy as much as they can. They should have a full loadout, full weapons, and full utility. To see them lose that does hurt them a little bit. They're currently sitting with an SMG solo on Bliss. Other than that, they're going to run the econ. They're going to give it their best shot, maybe get Bliss with that ultimate and try and use it to the best of their ability. More than likely, they're just looking for 1 or 2 picks, grab a weapon, and that's about all they'll sit with.
Yeah, this is going to be nice information gain from the Sky to actually make sure that no one is in maybe a little bit of an off spot there down by a main. And I thought they were going to use the man advantage, the rifle advantage, to kind of just push towards A, but it's not going to be the case. They really are liking this slow approach towards their attacks.
Yeah, it's again, you have the weapons, and you can, in these situations, you have that kind of pinch potential. You have the advantage of getting a one-shot headshot or anything of that sort. So you are going to take it slow. You're going to look for those opening frags. It's fine. The problem that comes about with playing it slow is if you let the time wind down too little. Yes, you can take a site in 20 seconds. It only takes about 15 actually here, I think, on Ascent, but you have to rush it. Instead, give yourself about 40 to 45 seconds, which it looks like that's what they're doing. 45 seconds, you can walk in, you can still look for some of those peak frags, and it goes much smoother. That's how I see it, at least. And it looks like they're going to get an open site here as we see the full rotate from Montclair Red over towards that A.
Oh no, potentially reading far too much into what's happening. And well, oh no, is the sound call being given away? It has now, as finally we see the info dart coming out, but it's too late. It looks as if the site has been taken control of, and this is it. This is where the retake style comes in from Montclair Red. Finally we get that sound call that the plant being confirmed. So now we're gonna have to wait for the man to all kind of crowd round this site and wait to potentially push in. Turret confirming where Watson's position is, but the players are taking far too long. They're not actually making a decision. But maybe this is it. Maybe Riggs is the man to cut off the Watson at the back of sight. And no, it's just turning into an absolute bloodbath, an absolute frenzy as all the defenders get shut down. Had little to no hope, and well, the flawless confirms that.
Yeah, Mountain Union Varsity played that just as well as possible, right? They didn't really have any major information over on A, and so they took their chances. They had a bit of a sound cue. They're like, okay, well, A might be the chance, so let's go ahead, rotate to B. They take it smoothly, they take it easily, and keep all members alive. And that is how you play a perfect round, pretty much, right? It is clean, you get into sight, you barely use any utility. And on the retake attempt, you are able to completely nullify anything Montclair Red would. Again, that was an econ round, so if they can do it again, that's where they'll start gaining that economic advantage.
Yeah, but I think the huge thing about that last round is how many ults have just came online for Montclair Red. You look at it, there is 4 versus 3. I mean, Mount Union haven't really decided to go with anything yet. I'd probably say maybe out of... No, actually, they've got the Killjoy ultimate and the Ashram ultimate. They're probably the most meaningful out of that bunch. But then you look towards Montclair Red and look how much that could deny in terms of getting information from the Cypher. You've got the Sova Hunter's Fury, which is almost like a global ability. And then you've got the Brimstone ultimate that can deny so much of the map. It's absolutely huge. And obviously, the Jet ultimate will be good if they do actually have their economy broken. Again, slower approach. Mount Union really taking their time again. It's really, I wouldn't say a clash of styles, because Montclair Red like to kind of take it slow as well in terms of their retakes, but it certainly does show some sort of style from these universities.
It's more just hardline respect. Unless you have a hard idea of where the economy sits, it's very difficult to feel like you can just pressure in or you can jump in at any point. So taking it slower, unless you hear the fire coming out of Montclair, you don't have any read on the weapons that they currently have. What you do know is that maybe a Vandal's in play, maybe a Phantom's up there, and now you get the opening shots.
Yeah, now you get the opening frags, and straight away they've went in favour of the attackers. The spike is getting planted, but it's 4-2 in favour of the attackers. The whole match has almost been turned on its head, but don't count out these defenders. They could easily go for a retake with Arena, and CT Spawn look towards your map, slowly keeping up on these two remaining heaven players. Sussy is up there, also Salio very, very close, and no bullets have actually netted anything, not even a single piece of damage, but the clock is ticking down. It's ticking down on Phrase's rotate as well, very close, but Divine picking up a huge double kill. Time is slowly ticking down, and there we go, Phrase confirming the round with that operator. A nice little take from the attackers, and well, they have their eco advantage, so they could really just take their time.
Yeah, I would say take their time or actually pressure this time around. Main reason I say pressure is you should already realize now that you have the round advantage. You won 4 in a row. You should have a decent idea of where their weapon stance is, unless you're, you know, sitting for that Marshall potentially.
Yeah.
You have a good idea. You have all 5 ultimates. I would like to see at least 1 ultimate expended here. I would say maybe the Cosmic Divide, get a good jump into a section off, maybe along that mid divider. But use those ultimates. Start utilizing those if you know you're going to rack up those kills and sights. And that's going to be the opening. Phrase takes out Salio.
This is it. And do you expect the Jet to actually use her Blade Storm here, or would you rather see her use it in the next round and potentially use that for a bit of an eco boost?
I think it's better to save it for some of those higher priority setups. Some of those times where maybe you do have maybe an ultimate advantage as well, so you don't have that Reyna, you know, Empress coming out. So even though they're down, we can only theorize what would happen.
That's it. I mean, it's all theory, and well, I mean, theorizing what exactly is happening in this mid area as all the attackers are almost funneled in, peeking out. The Cypher shut down straight away, but the run it back has been taken out. That's potentially to gain that extra health later in the round, picking up that key frag in towards mid, and there we go. There is the site control, the rotate coming through. They will pick up that freebie and potentially a free rifle. Will that be saved? We'll need to see, as it is looking to be a retake in towards the B site. Taking it slow. Taking it. Well, I mean, that's it. That's all they can do. They can really just take their time, because at the end of the day, no one's expecting them to win this one out so far. That flash is absolutely huge though, but Sussy is able to pick up the kill. No, Dingo, you had a freebie. That could have been some good eco damage, and you miss it.
I mean, that's what happens whenever you blind someone right away who's standing right in front. 1, you don't expect it. 2, they're gonna blind fire. They don't really have a choice. And when you're standing in that doorway, that's probably the best place to get flashed at, to get blinded. It's such a narrow doorway, and you're blocking them in anyway. Gets a random headshot, turns around in the bottom corner, and gets another one. So very well done to manage 5 in a row. Mount Union Varsity feeling really good about this one right now. Possibly dropping a few more ultimates as you start draining the side of Montclair. Mount Union Varsity have a great hold on this attacking side so far.
This is it. I mean, it's just funny to see Dingo jump through, and I'm like, oh, here comes the burst, and then suddenly, no, that's not what happens. Straight away, though, we are seeing a couple of sprays coming through. Sussy is picking up that entry kill, and we have to count the amount of entry kills that Mount Union are actually picking up. Finally, we see the Cosmic Divide being used, and it's absolutely perfect as the Cypher is cut out in towards Market, leaving Divine on an island. But is it going to work? It's not, as we see Chief picking up that frag. Dingo stuck out in CT. This Cosmic Divide is bringing up so much worth.
One enemy remaining.
Will Sussy pick up that frag? Yes, he will. What a shot that is. Right through the wall, right through the Cosmic Divide. The Cypher giving away his position. Oh, sorry. That free fire was actually from the site. Rix has picked up Sussy, and Fraz maybe going to lose the operator. Yes, he does. But oh no, is he going to pick up that operator run? This could potentially be a huge save, especially for the next round. But he's going to get shut down. Attackers 6-2.
Yeah, that's all you need. However, Phrase and Sussy, both of these two, they were aiming and gunning for those top spots, but got shot down there. So Real Blackbird was able to pick up those last couple frags, and is currently sitting at 9-4-3. So really, really strong showing so far. And again, you haven't expended that many ultimates. And I'm actually pretty glad about this. The main thing is, of course, for me it's the lockdown on their side, right? Attacking lockdowns, I think, are some of the most versatile setups. You can use it to clear a site, but I preferably like to use it on the retake. So not having to use that ultimate means that they've never been in that situation where they do need to drop down, where they do need to do a forced clear. Very, very well done so far to control the pace of the game and control their ultimate unleashes, as that's going to be huge opening.
Yeah, absolutely huge indeed. It looks as if the Hunter's Fury has come out, but netted nothing. And well, the spike has been planted just like that. The amount of, well, I mean, the effectiveness of Mount Union's attacks and getting those plants down. Blizz, though, is he going to get down? Is he going to get felled in towards tree? Hasn't been dropped just yet. Riggs has picked up one sissy, take it out. Riggs, and well, it is all up to up to Riggs, the Cypher. Left with all to do with a little pistol. Is he going to be able to do it though? This is it. I mean, time is just ticking down. It seems as if he's maybe just going to save his life. Ooh, absolute roar from that operator. He's going to peek it. He's going to find nothing. And finally, we do hear that boom go. But I'm going to ask you a question here, Orbital. Obviously, after that round going forward and towards the attacker's hands. In terms of the defenders, right, their economy is just gonna keep getting knocked. Oh, I mean, Mount Union almost like an eco sledgehammer. The thing is, though, as an attacker, you kind of get, right, we'll get the spike down, we'll get the extra eco. What do you do as a defender?
As a defender, you have to play to the tempo shifts. Something that I always like to talk about is the tempo shift, is recognizing patterns in the attacker's or defender's side, right? So something that you have to recognize right now is Mountain Union Varsity are going to press much quicker than they have been before. They're going to attack more aggressively because they've won 6 or 7 rounds in a row now. They don't really have that much to fear. They're willing to take these chances. They're willing to fight much quicker, especially like that. If you're not willing to take those fights, you have to be open to setting up crossfire, to setting up pinches, and be ready to react at a dime's notice.
Yeah, this is it, and that run it back is absolutely huge because it's gaining so much information. Obviously, players peeking out, and finally we see the advantage go towards the defenders. The attacker killjoy is huge, but so is Divine. Finally, he gets shut down. Spike got dropped, but picked up straight away. Chief should be down. That Divine would probably be huge considering how much worth he was getting out. Middle players have been detained. Remember, key position is at the back of sight as Chief gets shut down. Salio with that operator. Picking up that frag, it's up to Watson, it's up to Killjoy with the Vandal in hand, but nothing to really pick up anything. 7-3 is the scoreline. They're not finishing.
Yeah, they got it. Yeah, and in that round, I don't want to say I called it, but that's what you have to do as Montclair Red, right? You understand that they're going to push fast, so you have to rotate a bit faster. Understand the snapshots are what really is going to win you those games. That's what they did. Divine popping off right there, getting multiple kills in a row, and being able to shut down those advances. That's what you have to do. You have to recognize when the tempo shifts, and sometimes you can't play it safe. You can't sit back and keep, everyone so spread out. You have to react appropriately. Now with that round win, we can see Mount Union Varsity, they're probably going to take it a little bit slower. They're going to go, okay, we can't keep pressing W and get away with it. We're actually going to be answered. So maybe take a chance, do a default setup, find a pick once again, and work your way from there. Recognize the patterns, and then win it outright.
That's a horrible angle. Look at that. Absolute pixels from FaZe. That's huge. Maybe one for your ranked games. Look towards the map, you'll find out where that is. But yeah, I've never seen that angle before, or maybe I'm just, in the silver elos, you know what I mean, Orbital, it can be a bit rough for me sometimes, man. I just shout, but, well, we'll need to see exactly how things go here as the players are really, really taking their time as we're actually starting to hit the minute mark. Brimstone, smoke's coming out to just deny lines of sight towards these attackers, and they've not really made up their mind. They're just sticking, chilling in mid, and well, the operator of Reyna is shutting down that A main area, but no one's really taking the bait. No one's jumping down and potentially moving out and getting aggressive. Finally, we see the Brimstone ultimate coming out. No one being caught by it, but it's the Brim that gets caught out. And there we go. Potentially, that could be huge for moving through mid, but no one has picked up on that yet. The player's distracted, actually. And there we go. The spike has been able to get planted. The players have to go in for this retake. Just the 3 players on towards heaven, but it's only the 2 players on site. Daz hasn't even taken up his position on A main. Divine with a huge double kill, picks up the Phantom, decides to get aggressive. aggressive, decides to maybe shut down Freeze, shut down this operator, but no, it's going to be absolutely huge. Shots!
Oh.
Is the round one out yet? Remember, there is still one player remaining as an operator in hand.
Jeez.
Freeze, 3 kills on the round. The operator, absolutely
Last round in the
huge.
half.
So well placed, and honestly, Divine coming out with some cheeky plays so far. I was wondering how long it would take Phrase to actually get to the top of the leaderboard, because it seems so far that Phrase has been the one that the team has kind of sat on the entire time. Whenever Phrase gets a kill, they can push a little bit faster. The opening frag almost always went Phrase's way with that operator. Real Blackbird, though, has been able to show up. That's why you see the matching scoreboards at the end. But it's Phrase. Phrase is the one that is their key player here with that op, making sure that things go their way. And as long as Phrase is up, you know it's never actually over.
That's it, man. And I mean, this is the thing, though. Like, I was kind of getting worried the fact he'd taken so long to actually take up his position for the kind of like long range angles, and the fact that he was able to let Divine drop down with that and get those kills. I was like, oh no, surely they haven't just given up the round just like that. But no, being able to sit on that A main spot, finally taking up his position was huge. And well, Real Blackbird getting that entry kill onto Divine is huge. Positive fight coming out. Watson's picked up Satial, but Blizz in towards T-Spawn has picked up Chief. Watson taking up this flank watch position. He'll easily get shut down. Rex with the Vandal has picked up the Spike holder. Isn't able to pick up Real Blackbird. He's another player that has really been doing work. Obviously, that turret is obviously going to kind of do the flank watch job almost. As we do see, we have the Phoenix taking up position in towards CT, but he's actually going to peek out, take on. I mean, a gunfight is obviously not advisable considering those two players there. The heal is going to be huge. Watson now giving away their position. Plenty of flashes coming out. The alarm bot will give away the position of the Brimstone. One player remaining. Can Watson pick it out? Can he win out the round? Yes, he can! A clutch through the boxes. Shots through the dome. Blizz is in the dark. And well, Mount Union University, they make it 9-3 on the round, but I mean, this is the question. Is it going to be the 9-3 toss?
I think that is going to be a rough setup. Now Montclair on the attacking side. We got to see them be able to control the pace. This is something that I always love to talk about. And again, I love mechanics. I love getting those one-shots, those whips, those quick shots. But to me, it's all about, you know, the strategy. I love watching the strategy break out in games where you feel it's always an individual skill matchup. And in this, we saw Mount Union Varsity completely control the tempo on attackers. You get to decide where the fight occurs. You get to decide when the fight occurs. And that's what kept Montclair Red in the dark. Now, they have a chance. They're the ones that are setting the tempo. They're the ones that are calling the shots. And it's up to Mount Union Varsity to either match or predict where it's going to occur. So let's see if Montclair can do it, because they got a long, long road ahead of them.
I mean, this is the thing, right? So when you're watching a match, it's never the exciting one. The exciting rounds are never in the first half. It's always in the second half. And straight away, we're seeing Montclair Red show us their attacking prowess, picking up a free double, but she finally shutting down Rex on the re-rotate back to help out his compadres, his fellow men on site. And obviously that position up on Heaven has been given up, and that heal will be huge for the players on site. But Sussy's actually shut down Dingo, and now we finally see the man count actually even up here. The turret coming out to maybe pick out a player that's either a straggler that's out of position, but nobody giving away their position. Sally was picked up Sussy as the drop comes through, and look at that, Divine with a double kill. Attackers win that one route, and potentially the next one as well, as they'll have an equal advantage.
Yep, very solid setup. Again, that's how you play the man advantage. You have one tucked away in the back corner, and you played it out well. Mountain Union Varsity did get snuck up on. Very, very well placed shot coming out of Riggs. I think that was 2 that he actually picked up. So very, very nice opening. And now, again, they're running the...
Just as we're getting ready to go through into this next round, we're seeing it as the natural 2-3 split that Orbital was talking about. The man with the big brain, he knows exactly everything about this game, and well, Wait to see if maybe these defenders know exactly what's going on as the players are so crucially close. The Cypher line maybe giving away the position of Riggs, and they're going to pop out from... No, the smoke, but the flash is timed perfectly, and look at that, a free triple kill. They'll pick out the man on heaven, they'll push on to site, they'll get this plant confirmed, and well, Real Blackbird is looking in the wrong position. He's looking at the wrong player. Divine's going to pick that one out. Flawless on the round. Flawless on their attacking half so far. But can they continue?
I mean, that's what you want to see, especially on an eco round. You want all your weapons in your hands, and this gives you a much better chance to swing over to the final round with everything in hand, right? So the last time we saw this occur, it did end in a 2-1, but we saw the side of, I believe it was Montclair, sit with much lower in that 4th round. So this is going to be a little bit better, right? If Mount Union Varsity come out with the win, because they are sitting, I believe, with the Eris and Vandals, if they win the round, Montclair Red should still be able to full buy. No one should be sitting on an SMG or pistol. Should be a much cleaner 4th round and a much better chance at coming back, stifling Mount Union Varsity out of getting to that all-important 11th or 12th round.
Yeah, that's it, but that ultimate pickup maybe is not advisable considering it is the sound call to shout out to everyone, look, we're going to be taking this site, and well, it looks as if Mount Union are well prepared. Watson has picked up the Cypher, but Stingo with the refrag. Blizz so close, he's so near, he has the Spectre in hand, but the flash isn't timed right, and nobody actually acts upon that. Spike hasn't been confirmed because of Blizz's position, but Divine Swing is absolutely godly, and remember, there is Phrase coming in from behind. That's a key position we need to watch for later in the round, is that, well, that info dart could be huge. And finally we see Divine getting shut down, and it's almost like a bloodbath. It's down to one player. The 2 remaining players have done so well on the defensive side. He's got answers of his own, but those answers are wrong. The defuse coming out, and well, we'll need to see that full buy coming through from the side of Montclair Red.
Very, very...
Just to break this one down for you, we're obviously going to see not a full buy coming from Mount Union due to the fact that, well, they lost a couple players on that round. It's not advisable considering you've only got a Bulldog, a Sheriff, not even full shields coming out from there. Salio doesn't have full shields as well on the Operator. He hasn't been doing too well, and, well, I mean, this is the thing, Orbital, with the fact that Salio doesn't have full shields, he's only got an Operator. He's going to be kind of playing far back, but surely if he's going to start counteracting some of these other defenders, it could potentially be failed.
Yeah, it's a huge gamble that you're taking, so you're going to give yourself the best chance possible. We'll see how well they can play it out, because they're fading over towards the A site. It is a 4 versus 5 with one only holding, and this is pretty standard. Opening fire, Blackbird is going to get one.
That's absolutely huge. That's a great pick there. Being able to take out Blizz, that's your, well, I guess your almost person that takes up so much control. Blackbird using his ultimate to perfection, almost being able to pick up that extra health just from using his ultimate and gaining information that there are players in towards mid. Well, it looks as if they're going to go for the rotate, and well, all the defenders have kind of read into this. They are even on the man count, so right now everything looking okay for these 2 teams, but oh no, the man count is actually in favour of the attackers if they decide to push this site, if they decide this is their correct decision. Obviously the info dart will give away exactly where they're going to be pushing into, but maybe this is something they can manipulate later in the match. But right now we need to focus on this one right now. The alarm bot going out, and so is the nanos, but Phrase is picking up Riggs, Watson picking up Dingo, Phrase with a double, and it's down to Salio and the clip of a finger. And the pull of a triggered Salio with a great pick. That could be huge. That could potentially start the ball rolling for Montclair Red, but the time is ticking down. 10 seconds. Mission critical, and the spike is down on the ground. It seems as if Salio's going to have to push into sight, but it looks as if he's actually going to save this Operator. A well-advised decision, and well, this is going to be huge for the next round.
Yeah, very, very well done. And again, there's no reason to sacrifice the Operator. You can go back, get full armor and everything of the sort. But very well done on the rotate and the hold by, I believe it was Watson and Phrase. Both of them came in clutch with those pinches, and Mount Union Varsity put themselves just 2 rounds away from victory. Not only that, you get a great potential setup here. Riggs and Dingo might not have the purchases available. They're probably going to sit on an SMG, or they're just going to hold for that final round. It's a choice of either sacrificing this to be put on match point the entire time, and that is what they're going to go for.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, this is the thing. If Salio does actually get a free pickup of a kill, he could potentially fling the operator to someone else and actually go in with the Blade Storm. But again, whether they decide to go for that's something for them in call. Right now, we're seeing a full stack up on towards the A site. The Eldron giving away the position of Phrase. And oh, here we go. The Hunter's Fury coming out. Can they drop that operator? But it's Salio dropping Chief. There's a quick double kill just like that, and they're going to push on towards side. Blackbird shot out by that door and by the smoke. Can't even get a line of sight, and that information from the side of Ultimate will be huge. Nothing to be scoffed at as well. The thing is though, can the attackers actually use that information to turn into a round win? Looks as if the Sova is actually going for a rotate in towards trees. Real Blackbird though, will he be gone by the time the Sova is there? It doesn't seem to be the case. Pushes through the smoke but doesn't gain anything as well. Quickly takes out the operator player. The Jet rig still stuck under heaven as the players are directly above him. We can hear the footsteps, the electric arrow going out, but the Phantom not even able to pick up the kills, and the attackers win that one out. And not necessarily a thrifty round, but in a round with less eco.
Yeah, that was all of the aggressive ultimate push that they did. A great intel from Heaven, and then the tracking with the Hunter Fury. That's something that a lot of Sovas do very, very well. And I have to congratulate Divine on that, who's currently on the leaderboard for his team, right? 18, 12, and 7. He's done it multiple times. He's gotten the frags that he needs. But that all-important pick, the tracing that you get and the information you get from Hunter's Fury, gave the opportunity, took out that long-range opponent, and it allowed Montclair Red to just flood into the site. Very well done to manage. They just have to do that a few more times because they can't afford to trade rounds.
Yeah, they certainly can, and already it looks as if Mount Union have decided, right, let's just full send it, try and catch these players off guard. Not going to be the case, though, as they're getting picked apart. It's like savage wolves with all the teeth and claws prepared for this battle. No Chief and Real Blackbird are close to it. They will now with that dog confirming their position, but no, they're not able to pick up their frags, especially after having the information advantage. They have dropped off Divine. Look at his position, look at his outline. He's actually managed to sneak onto Heaven. Do they know? It doesn't seem to be the case though, as Watson, Chief and Blackbird are all stuck on a site. Again, information. Will the rotate be perfect here? Do they know? Do they actually know exactly where to go? It seems to be the case as they're going through mid, and while Divine, he's going to hold Heaven. This could stop all sorts of rotates. They're waiting to close out that door, and it seems as if this rotate, the way they've set up, is almost perfect.
Healing over here.
Yeah, with 30 seconds. Oh, I'm a little bit worried that heal is still up, so it still has plenty in the tank, but I was a little bit worried if they popped that early when it wasn't needed. That was going to be a rough time, but here we go. They're going the long route. Zalia actually popped the Blade Storm now a little bit late in the round, but better late than never. As they're going to take the chance in the mid, though, Divine gets one.
He certainly does, and look at that. It looks as if the Sky Ultimate has actually been wasted because of the door. All stuck outside, Chapin, maybe trying to get in, but nobody answering that one. There we go, the Blade Storm taking the first engagement, losing that one out. Chief taking out Salio, but remember, seems as if they're going to save, and Montclair Red going to win this one out, make it 11-7.
No worries about that, and again, Mountain Union Varsity aren't scared about that, right? One round loss is not that big of a deal considering they're at 11, right? So the way you look at it is Montclair Red have to hit, I think it's 4 rounds to 1 of Mountain Union Varsity. That's what the bounce back is for. So as long as Mountain Union Varsity win 1 in the next 2, they're happy. They're ecstatic about that current situation. And Montclair Red are still the ones on the back end. Now granted, Montclair Red doing a fantastic job. That rotate, pure bliss, notifying themselves of that, keeping the weapons hot. And they'll have to fight through 1 more buy round, right? Mountain Union Varsity, this is their last buy round before they start hitting that poor eco. If Montclair Red get that, they have an opportunity to get back in this game and potentially run it into the double digits.
Well, this is the thing though as well. You've got to look at Mount Union. They've actually got so many ultimates on board, and it's not as if it's like a couple of rubbish ones or ones that are not necessarily as effective as the rest. Right? You've got the Sky ultimate. That's great information. Killjoy for retake, and also you've got an Astra that can shut out players. But why use any of that when you can just get Blackbird getting the entry kill? That's huge.
Yeah, perfect setup, and he's actually done really well. It's Blackbird and Phrase. These two are always topping each other, basically saying, hey, look, I can do better than you, no matter what happens. And so I want to see it even more so. Mountain Union Varsity gave themselves a huge heads-up lead that has stalled out Montclair Red, and they're kind of curious. Every time they lose a member, they tend to default to rotating completely. So if Mountain Union Varsity get a good read on this, maybe they can prep a little bit of a device with Sky and the Sky and Phoenix on the far end. It's not much utility to work with, but plenty to lay into at least one or two more.
30 seconds left.
I know this is our first time working together, man, but I appreciate your big brain because it's really helping me get a good picture. Imagine all the viewers at home, they're going to be happy with it. All the information I'm getting because you're really painting a picture for us and almost a perfect flash. Well, the Sky, the ultimate is going to be perfectly shut down by that Astra utility pushing through, and no, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. The gun squad ready, but Dingo's picked up one. Well, look at this. Looks as if it's all over just like that. 3 seconds left. Frey's going to shut down Dingo, and as you said, they only needed to win one round. Well, it's match point.
And now it has to be perfect, right, from Montclair, and you described it best, right? Them walking in, them running through, and the setup from the Phoenix was gorgeous, right? First, the Seekers stall them out and notify that they're there. They get the information that the footsteps are there. They throw down the hot hands, I believe that's what it was, and they stop the initial charge. It forced Montclair Red, because of the timer, when you're pinched between time and damage, you have to take the damage every single time, and now you're in this dire position. So a 1-4 setup, little bit difficult. You only have that Brimstone ultimate, so maybe go with the orbital strike, maybe give yourself a fighting chance, but that orbital strike is so hard to hit if you don't know where anyone is.
Oh, they don't know where Blackbird is. Double kill just like that. Huge. Phoenix clicking the fingers, pull the trigger, all that jazz. We all know exactly what it is, and Fraser's going to pop that Empress to try and confirm the round. And do they know? Well, they'll know now as the operator sings but doesn't pick up anybody. Dingo, baby, he is going to be laughing as he evens out that man count. Divine taking the advantage, but traded out just like that. The spike has went down, but that's absolutely huge. Remember, we still have a Cosmic Divide to work with. This is something that could potentially help out. And well, we can't talk about Eco or the next round because we need to talk about this one. This one needs to be a round when it needs to be converted. And there we go, the Cosmic Divide has been confirmed after that.
Yeah.
So the defender Killjoy, that's huge. Sussy Burka has picked up Divine, and it's now up to Salio. He is feeling a little bit claustrophobic. The Killjoy has played it almost perfectly, but detained. Oh no, he can't even deny the defuse. This is basically Mount Union win. We have confirmed our first map win, played to perfection. Just like that, you like to see the Killjoy ultimate for the retake, and just like that, the defenders win it out the way you wanted.
I was so curious if they were going to see the Cosmic Divide at lockdown, and I said it, that lockdown is by far my favorite ultimate. I can't hit anything for crap when I play. I'm terrible at aiming. So what to do, I give myself that CC advantage. I give myself that priority where I don't have to shoot. I force the opponent into unfamiliar territory. I force them to make that unfortunate, lesser two evil situation, and that's exactly how they wander around. They suffer right there. They don't allow Montclair Red to come back, and they take it home 13-7, a very, very strong score.
I think it's something else that we need to talk about is the combination with the two ultimates, right? Because first we saw the Cosmic Divide, right? And that shuts out like the kind of entryway, the A main area, and then you've got the what's called the Killjoy ultimate, the lockdown, that pushes them out to A main. So therefore, 1, they don't have a line of sight. 2, they can't shoot through it. And 3, the spike was planted in such an unfortunate position that no matter what, I mean, that Jet would have been really struggling to get that kill and deny the defuse.
Yeah, it was so well timed from them. And yes, it's happenstance that they only had those two ultimates at the end. And yes, it's happenstance that you only had 2 left. If it were 3 or 4, that could have easily been a push by Montclair Red and just take it. That's what the lockdown does. It causes you either to push as hard as you can or to fall back. And in that situation, they had to take the fallback. So very well done on both sides, and no hate to Montclair Red because they put up one valiant fight and they showed they have guts. I can't wait to see what they bring in game 2.
Yeah, that's it. And well, we're going to get set up for game 2 right about now. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Don't go far. Get yourself some snacks, cut a drink, and well, we're going to take that 5-minute break. See you soon.
Shut me up, please dance with me, and I'll sing to you a symphony. Won't you kiss me? Shut me up, please dance with me, and I'll sing to you a symphony. Won't you kiss me? Shut me up, please dance with me, and I'll sing to you a symphony. Won't you kiss me? Shut me up, please dance with me, and I'll sing to you a symphony. Won't you kiss me? Shut me up, please dance with me, and I'll sing to you a symphony. Won't you kiss me? Shut me up, please. She's a goddess, a wish from a star in my heart. Oh, yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the NECC Valorant. We are watching the Challengers Yellow Division, and I am Cairo, one of your casters, but I'm joined with the biggest brain in NA that I have met is Obdo. How's it going, bro?
It's going all right. My internet was a little bit spotty towards the end there, but I'm excited to see what these teams can bring once again. It's going to be a good time. It's going to Haven, which is one of my favorite maps, so I can't wait to see what they bring.
Yeah, without a doubt. And well, this is it. We are really getting down to the nitty gritty of it. We're now seeing, well, how pressure works on these both teams. I like the saying pressure makes diamonds, but are we gonna just get are we gonna get the diamonds? I mean, this is the thing we don't know as well. We're gonna get straight into this operator select, or sorry, agent select, I should say. Too busy thinking about other games. But what are you expecting to see on this Haven matchup?
I'm expecting to see Blackbird and Frey still kick things off. I'm very curious to see if it was only on that first map that they were very good, or if it's all around they are the star of the team, right? Sometimes you get players that I like to call map specialists. These are players that excel on practicing on this map over and over again. And I've said it so many times, anyone that's listened to me, it's probably so tired of me saying it, but it's true. Both Blackbird and Fraze were the stars of their team just last game, and if they can do it here again, it is going to be so entertaining. We did have a swap out, though. I believe we do have Clumsy coming in for Dingo on the side of Montclair Red, and that might make all the difference for them as it brings an Astra to the table.
Yeah, this could be huge, and you've got to remember this is also Montclair's pick. Which is something that, well, I mean, obviously you pick the map that you're best at. Maybe they just let us enter through the ban phase, and it's just maybe not a map that done that necessarily practiced on? Question mark.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell. What I did recognize is Mountain Union Varsity did not look as clean on the defender side than on the attacking side. So that shows to me that they're not good at responses. They're good at aggression. They're good at putting their own timing. So now being put on that back end first, now that they're on
yeah, without a doubt, man. And well, straight away we have to look at what guns are being picked up. We've got Blizz on the light armor. That's going to be interesting. Obviously, the Cypher, not someone you kind of link with maybe an aggression style. Obviously, the light armor kind of links to that because, well, you want to tank more bullets if that's going to be the case. And well, we need to see how these go. And well, Orbital, you just got a little bit cut out there, but I was going to let you finish up your point.
It's okay. It's the same old that I always like to say at the opening, so let's watch the action.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. And well, it seems away straight away. Chief's going to pick up Divine, and well, maybe this is starting as they seem to go on. Salio peeking out maybe the wrong time. Plenty of utility being used up. Electric arrows, all sorts, but nothing netting anything. The only thing that's been netted is the loss of a player, but it's actually a bait. This could be huge. The spike has been planted, and there we go. All the stars have been used from Astra. Smokes and all sorts, blocking off lines of sight. Watson with a key placed camera is obviously trying to gain some information, but whether that's been communicated effectively is something that we'll need to see as well. They're still taking their time, pushing through a little bit of spam through that box at the back of C, but nothing being gained exactly where that spike was, but it was so close to Clumsy. And well, it looks as if Montclair Red have exactly the setup that they need. Sans picked up, Blackbird picked up too, but can't pick up the third. Freeze with the entry is huge, and the bomb is ticking away. Maybe tick too far as well. They're going to go for the defuse, but it is far too late. Riggs and Blizz are going to shut them down, and the attackers win the first round out.
Well done by Montclair Red. Mountain Union Varsity took a little bit too long trying to get into the site, and I always like to say I like to see more aggression in the pistol rounds. You have nothing to lose at that point. You didn't buy anything crazy. You didn't really have any major weapons, so you can afford to be a little bit more gung-ho. I like to call it the skill check, right? How well are you on that trigger control? How quickly can you pull that trigger and get the shot off? They move a little bit slow, though, and they actually give over a little bit more. I think it was... I want to say it was Watson or Chief that actually ended up not getting as much money as the others, died after that round. So a little bit of rough time. We'll see what Montclair Reds still have in their pocket and what more they can do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is it. We'll need to see exactly if they can press the issue. Again, map pick. Got to be feeling confident, got to be feeling good, especially after winning out a pistol round like that. The info dart is going to go out, but gaining no position, only giving away their position. And well, there we go, the Astra utility has been used. No plank, but well, we are going to get the frag. The flag coming through now. Riggs getting ready to swing on that Astra smoke, but no, Blizz is going to take out Freeze. That's the key frag of the one we were talking about earlier, and now straight with the pull of a trigger. down to the last player. It's all down to this Cypher. He's feeling a bit claustrophobic. He's feeling the danger, and all the bullets are getting traded back and forth. Flawless round for these attackers for Montclair Red, and maybe this is something that we didn't expect to happen just like that.
I half expected it with the weapons that they purchased. I am surprised that they were able to get onto B that easily. It's become more commonplace that when you're rushing or you're just trying to push, it's more common to push B. It's a shorter route, much more close quarters combat, and you have a little bit of a tactical advantage on anyone that's trying to hold. So I like it. Montclair Red keep all their weapons once again, give themselves a great position to set up in. Mountain Union, of course, sitting with just about every weapon in the book. Light armor on Frey is going to be a little bit difficult, but it is their chance. This is that bonus round. Should be able to take one back for themselves.
Well, you'd hope so, especially with the way things have been going. It looks as if they're actually going to push the issue on towards B. I mean, this is the thing, though. They do have Spectres. It's not as if they have guns that you don't expect them to win and phase maybe his position. Yes, it has been given away just like that. The Astra utility being used to almost perfection, and while we're just waiting for that plant to come through, yes, there it is, and we can just back off and deny from long angles, but not going to be the case, as it looks as if Blackbird's going to pick up Rex. The players still left on site. No one's really decided to get aggressive. I see that Divine's going to get dropped. This flash coming out, but will they pick up the frags? Yes, they will. It's down to one player. It's down to the Jet. But they have the marshals. They have the ability to deny, but can they get the frags? This is it. They're shooting now, but nothing is being gained. Close, but no cigar for Montclair Red. They'll pick up that extra eco. They'll be happy with that, but maybe not happy that, well, they give away some so easy kills.
I mean, they only gave one away, and in that scenario, having 3 or more is always going to be considered a win. Looking at Frey's now, Frey's one of the lower ones in the totem pole right now. Only, I want to say, had a minor set of about 3,500. Yeah, gonna run with that SMG. That's fine. That's okay in the current scenario. The problem comes out is the fact that the entirety of Montclair Red were able to full purchase. So they're going to be really, really happy about this. Main one, Salio, 420, has the operator in hand. I want to see where they're going to go, and agreeably, they are going to go A, give it a chance, use that operator to its fullest.
Oh my god, look at this, the aggression coming out straight away, and, well, they've shut down both players that went in towards sewers. The Phoenix maybe feeling a little bit hesitant now, especially after giving away his location with that recon bolt. But Riggs still there, he's going to net a whole lot of damage. Remember, the Phoenix can heal himself out, but that electric arrow won't actually be able to confirm the kill. Maybe if he just didn't bounce it, he would have got it. The flash going out, maybe just try and mark his territory, tell the players exactly that he's watching this position, to be wary that he is there. Remember, it is Blackbird, but, well, there's no bird anymore. He's been de-winged, he can't fly. Looks like she's getting ready to get aggressive. The flash is perfect, and no, the Reyna flash, the Leah isn't perfect. The location that coming out, she's feeling claustrophobic. He's dead. And now it's all up to the Cypher, rotating far too late. Maybe didn't want to get caught off guard by the earlier round where we saw a little bit of a bait coming through from that side. With that being the case, he's almost forfeited the round.
Very well done so far from Montclair Red on the attacking. We can see their strengths kind of showing here, and again, it is their map, so Sally will finish it off. And with 4 alive, that puts Mountain Union Varsity on the back foot. They are going to have to work their way up from nothing. They do have a decent amount. If they do wish, that might be a hero rifle coming out and potentially buy through. I didn't think all of them had full purchases, so this is going to be a somewhat half-buy scenario. A couple SMGs, couple sheriffs, and it should be able to work from there.
So, but why would you half buy in this situation? Would you not rather like just reset, or do you think they've assessed their eco and went, right, you know what, we've got enough to kind of do this and just go forward with the next buy in the next round, but have a little bit of firepower for this one?
I understand the half buy scenario is you feel like you can win some of the gun rounds. I disagree with it because it does put you into that situation where you might not be able to buy next round afterwards, right? You're still stuck in that cycle of buying SMGs, buying half your utility. So Mountain University are basically stating they feel confident that they can take some of these fights if they get up close and personal. If that's how they feel, that's great. They just got to show us that through their gameplay right now.
I mean, that's it. You're always feeling confident, but surely you would want to put the advantage in your favour. I mean, this is the thing. We can't get into the comms. We can't actually ask these questions. Oh no, the switch onto the pistol was certainly not advised, but Salio is there to actually just make amends for equal out their man count. And these players are certainly taking up key positions here, but it looks as if it's going to be a garage through into C option from Montclair Red. That Cypher tripwire will be something to watch for later when the retake does come through. We do see that Cypher there very close, but it's going to get shot out. Watson almost getting shot out. Also, Real Blackbird, he is getting ready for the retake, but it's Chief that's the one that's, well, quick on the trigger, quick to take out player on site. Astral Utility coming out, that's key, that's going to be absolutely perfect. And here we go, the Seekers, the Angry Cabbages, they're trying to find the player's position, and well, all the gunfights being taken, but it's the attackers winning it out. Salio with a triple, Watson left on his own, able to shut down Salio, but it's Riggs pick up Watson, and the attackers to pick up the round.
Yeah, but they did quite a bit of damage. So for that round purchase, we're now sitting here and they can actually buy up with those kills that they got. So it looks like Mountain Union Varsity were able to pull off what they wanted. They put a little bit of a dent in the economy of Montclair, even though Montclair did win 2 in a row, you know, back and forth. So we do get to see the weapons come out. We do get to see that full buy come through, which I think I might have miscalculated a little bit. It's a risky shot, but they still got the work done. And now we get, you know, the first true full weapon buy versus full weapon buy.
I mean, see, the thing is, I don't know if you noticed it, but they actually were able to, they weren't able to pick up the Operator, but they're able to pick up Blackbird. But that's huge for the eco in the later rounds, because, well, that's Salio's eco broken if they don't win this one out.
I know exactly where.
It's a minor decision, but it has a macro impact in the whole entire game. Cypher Cage going out. That's huge to deny so much lines of sight, but isn't able to deny enough a line of sight to actually win it out. And, well, Divine maybe getting a tad too aggressive as the plant is confirmed. We would rather have the man advantage on the retake and just trade it all out. Not going to be the case though, as it's going to be a bit of a worrying scenario as the Rainer going to the back of sight will meet two players, a Sova and an Astra. Only the Jet to actually hold down the CT retake. Riggs, first contact, swinging phrase is going to gain absolutely nothing. Net no damage. Sussy looking to get through the smoke, looking to get through the Astral Utility. Not going to be the case. Salio with the Operator, maybe not advised to be so far in towards sight. The info dart will potentially deny the retake. Yes, it will. It'll give away Sussy's position, but will not give away that frag. That's huge if the Operator can't be picked up. It's not going to be picked up, and I spoke about it earlier. Salio's economy was broke. It will have to be a buy from someone else.
It's going to be a bit rough, but again, the damage was done plenty enough, and actually it looks like they had enough, so maybe foregoing maybe one of those updrafts or dashes.
Yeah.
Still plenty to work with, right? 11 for doubling the next one on their own board. Riggs at 5, 1, and 3. This is a great place for Montclair Red to be in, and I was wondering, you know, how were they going to do on their attacking side? They didn't really get an attacker side back on the first map. Here, they're the ones running it. This is also their map pick, so they feel a lot more confident moving through. And with Salio picking them off, this is basically a Phrase rerun, right? This is Phrase all over again in the beginning stages. Is it going to happen again? High chance, yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. And well, it really has been I guess a chat about the attack and Haas from the two teams. But right now, we'll need to see if maybe the defenders can gain some ground, and maybe that's where the key position is. Maybe that's how you win it out. But Divine, he's winning out plenty of gunfights, as we do see the Phoenix, getting felled in that position. They're potentially looking to go through onto that C site. Will we see the plant coming through? We'll need to see. As Divine's picked up a key double kill. That's absolutely huge, and overhealing for the next gunfight coming his ways. The players have decided to go from B through near in towards garage. The spike has been planted. Time ticking by. Divine on 3, potentially on for the ace, as all the players are near him. Astra getting ready to turn. Yes, there we go. He is on for the ace. There's only one more left. The Sky deciding to actually save. Will Divine on Astra remaining. Time ticks down. Chief taking his time, not giving away anything, and well, I think we're going to see a round win for Mount Union. Sorry, for Montclair Red, 6-1 on the half, and we're just waiting for that to be confirmed, and maybe an ace for Divine.
Maybe if Chief decides to kind of let it through, but it's going to be a questionable time. So, yep, that goes the round. And Montclair Reds sit with 6. They're very happy about this turn of events. Blackbird and Frey's going to go ahead and purchase up, and this is going to be their attempt again, right? Now they get another chance at it.
Yeah.
Now they get to kind of force their way through, and we get to see Fraze with that operator. This is the only time that Fraze has picked it up, I think, so far in this game. I want to see it utilized properly, set it up on long exactly like they've done. And if Montclair Red aren't expecting it, this is going to be a huge surprise for them.
I mean, this is it. I mean, you just want to surprise your opponents, and you can easily tilt them with something that you don't expect. That could be the flip of the coin that they need. Right now, it doesn't seem to be the case, as the Eldron will give away Fraze's position. Key to actually use your utility, use what's in your pocket, and, well, not make too many mistakes. We are seeing the slow approach come out that we saw being used by Mount Union on their attack last game. Right now, the dog going out to gain that information, and well, it's only the Cypher that will give away his. There we go, the lair has been confirmed. The flash coming out, the Astra smoke actually denying the line of sight. Huge, and the Molotov. The hot hands from Real Blackbird's gonna almost kill Divine, so close. Phoenix is still in that position, maybe potentially always not advised, and yes, there we go, but quickly refrag. Great coordination, and look at this, all the trades coming out, and
You are divided.
have still got control of sight. That is a huge cosmic divide, don't get me
30
wrong
seconds
though.
left.
The man advantage is still in favour of the defenders, the spike being confirmed, and there we go, the Astra smoke will come out to just further make things unadvisable. Fraze so close, has decided to pick up the rifle. That could be huge for close quarters. CQC combat. No, they're not actually going for it. They're going to pick up Clumsy, but Salo with a huge double. A triple! Attackers, they go 7-1 up, and Salio goes huge.
You know, there's a point where you can have all the tactics in the world, and it comes to not in the face of a beautiful outplay. Salio with a double headshot getting, I wanna say luck, but I think it was skill on the first two openers, and then the swing back over. It was a glorious play, and all the analytics can go out the window. That is raw skill and talent that we just saw. Salio deserves that triple.
I mean, this is the thing, this is a strategic shooter, but sometimes it just matters about the shooter part. I mean, this is huge for Montclair Red, because, well, they're just continuously putting nails on the coffin of Mount Union, and, well, there we go, even with a sniper rifle in hand, it's Divine that wings it out, using a dismiss to gain information, but as Watson only giving himself away. Salio not being able to pick up that frag in towards Suez, but it's Clumsy is able to take control of B site, and all the frags coming in favour of these attackers. Is it going to be flawless? It's certainly looking likely, but no, Watson has taken out Divine, but can't pick up another. The attackers 8-1 on this half. They do not look as if they're going to stop.
No, they look so confident moving in, and you can tell they picked up the pace here. They want to move to game 3 after this win. They want to put this one in the books. They say, hey, look, game 1, a little bit rough. Game 2 is all ours. Move it into that third. Go in with a strong mental mindset, right? Going in and taking this game maybe 13-3, 13-4 would be a huge boost to them. Not only that, it would put Mountain Union varsity on the rougher end. I always like to say, if it's going to be either a 3-game series or a 5-game series, I would much rather be on the losing end at the beginning and come into games, 3-4 or game 3, if it's a best of 3, after winning game 2, right? It just feels better. You have the momentum swing in your hand. So very, very well done. Montclair Red looking to shut this one out.
Oh, it doesn't even... see, when you have rifles and you're thinking to yourself, right, this is the one that we take, and then the ultimates come out, they make things worse, and the utility tilting that one out. They're still on even man counts though, the dog being huge for huge information. Divine has been concussed, but then this does come out. 2 players apiece make that one. Well, this is the thing. Is in a really good position. The flash coming out, but it's Watson swing 8-2, and finally we see some sort of pulse from Mount Union.
And that was a really good play on the blind, peeking along with the blind. We've seen it with the other Sky as well, following up on the Wolf, right? Has been something that people really like to do. Instead of using that Wolf, the Trailblazer, as just a general peeker, you follow with it, because most people are instinctively gonna shoot the Trailblazer. So very, very well done to be able to find that one. And with 4 ultimates up in their pocket, Mountain Union Varsity are ready to mount at least some sort of comeback, right? Get these next 2 rounds in the half, feel pretty good moving into the second, and maybe if you're more confident on the attacker side, give yourself a safety.
Yeah, with 2 kills coming out straight away, and Blackbird only gets taken out his ultimate, so they've got 5 men on the board. That's huge. It wasn't even a refrag, it was just an ultimate shutdown, and while Montclair Red will be maybe feeling a little bit, sweating a little bit, but will they give away this round just yet? Remember, 3 men can still win out a round. I mean, 1 man could win out a round, especially when you have one-shot mechanics, but still plenty of utility in favour of these defenders. And there we go, the ultimate does come out from the attackers. That is the Cosmic Divide, and Divine is dividing players in half. We're down to 3s just like that. The plant being confirmed. But there we go. Chief so close. Oh, the Astra, that's a huge flash, but the flag goes in favour of Clumsy. Phrase on the long angle with that operator. Watson close in towards Garage. Will he be able to pick up the frags? This is it, the time's ticking down slowly. When you look at this men count, it looks like 3 on the side of the attackers, but it's technically 4. This time is helping them out no matter what happens here. Nobody giving anything away. It seems as if the round is almost over, but Define has smelled, can hear his prey so close. He's decided to push forward. Looks as if everybody's going to a seed position for the explosion, for the fireworks. But is there going to be any more fireworks to finish out the round? Trying to shut down his operator, but no, Divine gets shut down himself.
Last round before the switch.
Ooh, and that's not gonna feel good for Divine, who's currently only sitting at 3K. Main thing is, you know, you lose your weapon after the round ends, and since you won, you get nothing, right? You really don't get much. So this last round, the rest of your buddies are going to help you out, right? I think we just saw a drop, I'm pretty sure, because I didn't see that 2K move at all on Divine's pocket. So someone was gracious enough to give that greedy runner a little bit more. And at Mountain Union Varsity, it's rough, right? Blackbird's sitting on a single sheriff. That's not what you want to see in the last round of the half, but it's better than nothing. Give it a last hoorah. Double Neurofest on the sides is going to be really funny to watch as Clumsy goes ahead and takes first blood.
That's know exactly as well. That's so huge, and the Cypher ultimate is going to give away everyone's position. This could be huge because now, well, the attackers, they can make up their mind exactly where they want to go. It's not going to be C site. It looks as to be A as well. All 4 attackers are going there, and it's only the arena number 9 on your map in towards Garage. It's really went elsewhere. Chief very close and vulnerable after that Astra utility, but it's the other players that are vulnerable. It's down to 3 each. Man, finally being confirmed. That extra man that I talked about earlier, time is out in favour of these attackers as well. The retake has to come through. Will they be good? Well, that's the thing, you know, the Cypher ultimate from the defenders is actually huge because now they know exactly where to look. The camera coming out just to confirm, and no, they now know the information that confirm that Blackbird is on Heaven, and Rex will use that position to win that one out. Salio so close, the 9 waiting, just wanting swing, but can't do so just yet. Can't give away his position. Well, he's went for it, and now all the remaining attackers will clap down on the players trying to retake. The attackers win it out in a 10-2 is absolutely huge.
Sheer domination. You know, we saw Mount Union Varsity in game 1 take a pretty commanding lead. That was still, at the end of the day, 13-7, right? This one's looking much closer to, I would say, a 13-3 or 4. This is Montclair Red potentially putting themselves at match point if they win this opening pistol round. That is exactly how it's going to go if they win it, right? Mountain Union Varsity, now they're on the attacking side. And remember, like I said, they looked much stronger on their attack than they did their defense back in game 1. So if the same thing holds true, expect Phrase and Blackbird to pop off here. Expect them to start catching people unawares, maybe Chief also to step up as they have been. Multiple opportunities. Let's see if they can play it out.
Yeah, this is it. And I mean, this is the thing though, right? If we see Montclair Red win out on this round, I mean, the next one they win, I mean, they're almost expected to win goes to match point. This is going to be huge for Mount Union Varsity. They need to win this one out. They need to do the damage, and right now it seems as if Montclair Red have walls because they are reading into this rotate, and it's the Reyna that reads into it far too well, shutting down one, but the Cypher's so close because, you know, yes he does, he's going to start firing those bullets, but shut down 4 players remaining on the defenders.
One
The
enemy
Blizz,
remaining.
the opposing Cypher, the
down A.
doppelganger is going to shut this one out. Defenders win round 11, and it's like I said, Orbital, Montclair Red are expected to win the next one.
Yeah, and honestly, this is something that maybe Montclair Red has picked up on, and if I am, maybe they can confirm it later on Twitter or whatever, but it feels like they've gotten a read on Mountain Union. Whenever Mountain Union either get a pick or get picked off, they have a tendency to rotate. They have a tendency to give up on that engage, and they read it like a book, right? Montclair, as soon as they get a frag, cool. All right, split someone over to A. Know that Mountain Union Varsity are going to run. They are going to try and swap things up on us. Swap before them. You get everyone in position before, and you win. Salio 2 with that. Marshall, make it possibly 3. Nope, emptying all of the bullets. That's 3. Okay, Salio, okay. Oh my gosh.
What is just happened? What have we had just witnessed? That is absolute slaughter at its purest form.
Match
That
point.
Marshall plate. Orbital is like you said before, man. It's just pure mechanical ability.
It is. And Salio, 21 bombs. This is insane. That's well over a 1.0 KDA. It's complete domination. That's all I can say. So very, very well done so far. And even more, right? I want to see this continue onwards into the third game of the day. If you walk into this, if you can take this round right here, you are going to feel so good. You shut it down, you get 3 in a row, and it's over. So Mountain Union Varsity got a long road ahead of them. They take it 1 for 1. That's not going to do it as Salio also opens up with 1.
Yeah, without a doubt, the trade's coming out, and oh my
Jeez.
god, what is this? This is absolutely... I couldn't even catch it, you can only get excited. A little bit of BM there, potentially, what's it left with it all to do, and well, we're just getting a little bit naughty here, just really taking our time, having a little bit of fun, but Blizz, he doesn't want to have fun, he just wants to get on to bind, and what a match that is from Montclair Red.
Ridiculous. 13 and I think 2. Just a complete shutout by Montclair Red. And again, Salio stepped up out of nowhere. I didn't expect it. Game 1 didn't fill me with a lot of hope, and they proved me wrong. And I love being proved wrong whenever I cast. I love being seen as someone that is wrong because the teams show up. They prove me wrong. The grand show. And it's been a while. We go to a game number 3. Can't wait to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, one thing that we need to point out is, I mean, Orbital being wrong. When does that happen? When does that ever happen? So
Actually, pretty often.
I mean, it's the caster's curse, man. We don't get a break. It's like, as soon as you decide to do one cast, it's like, for life, permanent debuff, 50% chance of being wrong.
That's how it goes, and it was such a fun game though. Montclair coming back in a way that I couldn't have expected. It was 13-7 first. Didn't expect them to be able to shut out that hard on their own map pick. And I mean, it's third game, right? Third game, it's a little bit rougher to say who is actually a little bit better. It's always the opening rounds that's going to decide it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And well, we need to take another break. Come on, we need to get our voices ready. We need to get some more water in our systems. And well, we're going to get ready for Bind if you haven't seen our map bans earlier. But with that being the case, be back in 5. Don't go far.
It's going good. First, you brought us on a lot of information, so I can't wait to see the conclusion here because no matter what, it will be the conclusion for the series. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to say, but I think they're a very aggressive focused team. They know how they want to play, they know what sites they want to go to, and they know how to rotate very, very quickly. We saw it. That's one of their excelling points is they move quickly if they don't like certain positions. However, on the defensive, they have to play to someone else's tempo. They don't like playing to the beat of someone else's drum, and that can get them in a lot of trouble. Kind of brute force it. It's if you try and brute force, you end up in 3v5s, 2v5s. So here in game 3, I want to see them manage their time a little bit better. Give if you have to. Don't try and, take a fight if it's looking like you're going to be on the wrong side of it. I'm actually expecting a little bit of a change up because this map is one that's known to not have, I want to say, that many ops coming out, right? The operators tend to have a difficult time. The angles are a little bit rough, and the corners are very, very difficult. So taking a look, I do feel like this is kind of a nerf to both Salio and Phrase. This is why we do see Phrase swapping up to the Sova. It's a little bit easier to manage. This is an agent that you can in with that Odin, but Salio is amazing, right? Salio needs to be a little bit more conscious of the fact that the operator might not yield as many results. See if they can swap it up, get a little bit closer in, fight a little bit more close quarters, and yet still produce the same results that they had in game 2.
I think it's really interesting that something we need to pick up on is the fact that Phrase has actually went towards an initiator. This is not something that we see too often. A fact that Julius swapping onto initiator. Maybe something that could be questionable. Maybe Phrase wasn't feeling too hot after the last map. But again, something that we need to see again. Phrase, doing his work on the L drone, his due diligence to make sure that nobody's hiding any off spots, gaining that intel. Divine getting ready to swing, and nearly a good one at that. Frenzy coming out there, and he's taking a little bit of an off position, maybe a little bit of a road run position, maybe, if you want to call it that. I'm not like that, because personally for me, if it's I call it an off position because it's your mistake if you don't catch them out. Salio is the only man holding down A. He does have the Sova actually behind him on towards the highest position, and well, he's the one that's going to do the damage. Blackbird, the only duelist, has been taken out, but they have went towards U-Haul. That's the position that they decided to take. The plant's going down. The Viper ball is absolutely huge for the 9 lines of sight, and well, there we go. It's Phrase that takes out Divine. A flurry of kills goes to ensue, and that's what's going to happen. It's the defenders that take the advantage, and it's just continuing. Watson left with it all to hold down this site, to hold down this plan. He's not going to be able to do it. As finally Salio shuts out this round.
It is over. Gun here.
Well done by Montclair Red, actually dealing with some of this crazy utility bunches, and it's gonna get even crazier from here on out. So well done on their side. And Salio's still opting towards that one shot, going with the Marshal. So, for all I said about the snipers, for all I said about the long ranges possibly not working, Salio says they can do it, right? And no matter what, right? Yeah, you don't have long hallways that you can kind of amplify that range advantage. It's still a strong weapon. So let's see what they do. Mount Union Varsity, though, again, with only pistols, I do feel like they're just going to try and hard push, and I love it. Rush it, get it over with, take as many as you can with you.
That's it, man. Sometimes you just got to full send it, and that's going to be the case. Clumsy with the Sheriff, isn't able to pick up anything, and finally the intel arrow goes out to confirm maybe the position, but got destroyed far too early. Clumsy feeling the pressure now as well. All the players are looking to actually clap down on these players. That's what's going to happen. Flawless on the round. No player being able to answer anything back. And well, somebody that we need to call out there, Clumsy being able to hold that site down almost by himself.
Yeah, and you can't let that utility pop off. Crazy job by Clumsy picking up, I think it was 2, no, it was 3 in there, so very well done. Mountain Union Varsity, yeah, you give it up, that's fine. Now you come into it with full weapons. Double marshals though, Salio and Bliss both pulling this off, and this is something very rare that we see here. So if we get the taste, if they can get 1 or 2, okay, come on Bliss, you can't troll me like that. Swaps it out, it's still only 1 marshal, but it's going to be a little bit slower, right? Mountain Union, no marshals in hand, take it slow, get those rifle kills, and move from there.
Well, that was a huge Asher star there to actually just deny the position for Clumsy, but no, retakes it and actually continues to pull the pressure. The dog coming out to confirm the position of Clumsy, and there we go. I don't know if that was necessarily the greatest idea just to confirm the position, but we'll need to see if that is going to be the case. Which coming out all the way, and so are all the bullets. Plenty to be traded back and forth. Liz's position known, and well, the bullets are aimed towards his position, but it's FaZe been able to get in towards sight and towards his position, but it's not even going to matter. Divine taking him out, and well, slowly we're starting to see the stall coming out for these attackers. Looks as if they're going to try and rotate out and leave 2 players to catch maybe 1 or 2, but it's not going to be the case. Oh no, is this going to be a double fake?
If it is, it's the first one they've ever pulled off, and I like it, right? But that's the sound. They're not going to chance it. Divine, no. Nope, they're still here. We're going to push, and a well-timed shot Divine back on that crazy shot.
I mean, now it just gets worrying because you've let Riggs get into this off position. He's picked up 1. Not going to pick up the 2nd, and I mean that now all we need to do is take it out and not necessarily want to give away much, but it's not going to. This is it. They're not letting anything happen. They're not letting anybody gain anything, but maybe they're letting Sussy actually. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah.
Just like that, 3-0.5. Jeez.
Yeah, and that's actually the first time we've seen it and not go the 2-1 slate like it does pretty much 95% of the time. Montclair feeling a lot more confident here, and that actually puts Mountain Union into a really rough spot. We're still seeing them buy that Marshall, but it's going to be a glass cannon Marshall buy, which I think is actually rougher than any other purchase, right? This is something that I would be okay with if you're going the operator, but with a Marshall, it has to be head or nothing, and it's Blackbird, right? Yes, Blackbird has had a great time, but on a raise, it's not as potent. You don't have that mobility that you normally want, and you're facing off against Salio. Oh dear, yep, I felt that to my core.
See when I saw like Salio just like bring out the operator, I just knew. It's like, you know how you just kind of get that final destination, kind of look into the future. You know exactly what's happening there. Well, now we're just waiting for Mount Union to walk towards their ever-impending doom, as the players on towards B site have confirmed that FaZe is near close. But will they pick up that frag? Will they be able to pick him up? This is something that we'll need to see as well. Slowly, the time is ticking away. It feels as if almost a waste of time here from Mount Union. Just as you said before, just get it over and done with, push it, and try and take these gunfights.
Yeah, there is something to say about the tempo push, and I agree. Like, I love seeing those pushes, but teams are not always comfortable with it. And if they're not comfortable with it, that's fine as well. It's such an over-aggressive gamble, and it really is throwing it away to the win, and that's just going to be the mow down. Montclair finish it off, flawless round. Again, beautiful job on their part. They are now controlling this, and they're looking stronger and stronger as the series goes on.
This is the thing, right? Like, see, especially the third round, right, where we saw the kind of bonus come out for Mount Union. So we were expecting them to win it, but not only did they lose, but they boosted their opponent's economy by giving away rifles. Because I think there was like 3 left at the end of it or something. And the fact that like they were able to kind of build that economy, build themselves up. That, well, if they lose one, we can just continue on. We don't care what you guys are doing. And right now, we're actually seeing not even full buys come out from Mount Union.
Yeah, it's too difficult to do so, and it's because I think they're kind of finding themselves in a little bit of a rut, right? They're not hitting the shots that they want. They're not getting the frags that they're hoping for, and so they're stuck in the only thing that they really know how to do. If they can't push in one zone, they rotate to the other, and it's a constant back and forth. And when you do that, when you're rotating over and over again, it actually gives the opposing team an opportunity to find 1 or 2 frags on the back end, right? You pick them off in the rotate, and Mountain Union have got to kind of solidify themselves and say, hey, sometimes we have to grit our teeth and bear it. You have to change up the pace. You can't keep rotating over and over again because your opponent is going to start reading that. It's same thing. I'm a broken record at this point. Let's see if they can change it up in time to kind of recover from this early game.
Oh, I thought the meat grinder was about to begin, but no, it's Blackbird finally getting that entry frag, and well, there goes your kill. Sorry, it wasn't even a killjoy. No, it was. I talked absolute nonsense, and well, we're getting ready for them to push on towards site. There it is, but it's Blizz that wins it out. Quickly refrag though with the plant being confirmed. The sound calls all coming through, and well, we all know what Salio can do. Can they pick up these frags? Can they pick up the remaining players on towards Site 4 are what remain? But Divine, he's got ideas of his own. The Dispas coming out. But quickly cancels. He's ready for the next gunfight, ready to pick it up. And there we go, the overheal coming out. But quickly taking out Salio!
Oh my gosh.
Like that. Defuse coming out 5-0 for Montclair Red in this game here, Orbital. What the hell is happening?
I mean, it's Montclair Red coming into their element. They're in the zone, they're pressuring well, and they're taking these retakes to the max. Mountain Union Varsity, honestly, that round was one of the better ones that we've seen in this game specifically. They were able to find the opening frag. They rotated in slowly, methodically, and made it onto site. But again, they have to be ready. As long as Salio's in there, as long as Salio is ready to go, you have to know what weapons are currently available. Salio says, screw it, I don't care about the meta. I still have the op. I'm still going to fly in your face. I'm still going to take those point-blank shots, and you have to be ready for it. So now with the ultimates in charge, Montclair Red have even more opportunities for themselves. It's going to get that much scarier. Maybe use those Seekers and help yourself out. Or even that, Riggs. Just stop it, Riggs. You can't keep doing it to him.
I think the thing is, though, it like leads into the point that you made earlier, where like if you lose the first map, you'd rather be the team that like lose the first map, wins the second, and then you've got the momentum going into the third. You've got the confidence. You're feeling good, and well, right now this is the perfect example of it. 5-0. And you're not even halfway through the half. Yeah, fair enough, they could go on to lose every single round after this, but the chances of that happening, especially when you've got Salio as hot as he is, especially when he could do things like that, I mean, that's just not going to happen. And now the spike's down, and probably one of the worst positions on site. Divine with the crazy wall bang. Freeze enters into the back of site. Flawless 6-0 right now, Orbital. My god, man.
Game 1 was a warm-up. Game 1 was a warm-up. It was just them getting into the rhythm of things, and now they've turned it on. Salio especially. It's crazy to think Salio's been...
Yeah, Salio was probably one of the bottom fraggers on that first map, you're right. And, I mean, now, he's like one of the guys that's just popping off, and right, fair enough, we have got the clumsy sub that came in through map 2, but is it that much of a difference? And I mean, Orbital, I don't know, man. Do you think the clumsy sub was that big of a difference for like map 1 to map 2?
It didn't feel like it, right? It's not clumsy that's coming out with these massive frags. It's not. Maybe it's a shot caller difference as well. But I think it's just a team coming a bit more cohesively. You know, maybe these two maps they feel a lot more confident playing on, and it's just doing better. Like right there, Phrase missing some shots. You can see him stumbling sometimes at these early frag locations.
That's it, and well, finally we do see the Brimstone ultimate come out, but it's Freeze with the entry frag. Remember, we can't really say anything about entry frags because, well, right now it's all been in favour of these defenders. Clumsy using the utility to great effect. The defender lockdown has been destroyed, and well, 2 remaining players on an island. Can they win it out? It doesn't look likely, as it's all up to Watson. My goodness gracious me, this is just a slaughter. The butchers with their knives are out.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Killjoy use the lockdown as a bait, right? That wasn't a lockdown to specifically, you know, try and detain people. It was one to bait everyone out, and Clumsy picked up 2 frags off of it. So beautiful, beautiful job on Montclair Red's side. They did expend most of their ultimates, so this is 4 ultimates against nothing. So Mountain Union Varsity do have a chance. They do have that 100 series. They do have that Cosmic Divide. The The Viper's Pit is the one that I'm really looking at. If they can get onto site quickly, of course, only with pistols, they have a chance. Maybe they're going to save them all for the next.
It will be interesting. Clumsy though, you did see the swarm grenade actually closing. Well, I don't even need the swarm grenade when you've got a rifle, the Phantom, with a double kill. And now the 3 players remaining are getting ready to enter into this meat grinder. The flash grenade goes out, but not gaining anything. The electric arrow bounced, but not gaining anything. It just seems to be the same thing over and over again. And well, Liz is going to take away the ace opportunity from Clumsy as he is traded out. It's all up to Watson.
The frenzy to the face is always so funny to watch. But yeah, Montclair, they have nothing, right? They don't need to worry about anything right now. With the ping pong economy, we see it, right? Bliss coming out with that Odin, swapping through, swaps back to, come on, I would have enjoyed the Odin myself, but Mount Union Varsity, this is going to be their chance. This is their one chance to break through. Again, now you have the rifles in hand. You have all the ultimates. I'm expecting Blackbird to try a little bit of fancy, the high-tech bounce into showstopper. This would be the time to do it. This would be your chance to make it happen and possibly knock out some of those early peakers that Montclair Red generally have set up.
I think it's interesting as well. Oh, there we go. Finally, we see the party bobber, but is it going to get anything? Oh, it does! Divine goes down, and there goes the grenade bomb buddy coming out, gaining some information, but actually misses out that Sova. That's huge. Riggs being able to persist in that position could have been big, but no, he's actually gave it out to him well now. 5 versus 4. Almost ticking down, remember, but the retake has been almost well, I say it has been perfect on every single round, and well, it seems to be even more perfect as well. It's down to 2 versus 2. A flurry of kills, the defender Killjoy, and no Clumsy left alive. Will be able to defuse and take round number 9.
Honestly, that was really good for Mountain Union Varsity. It's just they let up at the very last moment, and that last firefight came specifically down to the fact that it was just more members on Montclair Red's side, right? It was a good attempt. It was a great attempt even. It just wasn't enough, and now Montclair Red are poised. They are poised to potentially take a perfect game. They have balanced the economy so well. They kept an operator, and they're actually gonna double up. This is crazy. I saw a glimmer of it before. They're doubling up. No, come on. Yes, keep it. Keep it. Keep it clumsy. Keep it clumsy. I want to see it, and I want to see it done well. Do it for me.
Yeah, man, this is it. Well, are we going to see the full team on operators? Well, we're going to see at a disadvantage anyway. And last round was the most convincing of actually seeing Mount Union, which is the heartbreaking thing. The utility does come out and will confirm the position. Oh, the trigger discipline. Is it going to come through? No, it's not, but now it does. Picks up those frags, and well, operators are still alive.
No!
Just like that, dips in, bobbing and weaving. Salio is floating like a butterfly, but stinging like a bee. He takes out Fries. Clumsy still in towards the long area, and now he's down to the race. Blackbird, can he win? No!
Alright, Clumsy didn't get any kills with the operator. It doesn't matter. It was the distraction factor. It worked. I'm calling it that it worked. Salio running back up the rings of the kill board. Clumsy has 15. Salio has 10. Divine has 10. Doesn't matter. 10-0. 10-0. The bottom frag of Montclair Red is higher than Mount Union Varsity's highest frag. That is not a diss on Mount Union Varsity. That's just how good Montclair Red are currently playing in this game alone.
That is absolutely huge, and the thing is though, Mount Union keep getting this entry frag. Last round, we seen Divine getting taken out. Now we see the Killjoy of Clumsy getting taken out, but we can't see the conversion. Montclair Red are essentially giving freebies away to Mount Union right now. I don't know exactly what the statistic is on like winning or converting rounds after getting the entry frag, but right now Mount Union just can't seem to do it. They just seem lost almost, and well, that's maybe one for the coaches to actually sit down review, but is it going to be the case now? As Divine is so close, sprays through, gives away the position, and gives away the frag. The plant coming through. Players need to go for the retake. Salio doesn't even know that Blackbird's coming from behind. He's picked up one. No, it's all up to Riggs. He'll be feeling the pressure. He's down to 22 HP, but he's picked up 2 huge frags. Is he actually going to choose to save this Vandal? No, he's certainly. Take his time.
I don't think he
Sorry,
is. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he is.
I was just gonna say, man, I'm just gonna take his time through, and I think almost he's looking for exit frags just to do more damage to the economy. Is he gonna find it? It doesn't look likely. Sussy winning that one out, and I'll throw it back to you, Orbital.
Oh no, I agree. It's one of those rounds that was kind of done from the earlier side, and honestly, I think there have been 3 or 4 first bloods for Mountain Union Varsity, but that's the first one they converted, right? They've only won 1 round thus far in this game, so if you're looking at it from that standpoint, that's what a 20% conversion rate or something like that. Not bad, but not great. And they are getting closer, right? The last few rounds, they've slowly started to opt in to some of these scenarios. It feels like they're inching closer towards an answer to Montclair Red's kind of stalwart defense. The problem is it's not fast enough, right? You have to learn at maybe a more rapid pace, or try to at least, if you want a chance in this game.
I mean, this is the thing, though. We kind of reached this point, the same point in the last map. I don't know if you remember it. When we switched to halves, it was 10-2, and all we needed was Montclair Red to win out a pistol round, and they did win it out. And that's essentially where we're at now. We could almost be looking at match point already. Is Salio jumping up and down, gives away that frag, gives away the sight, and look at this. Look at all the red outlines. They're absolutely homing in on this, but they don't know that Riggs is close, and there we go. He swings, winning that gunfight. Something we need to notice. The fact that the Reyna is on solo HP, one spray could take her out, and maybe one of her teammates. There we go, the Cosmic Divide coming out, and so does the Viper's Pit. Plenty of ultimates have been committed to this round, maybe just trying to gain a little bit of leverage. Hunter's Fury still in the pocket for maybe the late denial. They are going to be able to take out Chief, but remember there's still plenty of other players, especially when you've got Fraz all the way out of sight, not giving away his position, but it's Watson able to take out Blizz. It's a huge kill, but remember still 2 players remaining. They don't even know where Fraz's position is. A little bit of a bait, but will it come out? And there we go, the Hunter's Fury to confirm the round. Absolutely huge. They're just waiting on Divine, and there we go. The confirmation. No, wait, what? He didn't get the final. Oh! That was close.
Yeah, Divine went for it, 1.32 seconds off. It was a good fight. Still though, 10-2. Montclair Red are perfectly happy. Remember, Mountain Union Varsity are the ones that are a little bit more, I want to say, non-confident on the defensive side. And right now, they're down so many rounds. They lose a single pistol round. That will put them at match point, right? Montclair Red will have a stalwart setup. And honestly, Mount Union Varsity just are not pressuring properly. Now on the defensive side, I expect them to spread thin like they are doing. And they're praying for that 1 or 2 opening frag, right? Looking at the leaderboard, Watson has done a very good job of doing that, keeping it 11-11-2.
Yeah.
It's honestly just been difficult. I have no other words for it. It's just Montclair Red have played that much better, and they've grown over these last few games.
I mean, how huge would it be if we actually did see a Mount Union reverse sweep? Like, them basically go almost perfect all the way to match point. Like, I would genuinely cry. I would be absolutely huge, but it's not going to be. Blackbird's down. He's out. And all the players are on low HP on A. Flash does come out. Chief looking to finally find one, but the electric arrow and Riggs classic pistol picks up the frag. 3 players to retake, but they look a little bit disjointed as Watson stuck in towards U-Haul. Does find Divine. That is what we need. We need to see the key fraggers getting taken out. Sussy in towards the security area. Freeze as well, bringing out the shock darts, nothing being games. Clumsy does pick up Sussy, but Freeze picks up his opposing Sova. Watson coming out, does pick up Clumsy, and this retake is looking viable now. It's all up to Salio, he's dead, and now the Brimstone left, and he's out of position. Right. Oh no, they don't know. They don't know where he is. taking their time, and they're looking as if the round is being confirmed. As Blizz has played this almost perfect, he swings, he takes out Watson. Sova's looking ready to scramble for the frag, and it's not going to be the case as Blizz even takes him out.
So well done, well timed, well played overall, and Montclair Red put themselves one more in the advantage. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mountain Union maybe pick up an SMG, just that hero, almost like hero rifle style. But it's done so well, right? They have done an immaculate job of coming back here. And at this point, I don't doubt that Marshall buy. That Marshall buy, I completely agree with. Salio, you prove me wrong every single time. Whenever you have this weapon in your hand, you pop off. I can't pulse it anymore. Mountain Union, they are gonna buy here. We did see it buy. Salio says no. Salio denies your buy and says no thank you.
Well, this is it. Now that Mountain Union have bought into this round, for next round, it's looking like they may have already given it away, and Blackbird is going to come in from behind. But look at this. Look at the reaction. It's like a swarm of sharks, but it looks as if they're going to put the focus on towards the site. And well, I mean, it's not a bad decision considering how many frags they've picked up. And well, the players on the site, they're putting up a blockade. But Blizz from behind, we need to watch out for him, because he could pick up freebies here. Paper, Watson, with it all to do. And isn't even going to do it. Oh my god, Blizz with the ghost takes out Watson, and when we move on to match point, they now have 10 attempts to win out this match. 10.
And not just that, this next round isn't even a full buy purchase, right? Normally, you'd be up against a full buy. Normally, you'd be up against this ridiculous set of Vandals and Phantoms and everything. No, you're facing up against a single Vandal, a Judge, 2 Spectres, and a Marshal. This is extremely doable for the side of Montclair Red. Of course, clumsy, right? Just the Sheriff in hand. Rest of the team, this is an even fight. If they do decide to pressure in, I wouldn't be surprised if they just rush it and be able to play off that. But again, take it easy. You have plenty of time. Play it slow. Put Mountain Union Varsity on edge.
This is it. We'll need to see if they do go on edge. We'll need to see if they can do the business. The Lear does come out, but shot out straight away. And we'll look at this highlighted. Oh no, he shot too early. The trigger discipline wasn't there. Freeze down to low HP, and the attacker Killjoy could be huge for displacing players, but no, it's only displaced head as the defenders are winning this on out. Rex has back. Well, let's not really talk about that one, but he's going to get taken up anyway. It's all up to the last remaining player of the Brimstone. Can he win it out? He's only got a Phantom, but a Phantom is doable. A Phantom can win that one out. He'll win the first frag, but remember, that was only a Judge. It's the remaining players that you need to worry. Watson wins out Blizz and maybe just only denies the inevitable.
They survive with 3 as well. Not amazing weapons, but weapons nonetheless. And Montclair Red are going to feel okay with this. They are going to buy a hero rifle. I'm not sure if they want to full commit to this, right? Multiple members still under a bit. So yeah, they're only going to sit with 2. Probably full armors and run with it. Yeah. Still, though, Mountain Union have a long road ahead of them. They need to, well, they have to win every round, right? But they need to win it convincingly. They can't be dropping a whole lot of members to be able to build up this econ, and that way they can cover each other if they need to. They need to win with at least 3 per round if they want to give themselves a really strong fighting chance.
I mean, it really is interesting because we've reached a stage that, well, it's like if they can do it, then they're almost going to complete like the almost impossible task. Something that we don't expect, and that's just unfortunate to see because you don't like saying that about teams because the task is such an upwards climb. Well, we'll need to see if they get the hiking boots out, if they can actually do that one. But Divine's finally taking position in towards site, but it's sussy to take out Salio. Huge frag indeed. Let's not get excited just yet as well. The economy still isn't in favour of these attackers.
Yeah, still a little bit rough, but the orbital strike is the one that I want to watch. Maybe he can clear out his own. Maybe you can find a little secret passage, and they are going to pull the rotate. Montclair Red taking a page out of Mountain Union Varsity's book. Are they going to find anything?
We need to see if this is going to be the case, as the smokes did come down to deny the key lines of sight. And well, maybe they're going to go for a post-plant situation, but not going to be able to do that, as the orbital strike that you were talking about earlier has been denied. Chief taking out Riggs. Clumsy shut down and flawless on the defenders. And I noticed a nice little ooh from you. Is that something that you're interested in?
I'm getting a little bit of inkling of hope right now. I'm Mountain Union varsity pulling out 2 rounds in a row where they struggled to do it after 10, right? This is maybe they're a team that work best on the edge of the game. Maybe they're a team that work best when their backs are quite literally up against a wall here. And with the Viper Spit, that is going to help out a little bit as soon as they can identify where someone is going to be. They can drop it down. Of course, it is on A right now, so it's going to be a little bit of a harsh rotate. But still, plenty of opportunities allowed for Montclair Red to take this.
Well, no one puts Mount Union in a corner. That seems to be the case as well. They're looking to get onto site, but they've let Salio pop off. They're going to let him potentially get more frags as the Astra is so close. That jump up, that might be the sound call that they need, and well, that could be huge as finally we see them enter in towards site. All the guns come alive, but it's Jussie that picks up 2, and now the rotates have to come through. Watson, maybe a line up, but it's all up to Divine. 1 versus 1 for the full series. 59 seconds remaining. Well, there's still a Viper's Pit to be used, but maybe, just maybe, it's not the right decision. Divine is walking back and forth. Will decide to actually pick up the spike and maybe confirm the plant. And yes, there it is, the sound call coming through, but Watson doesn't bite onto the meat that is dangling in front of him. He's potentially going to look, and well, the gunfight's been taken, but Divine is popped off. He's actually decided to go towards the CT area. Both have an ultimate available, and well, they're just going to go for the clean classic 1-on-1 gunfight. The mind games have begun. Can they find one another? Watson looking the wrong way, finally looks the right way, and no, is actually decided to win. When they brought out the utility, I started to get worried, but no, the pulse, the heartbeat still continues on as Watson decides to bring out the defibrillator.
Oh, and Divine wanted to make that hero 1v1 play. Divine could have easily, I think, played it out a little bit longer right back there and B elbow. Right, just hang tight, wait for them to go for the fuse. The spike was in a great spot, but wanted to go for it, and I don't, you know, I'm not going to hate on that, right? You are on match point. Plenty to work with here. It's when you take that, when it's like 10-12, that's when I get a little bit upset at my teammate, right? Like, no.
Yeah.
You go for the safer route, but so far, still plenty to work with. Now you have 4 ultimates. You have everything in your pocket to work with. Everything should work. And of course, the Bladestorm call out early means that this could be the final round.
Well, with that LA frag could be huge. Taking out Clumsy, who's really been on one so far, and well, it seems as if the commitment of men has certainly been perfect. Finally, the Hunter's Fury does come out and finally picks up a frag. That's huge. The man count goes even though after that trade out from She, and no, the counter Hunter's Fury comes out, but doesn't net anything. That could be huge as well. It's only going to be a 2 versus 3 on towards the site. The spike has been planted. Phrase has met, or no, will meet, sorry, his end very shortly. Sussy was the one to get picked out. Sova with the information dart. That's actually quite a nice lineup. I'll need to remember that one as well. He's looking to come in towards to T area, and well, remember, look where the brimstone is, look where Frizz is. Will he pick it up? Yes, he will. Tackers win this one now after a valiant effort from Mount Union to almost bring it back. They lose out on this map of Bind. Or we wanted.
Yeah, but you know what? It showed the strengths of Montclair Red. There's a reason that they go now 3-0 in this league, in this Challengers division, and I don't doubt it for a second. They're a very strong team. They know how to play, and they know how to adapt. On the Mountain Union, you know, great showings up from Phrase and a couple of the other members. It just wasn't enough. Right now, go back to the drawing board. Now try and practice a little bit more and work from there. Plenty of seasons still to work with. Don't get down and out just yet.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. I mean, there was good signs of life there, especially in that first map where we saw them really dominate. I mean, that's probably the best example, the best kind of superlative for it. And another thing that we need to point out is the fact at the beginning of the kind of best of 3, I was asking Montclair, like, do you have the mental capability, the mental strength to like make sure that you can continue with the leading pack right now? And well, being able to bounce back and reverse sweep your opponents certainly proves to me that they are very capable of doing so.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal play, and how well they played it as well. It went from, you know, 7-13 all the way into 13, I think, 13-5, and then it went
Yeah.
13-5 again. It was a phenomenal job from them, and I can't wait to see even more in the season.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where the sad part comes in, Orbital, because me and you, we need to kind of sign off and give it away to these other casters that are coming in. But you know what? It's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you, man.
Oh, same with you. It was an honor.
Yeah, thank you. And well, if you want to tune in for more Valorant, there's more coming up as well. We've got plenty more matches, 2 more to be exact. We're going to take a little break and get set up for that. But for now, it's goodbye from me and Orbital. And you guys have a good night and enjoy your Valorant.
Sometimes I'm heartless. I've been missing the attention. You don't listen, you be getting, you be spending all your time.
Hey, I'm kind of glad you didn't pick up. I kind of just called to hear your voice, so I should hang up. What am I doing? So I feel kind of dumb, but I miss you. I've been thinking about you.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
With no makeup on and your eyelash hanging, I would still love you. If you came home late and you kept me waiting, I would still trust you. If the richer man was looking at you, would you stay cold as a statue? Would my love still be good for you? Would you be there in the morning, 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 morning? Would you be there in the morning, 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 morning? Would you stay here from the sunset to the sunrise? When I open up both eyes, be there in the morning, morning, morning. Ooh, oh. If I pass out drunk and you check my message and see my exes, would you still believe that it's only just us? And I'm not reckless. Would you know if I ever lay with another lover? We was on a break, babe, and I wore rubber. And would you forgive me? Would you be there in the morning, 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 morning? Would you be there in the morning, 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 morning? Would you stay here from the sunset to the sunrise? When I open up both eyes, be there in the morning, morning, morning. Ooh, oh, yeah. And last night, I dreamed of a woman, oh, dark brown eyes. Daddy taught her all she knows. She brought me to life. She set my soul in motion. And that's only one thing that I gotta know. Would you be there in the morning, 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 morning? Would you be there in the morning, 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 morning? Would you stay here from the sunset to the sunrise? When I open up both eyes, be there in the morning, morning, morning. Ooh, oh, yeah. reckless. Stole my heart and put it on a necklace. Wind back the clock, baby girl, time is precious. No, I know that loving you's a death wish. Tell me how it feels to take advantage of love. Restless, your voice inside my head, the echo endless. Let down my guard every time I regret it. Even though I know you were pretending. When I said I loved you, I'm inside. I'm inside. Photos on the wall, I can't stand the sight. 'Cause everywhere I look, I see you in eyes. Told you, baby, I don't even feel alive. I can't even cry. All inside, my heart took advantage of know that loving you's a death wish. Tell me how it feels to take advantage of love. Restless, your voice inside my head, the echo endless. Let down my guard every time I regret it. Even though I know you were pretending when I said I loved you, I meant her. Silhouette of you playing all the loop in my head. It was all a ruse, didn't mean a word that you said. I gave you my heart, you wanted my soul instead. This an SOS, been a way to save me, I'm dead. Caught up in a lie, can't forget the words you said. The way you made me feel, even if it's all pretend. Poison in my veins, I can never trust again. Look into my eyes, I want you to see what you did to me. Try but I can't erase all our history. It's me every day I live in misery. Without you I have nothing but our memories. I'm supposed we are the missing piece. No, I'm so confused where I need to be. Searching for the answer, but it's plain to see we were meant to be. Oh baby, I'm just trying to figure out how you could be so reckless. Stole my heart and put it on a necklace. Wind back the clock, baby girl, time is precious. Now I know that loving you's a death wish. Tell me how it feels to take advantage of love. Restless, your voice inside my head, the echo endless. Let down my guard every time I regret it. Even though I know you were pretending when I said I loved you, I meant her.
confess, so tired. Never what you require. Bet on one of your regrets. That sadness you will not address. So why, yeah. Never felt less inspired.
Folks, welcome back to the NECC Valorant Week number 3. My name is Seymour. Alongside me, Chad Lantis, hopping in for match number 3, which is Blue Gold C against UBC Violence. It's going to be great best of 3, Chad. I can't wait to hop into this.
I can't hear Seymour. I'm sorry. Go ahead and take it away. Doesn't seem like I can hear Seymour casting right now, so go ahead and take it away for a solo cast for the meantime.
Well, we were muted in Discord for some reason, so I guess now we can hear each other. I couldn't hear you at first, but I guess we'll just welcome each other again. We got UBC
Here we go.
Violet against Blue Gold C. Chad, match number 3 for the NECC week number 3, everybody. It's gonna be a great one. Can't wait to hop into it. We got Haven for our map number 1. We've already seen Haven today, and it was quite a stomp earlier. I think he was in our match number 2 for that second map as well. But Chad, when we're hopping into it between these two teams, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing which team can prove that they're able to overcome and show that they're like the better team right now, because UBC Violet's at an 0-2 record right now. Blue Gold C is at a 1-1, but got their one off of a forfeit. So kind of had a little bit of a rough start so far. But to be fair, UBC Violet and Blue Gold C both lost to Blue Gold B, which is doing a great job so far in the roster, one of the best teams, as well as Marymount, California, taking a win over Violet. So 2 top of the scoreboard teams is who they lost to. So might just be a rough start. We got 8-week series of this league, right? So see if which teams have been making the adaptations, which teams can come up on top in the end, but that journey needs to start right now.
The journey does need to start now. I was talking about earlier, we saw UMU against MCR going on Haven, and I was talking to you on the break a little bit. We were seeing the agents selected between the two of them. Double Astras, Reynas mocked, Cypher mocked, but the difference was the interchanging Sky Phoenix and the interchanging the interchanging Jet Phoenix, and then the Sky Sova difference. So it was the Jet and Sova that triumphed very convincingly 13-2 for MCR, and I think that's something we need to look into kind of moving on into the rest of our Havens. I do prefer the Jet over the Phoenix. I do think that Phoenix is a good agent, let me tell you. I just think Jet provides a lot more for a map with such long sight lines.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The operator, especially, no agent can use the operator better than a Jet. It largely is because of the tailwind and the updraft. You can get onto high angles that might be unexpected, unpredicted. Also because you can challenge long lanes, things like that, challenge certain angles. You can just tailwind out of there instantly if you miss that one shot you have before if you cock that rifle. Jet just does it so much better. Plus, you can have that Blade Storm as the ultimate, as kind of like a secondary weapon. It's like a rifle, essentially. So you just have such a kit that just works so freaking well with an operator. And with a map like this, like I said, long sight lines, it is just so pivotal to have a Jet on your team. Phoenix, a lot of people consider Phoenix to be kind of like a bad version of Sky right now, just because of ways you're like a jack of all trades, kind of an agent with healing, flashing in, entry, vision denial, things like that. But just the way that the kit works, people generally considering right now in the meta that Sky's kit is a little bit better. And if that's going to be the agent you're relying on for your entry, you kind of need your ultimate to be up for that. Your entry is not going to be as reliable as something like a Jet or even a Raze. So it's going to be a little bit tough for UBC Violet with this lineup to actually get onto the site once we get onto the other side of the half. But of course, we start on defense, and they have a double sentinel setup, which is something that should work really well on defensive side.
It should. It should indeed, folks. Well, we're hopping into it now. Match number 3, University of British Columbia Violet against Blue Gold Esports C. Ghosts all around the board except for T Breezy, who's going to be holding on to that classic. Oh, Yaz ability trying to go for an early pick down long is going to be caught dead in their footsteps by NJ Yoshi. Now looking to stumble on into the site. Allotrope, a ton of work to do. Hasbra alongside them. They come out with 1 to trade it equal. Trying to push now on either side. The crossfire is set up, going 1 for 1. Bravo going to split the difference in that one. All down to 10 HP. The rotations aren't going to be here. 2v1 Nova. She's all alone. And Turkey Chicken is going to put UBC Violet in that first round victory.
Yeah, great hold by UBC Violet. And also something that I want to mention is both these teams do not have an initiator. They don't have a way of getting forward information with the Sky, the KO, or even a Sova, which I think a Sova on this map is so pivotal. Because right there you can see an instance where they got the first pick on the side Blue Gold Esports C, but they got stalled by that smoke. They didn't have a way of getting information beyond the smoke, and their initiators just weren't comfortable with going onto the site. So they just all clumped up at A main and allowed the rotation for UBC Violet come through. So Blue Gold, they're going to need to figure out a way of being more confident and just exploding onto sites when they have that initial pick like that.
He's going to get a lot of information off this one. Shoulder peeks it, spots the whole lineup through the wall. GJ goes, and Bra actually doubles down with 2 on that Spectre. Is going to drop the Molly with that spike down. It's going to delay Blue Gold a ton, and now the Juice Tane finds another one with 3 down. Blue Gold Esports C are looking to drop this round quite considerably quick. You can see the rest of UBC. They are going to be hunting, looking to go flawless here in round number 2. Only one left is going to be Zoch. With a Ghost, a Tailwind, no armor, and one big dream, Chad.
That's quite a large dream. A giant mountain to climb, if you will. It feels like an Everest 1v5 in a retake. And there's an off angle up high as the Omen. Will they predict it?
Somehow Zoch gets in here. Gonna miss those shots though. Now they know. Right in the midst of them all. Still getting away with some shots down on Juice Tame, but the quick switch with that Spectre is just a better weapon to have. If you're gonna miss that headshot, it's gonna cost you.
Yep, absolutely. Need to get those heads. But I mean, honestly, at the very end, it was a fairly unwinnable situation overall for Zoch, just because of that. The fact that everybody was in that area on the side of UBC Violet 5v1, but that was anti-eco, of course. So Blue Gold actually can go and buy up some rifles now, a couple Guardians actually, alongside some light armor. So not the greatest of buys right now. Does upgrade 1 Guardian to a Vandal. I like that. See if they can get a round win for themselves now when they have superior weaponry.
That's going to be interesting. And honestly, you actually have Yaz ability, who does buy up to a Phantom with full armor on that Sage pick towards A. Peeked out A long, but didn't get any information right off the bat. So the disengage is going to be there. You're still going to be prominent onto this A site, but I think Blue Gold Esports, if they play their cards right, they could get away with some pretty good timing. Somalia going to peek out from that A long. Is going to find Allotrope up top, so no Yaz ability on an island. Looking to find some headshots. First one not going to land. TJ Breezy, as well as Yoshi. Going to cut this right open.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome entry, a fantastic improvement from what we saw in that first round. So already Blue Gold stepping up and doing what they need to do, getting onto site, executing, and taking out some kills. That spike planted and completely spread out on the map. It's going to be so hard to retake in the 2v5 up against rifles, long ranges, everything of that sort, crossfires.
Playing off this Lear. Turkey is able to find 1. Here's the split. Juicin actually gets spotted by that Cypher camera, so they're able to play that so well, and only that you had 2 players. You're just looking to do some damage to crack into the site, maybe crack that economy going into the next round, but it's a really good round from Blue Gold Esports C. I mean, off those entries, I mean, yeah, they were just one-on-one duels that they won, but the fact that they were pushing in that site, Haven's really notorious for that you know that the defense is going to be really split, so if you play the numbers, it's successful, like we just saw.
Now there's going to be a buy up for the side of UBC Violet, so for sure that was a bonus. So it's on paper, you're not going to expect them to win that kind of round, but still, getting some damage done would be ideal. Trying to hurt the economy of Blue Gold, and not much of the economy was really punished there at all. So UBC Violet needs to win this round very substantially, and then continue on with that dominance You want to maintain control of the economic values.
Actually, it's pinged right off the bat. So off the stage, shield goes up back up to 72 HP, but no more armor. Juicane inside sewers, looking for a second now. That's gonna be spiked down, so they should know that the A site is most likely going to be that point. Yes, ability is gonna be opened up right now by Nova. The patience pays off. Now Juicane is gonna be given away right by that neural theft. Excellent paranoia. It's gonna blind them for the short time. Ball goes down. You're not able to break it either, so TJ Breezy's gonna get a pretty easy plan here. And in this post plant, they have to be careful for that sewer lurking flare. Eventually, they're gonna peek out. They have a pinch. The wall's gonna separate them. To the front, flash is there. TJ avoids it. Yoshi's gonna get that lurker pick as well. So now on the side, it's gonna be a bloodbath. A lot of damage done. Alo's gonna find one to trade out. TJ, though, keeping the front foot forward right now for Blue Gold. 2v1. Juicane. You know exactly where this Omen is. Peeks out from sewer. And Yoshi's able to find that killer, especially taking out that lurker.
Yeah, honestly, Yoshi taking out that lurk was actually massive. I mean, Juicane was still an A short for a good pinch situation, but numbering down the angles that the retake could be taken from, even if I won, is still going to be a very big beneficial situation for your team. But yeah, UBC Violet getting that, getting to a tie game with Blue Gold. They still have their way in here. They have to go with a bonus a little bit. They have a Phantom and Allotrope, but that's going to be like a MVP player right now if they want to try to win out this round.
Maybe it's actually Blue Gold's pick for this map, so I'm expecting them to look good here inside this site. This time around, going to see, you do have the Reyna here for UBC Violet. That's going to be Turkey Chicken, who hasn't really been in that setup or given the chance that they're given this time around. So with this Spectre, let's see what they can do. You can check it. They actually don't, and Turkey Chicken's able to come away with the kill. The dismiss out is going to get them into garage for a short amount of time, but with Spike going down now, you're in a 4v3 situation. That player advantage towards Blue Gold Esports. So you have to run it back to get you back into this site. With the numbers, it's definitely going to be tough run. Not able to find anything. Zoch is going to shut that down. You can still see the collapse from UBC. Very plateaued out there. It's definitely going to be looking for something to get them in. Allo was able to find one, so we're going even, but we are having some program feed issues. We don't really know what's happening in this right now, Chad, so we will get you this information as soon as we pick up. Allo takes Somalia 3-on-3. And excellent there. Yaz ability actually finds a peek into it. So we're going freeze frame after freeze frame here. Nova trades out 1-for-1. You got a 2v2 into the site. Time is ticking down extremely low. So if you're UBC, you have to put the pedal to the metal. Here she finds one. The crossfire is good. Nova cleans up the next one. So both angles, they're held down. And they're locked tight by Blue Gold Esports.
Kind of feels like we're doing a VOD review right now. See more
does.
Just like freeze frame. All right, let's analyze and break down this moment. Okay, the next moment is break it down a little bit. Yoshi was doing a great job of getting onto the site there, but also they're doing a great job of going straight into the action as the play is already happening in the next round.
Yes, it is. And Yaz ability, who's inside that heaven, not really given a whole lot to work with now. Spike is down immediately. This is where Juicane has been shining all game long, though. Put a cork in it if you're TJ Breezy. 2v4, UBC has the numbers to get back into the site. Juicane floods on in. That's an easy kill for TJ. Holding that headshot angle. Now TJ has to turn up in a 1v2. Very low on health as well for the Sage. So this Molly's going to hold them back for quite a long time. Only 20 HP. Yaz ability's going to be sticking this. Brilliant. Spike Diffuser is killed. You have it to half, so Broad needs to push into this. You have the health advantage, but TJ Breezy's just going to be burning this clock as much as they can. So Broad, you get the kill, but is there even enough time for the defuse? I don't even think there is.
Such smart awareness there by TJ Breezy, just knowing that all they need to do is just stall the clock, burn the time. It's working in their favor right now. You don't have to win the 1v1. All you have to do is burn time, and doing that perfectly. Dienbra was not completely confident that they could swing onto that angle. Low on the clip, had to go in the reload, and didn't know if they're just going to walk right into a quick headshot because of Breezy holding that line. So great job by the Sage on the side of Blue Gold, getting them a nice, comfortable round lead right now, 42.
It was a 4v2, chat. I mean, you had the numbers. I'm sure the communication should have been there that that TJ Breezy was super low. I mean, only 20 HP.
For sure.
Somebody needs to be cleaning that up a lot faster. And I think UBC, they had a good chance to find a round win, and that might cost them in the end there. 4-2. Slow rotation into A. See that Blue Gold Esports really looking for a mistake.
There's a lurk coming out with Arena. Maybe Turkey Chicken thinking about it, but the judge long range of the peak right now will be really unfortunate for them. Decides to maintain that composure, but with those shots, you saw the rotation from UBC Violet going over towards A, but the delay of time and the hearing that from Turkey Chicken and the Garage knows that the rotation is coming through, and Juice Tane is there and ready for it.
He avoids the paranoia, and with this rifle, you're able to find that one to give you the numbers advantage. Zaj pops the Blade Storm.
Spike planted.
That's going to be a big ult. Keep your eyes out. They spot Bra in the back line. Not able to get that flash out or put it to use at all. So 3-on-3 into the site. You got the resurrection. On either side, Touch. Should be a free kill.
No
You're not
way.
even going to have that. I don't know how Yaz ability gets away with it, but now we are in a 2v2. However, look at UBC Violet. They're extremely low, so just one shot will put Yaz ability into the grave. TJ is the one to put the nail in the coffin, and 5-2 is the scoreline. After this round, Blue Gold Esports are actually reading this so well. I like that rotation.
That was very well done by Blue Gold. I mean, we saw TJ Breezy also shooting towards the cobblestone block towards A long, and that was just like I'm going to shoot this just to clear it, but also this will draw the defense, so we can just rotate right back out, get onto C site, and yeah, Juice Chain was there for the initial pick, but the rest of Blue Gold just committed to the strategy, the game plan, and executed it wonderfully from there on out. Got the site control and just held it down. Very wonderfully done. And they're going out again on A long, but this time Turkey Chicken is actually committing to the lurk quickly.
Keep your eyes on this Reyna. It can make or break this whole round for UBC Violet. Turkey Chicken has made some great pace to get it back here. I don't even think there's a tripwire to block them. So Turkey Chicken really gets in here. Is going to catch them on the rotation. Good for a 2 and the dismiss. Possibly playing this a little bit close. Tries to hop up top to find a third, but DJ is able to eliminate that lurker. So it's a 2 for 1. You get the lockdown out, and now it's time to hightail it over to the C site.
That was, I mean, even though Turkey Chicken fell, that was still a huge double kill. That's still a player advantage for UBC Violet, so they should be in a good position to be able to close out this rest of this round. But the Marshall in hand, I don't know if it's really going to be enough. Juice Chain, I don't know if Breezy can get this big kill.
You need to trade this. You need to trade this. TJ tries to get a little bit overexertive. And Yaz ability does find that one. On the flank we go. Bra. First contact. Aloe, they know they're there. So if Blue Gold Esports play this right, they play each of these 1v1s to their advantage. The fact is UBC has to push into these headshot angles. And that's where it gets tough. So in the back of the map, it's going to be Yoshi. He's going to find Yaz. Nova now. She is watching Aloe to make sure that this Killjoy can't get to the site easily. And Aloe is going to have quite the wake-up call. Nova was not in the site for Cam. The timing indeed, but there's just no time. Aloe, you can get onto the site. You can kill Yoshi into the back line, but it is going to burn so much off this clock. This is another round of Blue Gold Esports. You want to take the rifle out, but Yoshi's going to find the kill. Chad, that would have been such a great opportunity if you can walk away with that gun. But Allotrope, no, you are going to die to that one. You do have Yoshi die to the spike, but, I mean, that's an economic blowout right now for UBC Violet.
Yeah, if you're going to be playing very passively like that down long, you want to be able to at least guarantee you save the gun. You don't want to play like that, basically forfeiting the round and then also lose it. It's just a lose-lose situation. You want to get something out of it, even if it's just an attempt to succeed or to set yourself up for the future. And I want to see those players of UBC Violet on defense try to coordinate when they attack sites and challenge angles together, because they seem to be a little bit on different timings there for their retake. I want to see more cohesion moving forward.
Yes, I do. We're having a little bit of trouble again with the program feed. Stuck on this Marshall, and I am interested because every single time I see a Marshall on the map, I have a feeling somebody's headhunting. And knowing that Marshall, I mean, that can do a lot of damage to your team. So We're gonna get back into the still a 5-on-5. You have the neural theft. And from the shadows, that's a nice play from Somalia, sneaking through the cracks of UBC. And with Broad down, that's going to provide so much over towards C.
Yeah, they only have the rain of Turkey Chicken there to try to defend and the rotation of the Sage as well. So it's going to be a little tough for them to hold this entire swarming Blue Gold. And I can hear the spiking planted. So we know Blue Gold's finding success so far. And once they started finding success in this server so far, they can finish it. And there it is, 7-2. Of course, as per predicted, it's exactly what Blue Gold's do. They're just post-playing is amazing. With the rifles in the hand, they're just performing so wonderfully.
Well, I just think that when your Phoenix is the first one to go down on that C site, like they had Turkey Chicken playing there. Turkey Chicken, you can find a kill, dismiss out, and play to safety. The Phoenix doesn't have that luxury like that. And I think that without that Cypher, it's just even harder to retake a site, especially in this one. The From the Shadows from Somalia is going to hop up there. Big paranoia, dodges juice chains. And that is going to be a second or a trade out to leave us even 4-on-4. Somalia is still wrecking havoc there into the A site. Double Lear. Allotrub really stuck between a rock and a hard place. 3 go down now for UBC Violet. You're looking to get this neural theft out. The information is going to be in your hands. Spike should be planted. This is going to be a big one now. You have to run it back to get you into the site. You have to run through all of this ice. DJ puts the wall down to cut off sight lines.
That was beautifully done.
On into this. This is so annoying to play against. Sabra gets into this, has a lot of the wall to get them to half. You really need your Reyna to go up big, but Turkey Chicken's gonna fall. TJ Breezy lurking inside the sewer. Doubles down for the round win.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing a pause coming up as well, but I mean, this is so impressive from TJ Breezy. He is a player that is impressing me the most so far. These plant situations, exactly saying, okay, I need to just sit back behind my wall and stall out in this 1v1 at the very end after it was a 4v2 initially, like you said. So getting to a 1v1 itself is impressive, and then also just stalling out, waiting in the timer. Then right there, hearing the run it back, slow orb by the initial doorway, slow orb afterwards as well. So it's just this long field of low orbs plus a wall to cut off the close angle. Just run a long way on the side of Tianbra with that Phoenix ult. Couldn't see any info at all. Knows that the Cypher has the info with the camera set up. They're just chilling. And then as soon as the wall goes up, they know the plant's going off, the diffuse, I should say. That is when they go for the challenge and gets both kills. Beautifully done by TJ Breezy overall.
Oh yeah, TJ Breezy, even in that 4-on-2 they had earlier, it's just very impressive to see what we have, or what the Sage can provide to the team. The fact that they are feeding UBC Violet into their own sight lines, such a strong advantage. But take a look at your minimap again. Turkey Chicken on this flank, this time with the Spectre. And you have to break that tripwire, so it's going to be even harder now. They're going to know you're there. You have the crossbar set up. Yoshi is going to come out with another one. Dismiss is going to be through, and it's all Blue Gold Esports really inside this kill feed. Just going 1-for-1 after that advantage is in your hand.
Turkey Chicken?
Turkey Chicken with the Spectre looking to go big. Has recovered the Vandal, but 4 HP.
No!
Somalia. He's gonna be caught. Op versus Vandal. The heal comes through the Empress. Lear is there. Zach is gonna dodge that shot, but not dodge the kill. I thought the Op would have it, but that Lear placement, the way you use that Empress, I mean, you get onto that side, Turkey Chicken really had everything in their favor there.
The most ambitious shrouded step of all time for the side of the offense there. And also, Zach didn't seem to actually predict correctly, because in Empress form we go completely invisible. So Turkey Chicken grabbing that last orb from the Omen could have gone long, and that's where Zosh was predicting, but stayed short instead. Turkey Chicken re-challenged at the end with a Lear when it's completely blind on Zoch, sprays right through, tracks strafing, and beautifully done. Amazing 1v3 clutch situation for Turkey Chicken.
It's even the way that they use that initial dismiss to get into that site when you were on 4 HP. I mean, you tuck yourself into that corner. Everybody probably would have thought you went into the sewers. You saw the Shrouded Step, even anticipated the disengage into the sewers, but you cross over, you not only drop the Spectre for a Vandal, but you get the superior positioning over them, and it's the complete bamboozle that does it for me. And that Turkey Chicken with the Spectre upgrades to the Vandal. The Empress is just the cherry on top that goes from 4 HP to 100 HP, and the overheal as well for a little bit of padding on that armor. So That's a big play for UBC Violet now. A chance to go maybe 8-4 into this rather than 10-2. That would be a huge bounce back off the start we've seen.
Yeah, at the very least, they're able to have some breathing room economically going into this next half, but obviously another round would be ever so much more valuable for UBC Violet. Nice wall to stop any push towards mid. It's going to be a lot of rifles in hand still for Blue Gold as well, because they've been so successful in offense, and they're doing so with a lot of people alive most of the time as well. So they should be pretty fine as far as weaponry goes in this last round. Didn't quite catch the scoreboard, but it's definitely how the pacing of things have gone. Bro with a judge, so that is definitely a trap that Google does not want to go into in Garage.
Oh, and
they walled themselves over.
They walled themselves over the wall. That should be plant coming through for TJ Breezy. The thing is that this op in the hands of Turkey Chicken has found that equalizer. Very good right now from Blue Gold Esports to get this resurrection up, use that smoke to your advantage. Now the Lear from Yoshi looking for the escape. Rob pushes into it. The judge finally here to strike Somalia in the defense now. Watching that cross through mid, is able to turn around and find two. And that's going to put a 9-3 half out for Blue Gold Esports, really utilizing everything to their advantage.
Now we have to see how the defense goes right now. Reynas typically have not the best of times on defense, but Turkey Chicken overall was making it happen regardless. And with a double sentinel setup on both teams, defense should be just as strong, with offense struggling just as much without having an initiator. The big difference right here that I'm looking at is Dienbra on a Phoenix versus Zoch being on a Jet. Zoch honestly didn't do a whole lot of entry because they were on an operator most of the time. So it really was the Reyna doing the entry for the team. I'm really wanting to see if Turkey Chicken or Dienbra is the one relegated to be the primary entry for this team, and which one's going to be doing more of a lurk situation, the follow through, being like the second fragger situation, things like that.
Wow, my eyes are down. I don't think I'm totally convinced on this Phoenix pick. I need to see the run it back, see a lot more value
Yeah,
here.
they gotta prove it.
Gonna have this off angle. Blade from Cypher up on the logs. Nova, she's alone, still walking away with the headshot onto Turkey Chicken. You lose two in retaliation. TJ Breezy looking to force the aggression in through that smoke, but UBC Violet, they have gotten onto the site and they are owning it. Allotrope, a little bit shaky off that with the finisher on a Somalia. It's going to give the pistol round over to UBC Violet this time around, which actually is, they won the pistol last time and the follow-up, so I want to see if they can put this to a lot more use and close the gap that Blue Gold got.
Yeah, so far it's a little bit of a mimicry of the first half, but like you said, we have to see how things play out in the long run here. Getting themselves even more breathing room. It was so impressive that Nova still was able to finally somehow get that headshot kill onto Turkey Chicken despite being completely blind in that situation. That made it kind of winnable, but great job by UBC Violet for following through and just getting control of the site, just hold it down so Blue Gold didn't have a chance in that round.
Turkey Chicken, very fast take here into A. Somali and Zoch on this crossfire up onto the pillars. You gotta disrupt themselves off of those flashes. But Somalia only able to find one, so Yaz ability puts them into a 4v3 with the spike down. These limited pistols, it's gonna be tough to get into this. Going to need Nova to find a few from up top. Hussein's gonna find that kill, so it's Yoshi all alone. Has recovered the Spectre. Paranoia, excellent. Out of your omen, but still finding Allotrope there. Yoshi is turning up right now on this Reyna pick. 2v1, time against you. Need to find both 1v1s and take them down. Spectre from range, not gonna find those shots. Juice staying on the Ghost is gonna lock this one down. 5-9. As they're slowly crawling it back, but this is where things get interesting. This is where Blue Gold Esports now get to upgrade.
Yeah, unfortunately, that SMG in hand for NJ Yoshi just wasn't enough for long range, but if that was a rifle, that would have been a kill for NJ Yoshi for surely in that situation. There would have been 1 versus 1. Anything could happen from there. So now with their rifles in hand, like you said, this is where Blue Gold really shines. And if they can step up and shine just as well in the first half, then this game might be over very quickly.
Gambi, a C-take is going to be here, and notably it's Nova again. She is going to be solo holding this Cypher. As expected, I usually expect the Cypher to be in this position, so if Nova could come away with a kill in that, it'd be great, but it's actually interesting. Somehow UBC have been able to bait Blue Gold Esports over to the C site. And I'm looking at player number 6, Zoch, who's lurking out of A main to sneak inside this mid window and really put this in the dirt. Guardian in hand. Juiced doesn't spot them. Shot's not going to be there, and that's where the Guardian, this is not the weapon of choice. TJ Breezy, you're able to find that equalizer, but the plant, it's down. Blue Gold looking for the retake.
I like that wall as well. It makes it really obvious where the defuse is coming from and really hard to hold those angles.
Yes.
One enemy remaining.
Yes. Actually drops to Nova. 2v1. Turkey Chicken. Able to get the better positioning out inside or outside of B. Yoshi, Reyna on Reyna. Able to avoid the Leer, but Turkey Chicken, the ego chow right into the shots. The Vandal's going to take him out top, and that is just where you need your Reyna to start doing work. Both NJ, Yoshi, and Turkey Chicken pretty noticeably even out of this, so that is a huge one-on-one win.
That is a massive round for Turkey Chicken and for UBC Violet. They were able to win out against rifles in hand of Blue Gold. I mean, Zoch missing those shots early on was a little unfortunate. Great job by Juice Chain to be able to rotate around, swing on their head around, and take out those that lurking jet. And at the very end, the 4K from Turkey Chicken was capitalized on the opportunity provided by Juice Chain. Somalia with a sheriff in hand, not able to get those shots off long range. Turkey Chicken, of course, being the one taking them out. This player's been on a tear right now and is almost single-handedly dragging UBC Violet through and getting these round wins right now.
Much so, Zoch. Is this in a 4v4? Pretty tight choke to push through this Sage wall. That just might not even need to happen. The disengage is going to be there for UBC Violet with the numbers now. 2v4, making it 1v4. Juice Tain's able to keep this forward. The Spectre going to run over Yoshi. Ever since that 9-3 half, since then, it has been UBC Violet on a tear.
Momentum's definitely on the side. This is a very momentum-based game, too, Seymour. Once you start rolling, we saw that in the first half for Blue Gold. Once UBC gets in the run of things right now, they might be able to just take this game away. And there is that 9-3 curse that everybody always likes to meme about, and sometimes it seems to be actually a true thing where it was 9-3 for the half. And right now, UBC Violet, they are just winning every fight. It seems like nothing can stop them from taking these rounds away. And a lot of this comes on top of Turkey Chicken just coming online. I mean, like I said, Reyna's typically have a little bit of tough time on defense, and Turkey Chicken was still top frag for the team, one of the best frags on the entire score lobby. And that's what Reyna needs to do is frag. If they could do that on defense, that makes a lot of sense, having an even better time on offense.
Oh, she had the crosshair a little bit lower than hope. Trying to step up top. Somalia looking to damper this attack. Able to find Broad. Second one from Allotrope. That's a huge 2-for-1. Let's see if Turkey Chicken turn up the overheal. Gonna provide a little bit extra sponge over Nova when the dust settles. Blue Gold Esports right now in a 3v2. The Leer is gonna keep Yas into the corner. Still peeks out.
Spike down mid.
Juice Chain.
One enemy remaining.
Made the way around. Headshot onto
Nice
Zoch. 1v1. This has to be a duel. TJ Breezy looking to push on in. Almost catches the perfect timing. Paranoia is gonna totally blind that one. Shrouded step into the back line.
Makes them think they're up top, but they're not. It's a fake.
Complete fake. A little bit of dance
30
right now.
seconds
Ring
left.
around the rosy between both, but TJ is going to drop themselves or tuck themselves nice into this corner. Juice Chain knows 22 seconds to work with. TJ peeks on out. The Vandal versus the Phantom, and it's Juice Chain to take him to 8. A huge one-on-one, again leading UBC to a closer game scoreline.
Overall, in that 1v1, Juice Chain was doing a great job of making it harder for TJ Breezy to know exactly where Juice Chain is. Meanwhile, TJ Breezy doing the reload, throwing the slow orbs. That basically telegraphs to Juice Chain where they are. So Juice Chain was just right on the angle a little bit better. And with that Phantom in hand, it's just easy to spray control, find the kill eventually, and make the round win work their way. And a round that actually started looking really good for Blue Gold overall. But UBC Violet, still, they're just making things happen on this offensive side.
It really did. It was Somalia, that 2-piece off that shrouded step. That was huge. Pivotal into that round, but that flank. Empress with the Vandal. Paranoia from Somalia, almost catching some good timing there. Instead, it's going to be brought to fall. Look at that. And again, it's just on these sites, just these 2-for-1 trades. Getting this spike down is just so pivotal. Proper setup. Still going through this. UBC pushing the aggression. Turkey Chicken has searched their way into the defensive line, but looking to reinforce it there on site. 2v2 right in there. Yaz makes it a 1v1. Resurrection, so 2v1. Zosh alone. The classic right click to lead them away to this tied scoreline that UBC has sought out for. We go even here in week number 3, match number 3. This is where things start getting spicy.
Yeah, undefeated on the offensive half for UBC Violet. They were just tearing through right now, and it doesn't seem like Blue Gold has any good answers. A lot of it is just Turkey Chicken walking in and just taking the frags, but the rest of the team as well just following through so perfectly. Just Dienbra isn't getting a lot of frags, but that's the person who is just kind of going in there for the entry, and that's where all of Blue Gold's initial defensive focus is. After that focus goes through, Turkey Chicken capitalize on it, getting a big kill, pushing up from there, getting space on the site. But NJ Yoshi, you said earlier, Marshals, when you get it, you think they're headhunting, and that's exactly what Yoshi's doing right now.
Marshals are tough. Look at Somalia again. Sheriff. Man, this is interesting because they've taken so many blows to their economy that you can see, even though UBC are losing these rounds, Somalia hearing so much from these footsteps, and now you're able to hit this flank undetected. Bruh doesn't get there in time. Shot. Are you gonna land them? Missing it out, and Bruh finally gets to clean that up. So it's a huge pick. Zosh trying to even us up, but that was a little ambitious. It's 4v3. You need some heroics out of TJ Breezy if they want this round to come up. But they only have pistols, so it's not the worst case if they lose it.
Just Dienbra being that initial entry with it, run it back. This is why they picked the Phoenix. Just flashing, just going for it, completely blind, but still throwing flashes out, knowing that they might fall soon. And Turkey Chicken does exactly the same thing that they've been doing before. It's just after Dienbra gets all the attention their way, Turkey Chicken's the one capitalizing on it, finding the frags, and just sets up perfectly for a round win yet again for UBC Violet.
Double digits into this game now. UBC, like you said, undefeated on their attack. Now, if you're really looking at the differences here, I mean, when UBC Violet were on defense, they won the pistol round. So automatically, they were just guaranteed pretty much 2 rounds at the start. It took them a while to really crack the case when Blue Gold got those attacking rifles, but eventually they did. And this is where I think Blue Gold really needs to kind of step back and take advantage of these rifles. You have 4 ultimates. I need to see some of these ultimates do work on their team because, like you said, UBC are doing great at delegating work, having that Phoenix to get Turkey Chicken into this row. This is huge Cypher cage. Somalia is able to spray through and find Bruh. And they take player advantage. This should shorten this attack.
They're falling right back instantly. Great hold of C site, something that they haven't been able to do very well so far. Zoch trying to make a lurk happen, but push forward a little bit too much. That's actually a little unlucky because Zoch pushed forward so much, you don't know the rotation's coming through. Zoch is going to get caught by surprise, but Turkey Chicken, there it is.
You just trade, but nope, it's Turkey Chicken. Doubles down. If you look at this rotation, Blue Gold, they have the players surrounding B site and C site. UBC, they are going to be looking to check this alarm. Off target, still checks for Yoshi. That's the Empress. Gonna get that overheal. Dip out into the site, 3-on-3. UBC yet the ultimates of their own, but in the shadows, all the way into that side with this operator. Would lurk out this pick.
30
Somalia
seconds
rotating
left.
from A to B.
Big plant tied up 3-3 as far as people in the lobby, but Juice Tane making it be in favor of UBC Violet, but Nova, she has something to say about that.
Me too. Yes, no abilities. Gun skill, nice peek off that. Baits out the shots from Nova. And with that Lear, they should know exactly where NJ Yoshi is.
You saved, you go for it. They have to make a decision right now.
It's been popping off so much. Juice Tank's gonna be dropped down very low, but yes, ability on the opposite end. 11-9 UBC. They're pushing their way to victory here, Chad.
Wow, this is not what I expected when I was seeing the first half. Like, if you see the first half, just how dominant Blue Gold was, you just be like, okay, sure, it's probably just going to run with it, and the game will be over soon. But UBC Violet, they came alive on the attack. They just know how to execute on these sites. The Turkey Chicken, especially hitting a 30 bomb, came online with it being an attacking side Reyna. And it doesn't seem like Blue Gold knows how to deal with this pressure that UBC Violet is providing.
It's something that Mount Union really couldn't find over Montclair earlier. It's just that equal kind of half on attack. UBC have done phenomenal at, like you said, delegating that Phoenix Reyna difference. Making sure that Brock can just draw all this attention and allow Turkey Chicken to sneak through these kind of holes, the plot holes that Blue Gold are providing.
Yoshi
here. Classic. Check it. Right click. A little bit off. Allotrope's going to find it. And now really Nova, you got to decide, are you going to hold this side or are you going to back off? Not going to check for Nova. You get the trade for the ops. Still Zosh looking for that equalizer, but it's just not the case. You can't get that spike down. And finally, Blue Gold Esports C into the site. They shut down an attack. They find their first defensive win.
Huge hole by Blue Gold. That wall did not work out the way they thought it would, I think, on the side of UBC Violet. They were not able to get past that to use it as cover away because the sliver was there and the op was holding it. And when they're trying to sneak through to challenge, there's just multiple members of Blue Gold with a perfect read, knew exactly where to rotate over towards. And a lot of that was because of NJ Yoshi, despite even not being able to get the kill with that classic in hand, wasn't a big investment. They can still do a lot with that with the economy, and also gave them a lot of information to provide time for that rotation for Blue Gold Esports C. And right now with an operator in hand for Zoch on site, couldn't quite find that first kill, but that alongside Somalia being on this cheesy angle here might catch UBC Violet off guard a bit if they get execute on site.
All the way up top. And you're looking for this op from Zoch, a big placement for their round win in the last. Blue Gold Esports, they don't want to give map point to UBC Violet, so this is their last stand right now. Somalia's neck with some of these players. Here comes the attack. Flash is going to be through. Blocks off. Zoch, Somalia unchecked is going to prey on these players. Three go down. Huge plays from your Omen. Be 2-on-4 now. Need some big plays here out of UBC Violet. Yas ability alongside their counterpart.
One enemy remaining.
Juice saying, you get the resurrection, you're back up to full 5 players. Blue Gold Esports, they're just hunting now for this 11-11 now. Yas ability, it's right now, what can you do to the economy of Blue Gold?
Yeah, Yaz is trying to push through. This tripwire is making it tough. Hopefully they have the economy to justify all of these abilities, because you get money from the spike plant itself, but this round's a little unwinnable at this point. If you're not thinking about the next round, and that's a lot of economy burned using that utility, able to get a kill is massive for sure. Finds the second Yaz ability, might be able to transfer to more, but no, has to reload at the worst time. And Yoshi able to swing through from C-Long and finish off the round, tie it up 11-11.
It's exactly what you hope, though, if you were that Sage player. I mean, you're playing really just for a little bit of damage off of that. You find TJ Parisi, you find Somalia. There's a couple rifles off the ground. I mean, it's not going to put too much damage into this economy, but kind of transferring over into this one, if UBC Violet can find that 12th round, then you might think that Blue Gold Esports off of those 2 picks are going to have a little bit of a lackluster buy going into the next one. So it's going to be interesting to see who can win this one. This is a very big round for UBC Violet. It's going to be hard because you have kind of that Spectre buy on Bra, and it's just not the weapons that you would hope to have onto this attack. And granted, attack's probably better to have it, but might not be that.
Yoshi doing it again. Lurking, ratting it a little bit. That's what gave them the information for info before him, but this time has better than a classic. Has a rifle in hand. Might be able to come up big right now, especially with 1 kill with a Reyna. Can just grab that dismiss. Trigger discipline.
Oh, goes for it.
You will not kill my ally.
Luckily, for UBC Violent, you have that resurrection. You're able to stay even on a 4-on-4. You needed Bra to find something there, but no, it's just the fall of the Phoenix.
Perky chicken
Enemy
though.
remaining.
Oh!
Yaz ability, Phantom spots the corner of Nova, but not able to find any shots here. Yaz ability does have this spike, Chad, so could possibly play for the rotation, but
Acid dry.
there's the op watching you, and if I was Yaz, I just need to get the spike down somewhere other than the C site.
Yeah, I would run all the way to A because you can
30
confirm the
seconds
Cypher was
left.
on site for C on the platform, and just now you saw the second person, the Jet, with an operator running all over to A site. That wall is a great idea because little do they know, but both players, Blue Gold Esports C, are all the way at C site. So by the time they get over here, the wall's pretty much gonna be gone by now. But Yazbility does not have the information we have. So playing it safe, doing that to get the plant down. Now just hugging the wall, try to play closer angles, especially to deal with this operator.
Oh, especially if you can hide from Zach, who's obviously going to be in heaven. It's going to give you a lot because it took a lot of time just to get to the second now. Camera.
Did they see?
Camera doesn't see.
Like, you can definitely look down, but I don't think it did. Yaz not shooting out though. Might be doomed for them.
Oh, they know.
The-
Nova has to
They
know.
don't know!
Oh, they line up, but Zach still finds the shot. Oh my word.
Is there time? Is there time?
To this one. I don't think
Oh,
there is.
there
No,
wasn't
there's not.
Oh my god!
Match point.
Yaz ability able to win that round despite not being able to get the second kill, but that wall ended up buying enough time. I thought it would be gone in time for them to be able to just shoot through it real quickly and blast through, work with two different angles, one person heaven, one person low, and try to just challenge, but no, they just wait for the wall to naturally go out instead of shooting it out instantly. And oh man, that was insane that Yaz ability was able to clutch out that round. Perfect timing and just great heads up awareness too, just to run to A side as well, not even stopping at B, just going all the way full distance, and they confirmed where those two members of Blue Gold were. Now this is the match point for UBC Violet, or can it go to overtime if Blue Gold Esports C is able to win this one out?
You can look down and decipher. I'm not crazy.
Yeah, absolutely can. They just didn't think that they'd be in a million years. They didn't think that this person was going to be directly next to that wall.
It's a hard bargain.
Yeah.
So is that B site hold, and already Altruz has found that kill. Spike's gonna get planted. Tristan, are you gonna count for Somali being there? You do not. So the Spectre's able to come out with the equalizer. Not for long. 4v3 for this retake. You have to into the shadows to get in the site. Emperor's gonna be burned on one side. This lockdown's gonna delay so much for this retake. So already time against you. UBC want to put this away. Nova. Here's the Empress. Turkey Chicken's gonna find that advantage right now. Big flash from Bra, but still Somalia answering the call. Two players, one extremely low, one yet to really pop out from behind. So this is all up to Somalia on the site. 18 HP. You have to get onto the spike, but the time is just not there. UBC Violet, an AFK player actually. So there you have it. It's a little bit anticlimactic for the victory, but 13 to 11, UBC Violet. We're gonna take Haven.
Definitely unfortunate that NJ Yoshi was a, if it's DC or not, but the team definitely has it in their power to call pause if DC comes through for like a tech pause or something, I'm sure. So don't know exactly what was going on there. But at the very least, it was a win for on the end there. Not Blue Gold, UBC Violet at the very end there. It looked like it was gonna be a win for Blue Gold Esports C because they were so good on offense. And they started figuring offense as well. They got the big hold with the forward information from NJ Yoshi, and then later on they got a massive play coming out of Somalia on and off angle, the angle that they didn't really see it before on the side of UBC Violet, so they weren't prepared for a big triple kill coming out of that. So Blue Gold Esports C started figuring things out, but that big hold from at the very end, there was, I don't see it on the roster list, but Yaz ability nailed it. Memory serves correctly. Yaz ability having the 1v2 win there was massive turnaround. At the very end, they just swept through and made it happen for them.
And I was talking about in the previous round, those two picks that I think it was Yaz ability was able to get in the round before that. They were crucial into that last round that they were playing 4-13. You saw Somalia had that Spectre. Still was able to find some picks with that Spectre, but just having that lower economy gun, the submachine gun in that fact, you're going to be playing different than if you had those ARs in your hands. So,
Yep.
I mean, they were able to take that B site with ease off of Altrops finding that first blood. You get set up. That post plan was so good. And then an unfortunate DC. It's actually there's a fire alarm in Yoshi's dorm, so going
Oh.
off. So I hope everything is all right for NJ Yoshi and that the fire alarm is just a test alarm and that. But we are going to be cutting to a break. Get ready for this map number 2 and get everything sorted out on our end. So we'll see you soon. You're watching NECC Valorant Week number 3. We got after this break, Ascend.
por falar em saudade, onde anda você? Onde andam seus olhos? E a gente não vê onde anda esse corpo que me deixou morto de tanto prazer. E por falar em beleza, onde anda a canção que se ouvia na noite dos bares de então, onde a gente ficava, onde a gente se amava em total solidão. Hoje eu saio na noite vazia, numa boemia sem razão de ser, na rotina dos bares, que apesar dos pesares me trazem você. E por falar em paixão, em razão de viver, você bem que podia me aparecer nesses mesmos lugares, na noite nos bares, onde anda você?
I'm sick of singing about depression on the same old chord progression. I'll be a-okay if I can be like you see me, but F it. And I can't wait till I've ascended to those pearly gates in heaven. If they take one look at my punk ass, just forget it, I won't get in. Cause yeah, I think life has passed me by. You can say goodbye. Sleep myself into a coma on this whiskey-scented sofa. Show away my days instead of trying to go for my diploma. So I tell myself that I'm an artist. It's how I wish to be regarded. It's a full-time job being a fucking fraud, and that's where my heart is. Cause my whole life has passed me by. Say goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to week number 3 of the NECC. My name is Seymour alongside Chad Lantis, and we are here to bring you this action against Blue Gold C UBC Violet. It was UBC Violet who actually took map number 1 on Haven, 13-11. Chad, we got Ascent coming up over the horizon. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling great about this, and I wouldn't be feeling so great at the end of the last month because of the fire alarm fiasco with NJ Yoshi, but it's all been settled. NJ Yoshi's back and set up, and they'll be coming back with a vengeance because they're so close to winning that last map that they really want to win out on Ascent. And I honestly think they might be able to do it, especially since they had really good teamwork overall, especially with TJ Breezy having such a great tactical awareness of situations so often, and came up with really big in a lot of situations where when we go to Ascent, it is a very tactical savvy, a very strategically sounded map, not so much puggy and like randomized a little bit as far as like things like Breeze and Icebox. Ascent is like, you got to work with a team, work for map control, work for side executes, things like that. And I think there's a really good shot that Blue Gold Esports C can actually win out here and bring us into a map 3.
No, I totally agree. I think, you know, escaping Haven and going to Ascent, you got two different worlds because on attack and defense, it's like the best of both worlds for a team right now. You can really make it your own on either side. On attack, for example, I mean, on both A and B, you have the doors to drop, and you can immediately turn it on its head with that spike plant, turn it into your own defending round. And I think that the fact that we saw such strong executes from the likes of Blue Gold C over on Haven, that their tactical awareness will definitely shine here on Ascent.
I think so too. But I will say though, UBC Violet, they are the ones who chose Ascent as their map pick.
Yes.
So they were able to win out against the map pick of the opposition. If they go and perform just as well, if not even better, on their map pick as you would expect them to do so, then this is probably gonna be a 2-0 in that regard. So we'll have to see how this all plays out. I don't want to see a lot of Phoenix either. Phoenix Rain is going to have an even harder time on Ascent, I'd say, than Haven, because Haven has a lot of access to like different sites you can access into, different angles onto sites, whereas Ascent is very straightforward on B site. You gotta get map control and go out garage, collapse through market with the B and tree from B main, or on A site you get tree control and then you go in through A main and then attack from two angles there. But they're very bottlenecked, very closed in, and you basically have two telegraphed locations you're going towards if you're going to either site. Really hard to do that if you don't have something like a Raze or a Jet on your team that can just dash on a site and create space instantly with movement speed and have the rest of the team follow through. The game plan of having Dienbra on the Phoenix going in there, creating space with just being a distraction, try and make some damage happen while Turkey Chicken comes in following up and gets big kills. It's going to be a little bit hard to pull off on a map like Ascent.
It will be 100%, and I can definitely see that being the downfall of UBC Violet. So I want them to stray away from that this time around. It's definitely going to be one of those more tactile maps rather than a very, I guess you put it perfectly, puggy map. So I want to see them escape that Phoenix. I don't think that Phoenix generally was a good pick on Ascent in like the case for that one, and I could see maybe the Raze, a Jet coming out for this team. Either way, if you don't want to go the Jet, and a lot of people don't want to go to the Jet, you're right. The Raze is definitely the way to go for it, especially when you're talking about this bottlenecking. You are going to be having just as easy a retake standpoint from a defensive end as it is just to kind of set up for these post-plant situations on the attack. I mean, generally speaking, on A or B, most teams are going to be stuck in these retake situations on site. So I mean, into this game, I just need UBC Violet to get away from that kind of head-on, just contact plays that they do have. And if they're struggling on defense, if they're struggling on attack, I need them to kind of step back and really kind of take it into a more widespread kind of knowledge for Ascent on how we need to see them taking these points against Blue Gold C, which were definitely a lot more tactical in that. And so, I mean, you said you didn't want to see the Jet the Phoenix in that end. Is there any other differences, any other switch ups you'd like to see from these teams?
Absolutely. What we saw from the last game was double duelist, double sentinel with one controller for both team compositions. Honestly, especially, we so very commonly see double initiator compositions in the current meta, especially when going to upper echelon of play, even like VCT status, like top of the top world championship stuff. So if they're showing improving, like, yeah, this is the single double initiator is pretty much the way to go, especially Sova, who can get a lot of guaranteed information and spray through the thin walls of Ascent. I really want to see these teams stray away from double duelist, double sentinel and incorporate at least one initiator in the compositions so they can have a little bit better information of what's going on site so they know how to execute a little bit better, or get forward information on defense so they know how to rotate better with their team, be able to stop the oppression, because we did see a lot of success on the attacking side for both teams last game. A lot of that is because both teams on defense didn't know where the tech was coming from until they lost one or two members because they were finding themselves in 1v5, 2v5 situations.
I think that's just a Haven thing, though. Like Haven is hard to defend, and if you're really not aware and reading your attackers properly, you're going to be stuck in those like X amount of players against 5 situations in those plants. If you're not able to find those opening picks, if you're not able to come away with like 1 or 2 off the bat, you're going to be stuck in those unfavorable defensive retakes. So I think it's totally different ballpark when you're talking about Ascent in this match. I mean, we're talking about the match prior to this, the Mount Union University versus Montclair Red matchup. It was Ascent that was the closest between the two. The first map between the two as well, where Mount Union University won 13-7. And it was interesting to see that Montclair Red, they brought out a Brimstone as their smoke, which I would definitely like to see teams kind of stray away from that because I'm not a big fan of Brimstone. But I mean, if that's how you play it, I think that Brimstone definitely good for Killjoy for it to like to counter out Killjoys, which are most likely going to be picked on a map like Ascent. You see Bra hovering over that Brimstone right now, and I mean, I'm not a big fan of Brimstone, but if you can utilize that orbital strike and time it right for the lockdowns of Nova, I think it could be a great counter here.
Both teams still not going with initiators. Not a fan. I love initiators in the current meta. They've always been really good. I'm a biggest fan. My favorite compositions are double initiator compositions with one of the rest. One Sentinel, one controller, and then one entry duelist. So I really wish I could have seen the initiator on either team. So it's going to be, again, a situation where it's going to be a little hard for them to figure out exactly where the enemy is at. It's going to be a lot of just straight up just going in there and doing a little bit of an instinct mode and swarming onto site to check all the angles as a unit. But I would say, though, with having double controller on the side of Blue Gold Esports C, they are going to have the ability to smoke off a bunch of angles. So they're going to be able to control exactly, true to the name of the agents, control exactly which angles they check first and then swing through beyond there afterwards. And on the side of UBC Violet, they have a double Sentinel, so they would be able to do an amazing post-plant situation. And then also, when they're on defense, they can just stall a lot of the oppression and the approach of the offense. Just make it buy a lot of time for the team to rotate in.
You know, I think it was 2 weeks ago that we were casting Chad that I said that if I don't see a Sova on Ascent, I'm gonna absolutely go crazy. And look at this.
I'm going crazy right now.
I swear this is the first time I've ever seen Ascent played and there's no Sova on the map.
I feel like I'm not a fan. That's all I can really say about it.
I agree. I'm definitely not a fan either, but I am a fan of this rotation out of UBC Violet.
Same. Massive. A great read as well. They're going to have a completely open B site and getting a pick and tree as well, making the rest of Blue Gold Esports C even more convinced that's going to be an A take of this situation. They're going to be taking even longer to make the rotation. But now they hear they're walking through mid, they hear the stomps. Now the rotation is coming through Blue Gold, but it might be a little bit too late.
Bro just got so much patience through that. He's just going to flood it over to Turkey Chicken, who swings wide with that ghost. It's going to be good for 2-3 into the round. Almost, I was going to say. Zosh, though, ships over a shot right to the noggin. 10 HP, 2v4. This is what I was talking about on Ascent. If you can get into this B site uncontested, get that spike down, these post plants are ruthless to retake. Because you might have only 10 HP onto Zosh, but Yoshi's going to be coming through here. You get spotted by this turret, and that's just going to call for Allotrope to peek on through, do some damage, and then you got that double swing from Bra right into it. Yoshi does a good job at standing tall against those first two shots, but I mean, when you're in that kind of chokehold site like that, that B garage, it's hard. You're just taking fight after fight, it feels like.
It really is. It's even harder dealing with double sentinel situation in the post plant. They can just set up all these traps, slow orbs, walls, everything that they want to burn so much time before you can actually get to the site to even challenge those gun fights beyond that. I do like seeing NJ Yoshi and Turkey Chicken both on the Reynas again, because both of them were doing a great job when it came to fragging. So you definitely want them, if they're doing a great job fragging out, leave them on Reynas. And this is a pretty solid map to have a Reyna on as well. So good to see those pickups stay through there.
First blood. Turret's going to give away. There's a shot at. I think it was a miss molly from Bra. Lands right into garage. Not able to block off that B rotation from the defender spawn. It's gonna be a 5-on-5 retake here. Very low in the utility. Juice Tate ambitiously updrafts right into Nova's Frenzy. Now here's where the trades come through. Turkey Chicken, good for 1. The overheal is going to get him right back up to 100 HP. And this is where UBC Violet are going to be taking control of these tight lanes into it. Turkey Chicken, another one to dismiss out to Bruh. Such good teamwork out of UBC Violet. They push themselves to a 2-0 lead right away, only losing 1 player.
Turkey Chicken, a lot of what we saw in round 1, or map 1, I should say, was DN Bruh being the one that going out there and baiting and getting all the attention towards them, while Turkey Chicken is the one that follows through and gets the kills. But right there, Turkey Chicken that got the dismiss at the right timing, got out of there, and it was Dean Brother the one that swung on afterwards and he capitalized on that distraction. So it's good synergy going on between these two players overall. I want to see more out of Blue Gold Esports' double sentinel composition for stalls on the site. TJ Breezy did a lot of great things with his Sage in map number 1, but with a Killjoy setup as well, you need to utilize their utility a little bit better. Just use those mollies, the doorways on Speedway, stall that approach on the site, things like that. Somalia getting a first pick is actually massive for the team, taking out Juice Tane. That's that entry duelist gone.
Scap in the smoke. Yoshi pushes Blue Gold into a 4v3. Now 4v2 because this is where TJ Breezy can grab this Vandal and shine like a diamond. Or shine brighter than the Sage Wall. You know, I think that's more appropriate for the situation. Allotrope in a 1v4. Spectre in hand. You got the Nanoswarm and the Alarm Bot, but if you look at your minimap, you can see that Blue Gold Esports, they are not giving anything out to this Killjoy. They know they have Spike down. They know that eventually you're going to have to go recover this one. So again, we're backed into this moment where it's like, how much damage can you do? And it's nothing. As TJ Breezy puts a nail into this round. First round on the board for Blue Gold. Exactly like we saw in Haven.
Things are working great for this offensive Reyna and Turkey Chicken. 6-2-2 already, and the rest of the team is following through with that opening that Turkey Chicken creates on these rounds. That bonus happening, though, for Blue Gold Esports C. They were able to shut that down, but there was a little bit bloody. So they don't have the best weaponry. They have to deal with an SMG with a light armor, that Spectre on Nova. So she's going to have to do some like really wide swing sprays or something like that if they want to beat out the rifles in the hands of UBC Violet.
Zach on the Viper. First blood going to go through, and again, these try peaks from UBC Violet really stunting their attacks. Nanoswarm's going to push Zach out here, but the damage has been done. Here's the wall from TJ Breezy, and you might as well write off this round. They are trapped, and they cannot get out. These last two players are going to have to grab the spike, run off world. She again on this headshot angle, just set up. Here comes Yaz right into the side.
One enemy remaining.
Yoshi's not able to find it, but Somalia is able to clean up where they left off. This is such a good setup from Blue Gold Esports chat. They are not allowing UBC to get any traction.
Yeah, they're having a tough time in comparison to their Haven record so far, and a lot of this is just those opening picks in Somalia holding it down greatly alongside TJ Breezy and a tree. Beautifully held by Yaz's ability, but didn't expect TJ Breezy waiting in the wing, ready for that swing and getting them to 2-2.
This is where things went downhill for UBC last round on Haven. I mean, it was what, 6 rounds in a row from Blue Gold Esports after the first initial pistol round and second round were gone. And I mean, that's when we saw UBC really bring this back. But defense from Blue Gold Esports just looks phenomenal.
Yeah, gotta give a lot of credit to basically the entire team, but especially that tree hold. The hold in middle has been just controlled by Blue Gold, so they're able to make the faster rotations happen, especially if they're getting these kills, and that's exactly what they've been doing these past 2 rounds, and they're still doing it.
She upgrading these shots from snail mail to direct delivery. Goes for a second one. Juice Tane on the Sheriff. We'll lay down the law. The only thing is Yoshi is the law. He's going for a third. Right around this corner. As the backup. Big hit from UBC right away and into the rifle round. This is not where you want to have it. I mean, you need things to change, and this is just not the direction you'd hope to see. Yas ability still lurking inside Checker, still taking these head-on fights. That is going to push to another flawless right here, unless Allotrope can find a kill or 2 on this exit. Got 2 on either side of you. Phantom in hand, very low lead. TJ Breezy's going to clear you out there. Another flawless round from Blue Gold Esports. Another stellar setup from Yoshi, just taking these fights, doing what Reyna does best, and just kill.
Definitely doing what Reyna does best. Yoshi is coming back with a vengeance. Like, couldn't actually, like, that guy feels like such this guy just rustle you up, you know, like if you didn't have a chance to be able to win out and bring it to overtime in the last map because of a fire alarm goes off. Like, come on. Coming into this match, just like the passion is there, the fire is in the eyes, and it's getting a 7-2 scoreline right now, just winning gunfights left and right. That mid control really was so much for Blue Gold Esports, but now they're going to be having to hold off on a main, but TJ Breezy with a wall in hand. Stage pickup's going to be working out so well for them, especially if Zach gets a double.
3-3. Going for it. Oh, it's going to be TJ Breezy to push in here. Full house on the board for Zach and TJ Breezy. Think about lining him up and knocking him down. That's exactly how you do it.
Beautifully done. Like, so many players on Blue Gold Esports C, they're just holding angles and winning the gunfights, especially down mid over towards A. And it's not a surprise that UBC Violet is setting up towards B because that's an area they had a little bit more success on overall. But that's where the killjoy is, and they have to deal with the Omen smoke as well. It's a slow travel time, but if Omen's directly on site, that slow travel time is not going to matter a whole lot. So they can just smoke out B main, make it hard to be able to like know where they're swinging out into, and all that utility is going to make it hard to even stay in that smoke when it pops.
Here, site. Noble playing that off angles. It is going to swing wide though. Able to find Turkey Chicken. Talking about a big first blood right there. The only thing is you're not able to stay in that advantage too long. Juice Tain is going to double down for a second. It's actually lurking here. You can find one, that's going to be phenomenal, but if you can find two, that's even better. Make it a third one for Somalia. TJ Breezy walks in for one of their own, but Blue Gold Esports have a scent on lock right now on defense.
Somalia's 2 moments of getting kills are 2 triples, bringing them up to a 6-3-2 scoreline. But beforehand, it was a few rounds ago on the tree swinging towards Cat, getting a big triple kill there, and then now it's the massive hold on B site. Didn't go for the smoke out of B main as what I predicted, just went for a paranoia instead to aggressively go for like a swing option instead of dropping the safer smoke. It's a little bit faster reaction time option, but it's not as much controlled because you can see that they were able to get onto site on the side of UBC Violet, and now with a little bit another buy up. They have that full round loss bonus. They're just going to try again, but they don't have Somalia on site this time. It's only Nova.
Hello. Slips into the alleyway. See, Nova is still in the same angle. Owl's able to find them, but still going to fall. You get that instant trade. Spike should be down momentarily. Blue Gold, I really want to see them play this retake in a 4-on-4, especially considering you get that shadows. Great into Garage, and they're being low Turkey Chicken this time onto Yoshi. That's the heavy hitter off the board for UBC. What do you have to work with? Paranoia, use smokes, and a pick to equalize this. A huge setup right now. Lockdown in the res are going to be invested into this 2v2 onto the side of Ballroom Blitz. Zach left alone and not able to take down Turkey Chicken. A very big swing from Turkey Chicken to give him 4 and give him a third round.
And Turkey Chicken stepped up. That seems to be a little bit of the identity for this team, is a lot of the teammates are doing individually good things, but overall, when they find a lot of success on the round, it's because Turkey Chicken starts popping off, getting some big kills. If Turkey Chicken is getting 2 to 3 kills in a round, it's basically always UBC Violet getting the round win. Whereas if Turkey Chicken's not getting online, gets like 1 kill at most, then UBC Violet, they get a kill here and there, but it doesn't seem to quite be enough. This is that star talent Turkey Chicken. They need to be constantly active, getting these big frags. The rest of the team needs to kind of step up a little bit if they want to find more consistency.
Dodge. Deadly. Not going to take the duels right on though, Chad. Instead, TJ Breezy opts to wall it off before any action can come through. Look at this. Somalia.
Ooh, Somalia hears it.
It's going to be so much info. If I was Blue Gold Esports right now, I would be rotating Zach over to the A site immediately.
Yeah, if not both. That's exactly where they're going now. They're finally making the rotation because you hear them committing to the garage, and the Empress is active by Yoshi. It's going to be a big moment for NJ Yoshi.
Clear. Locks him off. Shot's not going to be there. They know exactly where he is. The Empress not going to come out on the board of Blue Gold Esports. Kill's going to go down off of this lockdown as well. Give him the spike down, hopefully. No, it's not. Nova is going to put down a lockdown of her own. And look at this retaliation coming out of Blue Gold Esports, using their ultimates to their advantage. To be Yasability against the world, and that's just not where you want to be. I'm impressed at that. I mean, Somalia was able to sit inside the middle of the map and because you can get in behind, you can just destroy that lockdown.
Yeah, beautiful utility usage overall for Blue Gold Esports C. And NJ Yoshi didn't share out the Lear immediately and try to just go for the challenge while blind, which not the best of options, I'd say. Definitely wanted to shoot out that eyeball really quick first and then swing from there, even though it does give away your position. It's just completely blind if you go for that swing otherwise. It's a huge gamble. Just otherwise, you can just go for a trade where you both know where each other are and you can actually see. And in Empress, you can get that Lear away. But anyway, enough from that. It was a beautiful usage of utility from the rest of Blue Gold Esports C. Did an amazing job of using the turrets, the Nova Swarms, the Snake Bites, things of that sort to clear out Speedway and everything around it. So they knew where the last couple of members were, funneled them in, and now an eco round for the side of UBC Violet. They're trying to just break through this wall, but that Poison Cloud, the wall itself, the remainder of it is going to be enough. They even double it up with it with this dark cover to save the poison duration. You can just drop that cloud or pop that cloud back up whenever the dark cover goes away.
UBC, you're stuck. You have nothing to push you through this choke.
While all this is happening, though, Blue Gold is not actively getting mid control. They finally rotated NJ Yoshi over towards mid to cover a little bit. Now that Sky Smoke comes through, so they have to give up a little bit of mid control. But UBC Violet, they haven't committed to B.
What I mind is that they're all dropping off of this site. Turkey Chicken lurking in the smoke finds Zach. And now you can play for this take through trees, but I mean, you can only do so much when you do have that eco buy right now for UBC Violet. And you were able to find that kill of your Turkey Chicken, but you still had that res for Blue Gold Esports. They're back up into full strength. Doing better than ever right now. Turkey Chicken still has Zach's number. Somalia. I didn't know whether or not Somalia was going to find them on the catwalk, or you're just going to get into that back line again. Nonetheless, it is going to be Somalia putting them in a great situation. Nova gets rid of the Lear, takes the kill. He has ability alone in a 1v2 and 5 seconds to work with. It's not enough to find this round win. You need to keep this rifle this time around.
7-3 as it is. Yasbilly just going to save that rifle next round, and the rest of the economy is looking pretty good, so they should be mostly fine. Actually, they'll be able to fully buy up everything. So the save works out for them for sure. And Google Esports looking amazing on defense here when they struggled on Haven. Despite this being UBC Violet's map pick, Blue Gold's the one that's stepping up massively. And a lot of this is on top of DJ Breezy. Only 4 deaths, 14-4 right now. Player did an amazing job on Haven overall, and he's doing even better now on Ascent.
Really been seeing anything too complex out of UBC Violent attacks. Over this time and cleanly. Here is the alarm bot asking a prime. The nanosword.
Oh no!
Not big enough. He has ability. I like it. I'm interested, but a little bit of a misplace. Still getting into it. Nova has relocated into the tight corner, and that is going to catch Juicane off guard. UBC Violet 3v4. You've gotten into the site, but you have left the smoke behind. DJ Breezy, you can see this, so waiting for somebody to come and cover it. Allotrope doubles down with Turkey Chicken. 1v4. This is turned on its head. You invest the resurrection, and it turns out into your favor. So Zach 1v4. Juicane plays a close angle. That's going to give UBC Violet a 4th round here on their attack. Playing for that 7-5 half, but nonetheless, for attacking side, 4 rounds is not too bad.
Yeah, Wall was a little bit tragic at the start, made it a little bit tough for UBC Violet to get on the site, and that cost them a couple lives, but because of the trade kill that Yazability was able to do later on, got the resurrection, and the Wall at the very end actually worked out for them because they could get Allotrope's turret on top of it, they could swing off of their own Lear, and the rest of Blue Gold Esports C, even though they could get the spike control on the ground, they just stopped right there, right at the spike, and they didn't get good map control, they didn't space out, they didn't fall back a little bit to have safer angles, they just stopped right there, completely exposed and completely surroundable, and UBC Violet capitalized on that perfectly. So the Wall didn't work out at the start, but they made lemonade with the lemons there from UBC Violet, beautifully done, and now they're just storming through the market on this last round and a half, finding the first kill and finding a second as well, so the entry is massive for UBC Violet. Not dissuaded at all by the blunder at the start of the last round. They are just completely going full confidence ahead, but Somalia trying to fight back in this last round and a half.
Chat, I'm a big fan of Lemonade, but I'm an even bigger fan of that push that I saw from UBC Violet, and they're just keeping this aggression on pace with Blue Gold Esports. Back up to Zach in a 1v3 this time, has the operator. And a Viper's Kick. Where's that Viper's Kick going to land? It gets them real estate into the site, but not enough real estate to get them into the pit, really. So you're going to have to exit it, take Juice Chain head on, and Yaz ability holding that cross angle is going to find that headshot. So 7-5 half is where we're going to end here on Ascent. UBC Violet going to swap over to defense. Blue Gold Esports, they swap to attack. Chad, I want to pick your brain a little bit. What really kind of sparked your interest into that first half there? What's on your mind?
A lot of that was just that Blue Gold Esports C didn't have the strongest of B holds overall. UBC Violet finally kind of figured that out. They're struggling with mid control. They're struggling with A site takes, and they had success on pistol rounds on B side. So they said, you know what? Let's just keep going to B side. And they kept finding success with it. They finally were able to get some more rounds for them. And honestly, I think this might be a little bit tough for Blue Gold Esports to find success here with compositionally, because they have only a Reina for entry. And Jay Yoshi, is going to be a lot of pressure on him to be able to pop off a lot of frags if they want to find entry on the site successfully.
A little bit behind. Allotrope not blind at all. Still going to lose that gunfight. We're actually getting a little bit too aggressive through that smoke. Somalia is going to catch them off. This Turkey Chicken was able to walk away with 2 Chads. So UBC Violet in this pistol round, they're going to be at a disadvantage, but this is very, very winnable.
Spike planted.
If you can get into this one. Yoshi not watching for Juice Tane is going to be caught with their pants down inside that lever room.
Toxin screen down.
It's going to be important too. The wall is going to block off Juice Tane from getting through. No, it's not actually. It's finished. Hatch is still watching it, taking a considerable amount of damage. Yas ability 1v1 has to reload. TJ Breezy playing a little bit ring around the Rosie and able to avoid Yas ability's peripheral vision to take a stronger gunfight into that one and lock down the pistol round for the first pistol round win out of Blue Gold Esports.
TJ Breezy is still having a fantastic showing on this map, 16-6 right now on a Sage. How often do you see a Sage being top frag for your team, really? And Somalia as well, kind of being like that second fragger role with that Omen, just paranoying it into the site and just swinging through alongside NJ Yoshi. Just Somalia looking right and Yoshi looking left. That kind of situation seems to be the case, and TJ Breezy just comes right up. Meanwhile, Zach and Nova providing wonderful utility usage for the team. We saw that for retakes on defense, and we're probably going to be seeing a lot of that on attack for the takes.
Jusain almost getting cut off there. Luckily, Jets have a tailwind. Exit strategy. Taking a look at the top right, you can see a 2-for-1 in favor of UBC Violet in these strong chokeholds. Looking to go even off this pistol round.
Yoshi?
Plenty of time to work with right now, but the only thing is you don't have numbers, or if you're Blue Gold Esports, you still have the Spectre, you can line them up. The only thing is that UBC is just owning these gunfights, Chad. And now Nova is alone with this bomb. And I mean, what do you do here?
UBC's reading it as well. Nova's like, okay, all 3 are on site. I got to rotate to B, but that's exactly what UBC is looking at. Violet is just like, yeah, that's exactly what we're going to try. Let's get catch control. Visually confirmed by Dienbra. So now they know for sure it's going for B site. Nova's slowing down. She has to do so because she doesn't know if people are going to be on corners, but this allows time for UBC Violet to rotate themselves, so it's going to be a 1v3 situation for her.
First thing you need to do is clear market. No matter how many players are there, Nova's gonna swing right into the damage. And able to find Dienbra, but you got 16 HP, and that is not a turret you want to fight. 13 seconds left. You can take these kills if you want to find that round.
10 seconds left.
UBC Violet are in such a strong position to find this, and I don't mind this whatsoever from Nova. If you can get away with the Spectre, it's not going to be the worst thing to carry over into the next round.
Next round, though, the rest of your team is going to be going into a spade because that was their buy-up. The eco was from UBC Violet. They actually were the ones that were able to win out despite having just pistols. They found just the perfect angles that Blue Gold Esports C just weren't accounting for. There's 2v1s, there's off angles, things like that UBC Violet was able to sneak away. And the economy, as you can see right there, they're trying to figure out on the side Blue Gold Esports C, on the attacking side, they're trying to figure out what can we buy here that actually makes sense and is viable for this. Because he saved the Spectre, the economy is not going to be looking very good because they're forcing up in this round. If they lose this round with disadvantaged weaponry, then they also go into a save themselves as well. So it's going to be a rough 2 rounds moving forward if they lose this one.
Definitely is, but Somalia, off of that Phantom buy, breaks this right open with the first blood. So now this is where things get interesting. And if you look in the top left of your screen, Chad, you have that Viper's Pit. So if you get control of B, you can drop this ultimate, and you can completely take over this series. You lose Zach, you lose that ultimate, and now things are questioning. We're gonna see it. This is a big read from UBC Violet.
Great start from Blue Gold. This is a round that they need to win, but that ambitious teleport by Somalia. We saw that in the first game, and doing it still is a high risk, high reward play, but the risk is just so great in a situation like this. But TJ Breezy comes up with the 2 massive kills. The player's been stepping up so well for this team. This entire map continues to do so.
Well, but TJ Breezy to really do something like that now, putting Turkey Chicken against the ropes. Empress in hand. You got 2 Leers. A dismiss as well if you want to. That gives it away. The Nano Swarm 2 right on that doorstep.
They heard the drop. Be ready for it.
Ooh, 5 HP. TJ Breezy chasing, and that's going to be 3 kills from TJ Breezy to put Blue Gold Esports up to 9. 9-6 scoreline at the half, or after that round.
Yeah.
And I'm very impressed the fact that Blue Gold Esports was able to find that with what they had. It's off of Raw dying right away so early.
Yeah, and that was that round that if they lost that because of economy, they probably would have gone down to a 9-8, nearly tied game. Or actually would have been 8-8, sorry, tied game at that point, most likely. But they're extending the lead a little bit again. They're maintaining that control of the map, and they need to do so if they want to get themselves into map 3 for this best of 3 situation. UBC Violet, they have a ways to go. They came online for the second half in the first game. Maybe do that again in game number 2. Nova, get that first pick. Maybe not.
You don't need the trigger discipline, but Yoshi is still going to give you the work. Brock caught in no man's land with a molly. From the shadows has secured you the pit of B. So you get the spike down, you set up for this post plants, and this is UBC remaining right now on the back foot again here on defense. These retakes are ruthless at the B site. Talking about it, I mean, Chad, and this is just not the position you want to be in UBC Violet. You either need to play at least sufficient retakes, or you need to start playing a little bit more defensively.
And all coming down to Juice Tane, but that's a 1v4 situation, just a Spectre in hand. A little tough to win that one out. A 4K is going to be the result for NJ Yoshi. Getting himself up into that positive KD situation, which is definitely where you want to see Arena on your team.
You know, sometimes I think it was on Haven we saw some excellent trigger discipline. It was either Somalia or it was Yoshi on the side of Blue Gold Esports. And Allotrope probably really hard on themselves right now with pulling the trigger so early on a Spectre. It went totally unchecked. You could have punished both of those players if you were a little bit more patient, but it's just such a hard thing to really identify as a player. You want to make sure you at least get a kill. You don't know who's coming around that corner next and if it's going to be checked. So
right.
I mean, it's a tough situation for Allotrope to be in, and if you get those 2 kills, you get Yoshi off the board, it's a huge play for UBC Violet. I think it's just tough that doesn't kind of go your way.
Definitely a rough situation for sure. The weaponry wasn't amazing overall, so it's going to be a tough round anyway. And because of that, though, is even more important that you have that trigger discipline. Try to go for that higher risk, high reward option and try to secure a second kill on that situation instead of going for that first and trying to swing for the second that was alerted to you. So definitely one of those situations that you can look at their odds later and be like, okay, in this situation, go for the higher risk play, bigger reward, bigger payout. And on these rounds like right now where they have rifles, that's when you want to do the more standard stuff. And speaking of standard, straight up Molly to stall the push through mid control. A trade overall so far this round. And try and get some more smokes down as D and Bruh.
Folks, I can hear the action going through, but yes, we are having a little bit extra problems with this program feed right now. From what we've understood is Bra was about to be overwhelmed inside this marketplace, but when the dust settles, we get back into it. It's actually the other way around. UBC Violet fought back, and they took this round, move up 7-10, and it's another situation where I think that these teams are very kind of, I guess, plateaued in these attacks. There's nothing really crazy in my mind that I'm seeing out of these attacks from either side. I think sometimes we see some sparks of brilliance out of some squads with takes towards B, but we haven't really seen a successful take towards A unless they're rotating through mid and taking control of Catwalk and Courtyard first. And I think every single time we go see those players really kind of, I guess, force their way into market and try to take control of the middle of the map by force, it's not working at all.
It's a little tough, especially against a Brimstone. The Sky Smoke's so hard to play through, get past those because your vision's completely con going in them. It lasts for forever, and by the time you come out of it, you have no idea where to lurk, left, right, or center. The mollies are also so good in those incendiaries to try to just stall for time. They burn and take so much damage from you if you try to run through those. So it's great that Dienbra is located there on the side of UBC Violet. It's not great for them that Yaz's ability was falling to Somalia for this next round. 10-7 on the scoreline for Blue Gold Esports. They're starting to run away a little bit with, especially finding another pick on to Turkey Chicken as well. The big fragger for the side of UBC Violet that they really need to have alive and online if they want to try to get back in these rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, Blue Gold Esports C right now, they are looking to win Ascent, barring their very unfortunate DC from their arena player, Yoshi, in the last map, Haven. It really kind of gave up that map number 1. I'm sure they had a strong chance at finding that Haven victory under their belt, but I mean, now you're looking at Ascent to really be your pathway to split as your map 3, and hopefully go for the reverse sweep in this best of 3. But I think this is going to be really showing how good your attack can be on the attack side. And you really need to kind of take a few steps back and really kind of think a little bit more tactically on getting into the A site and the B site. And we're seeing that from the likes of Blue Gold Esports, but we're also seeing them kind of overlook it and get a little bit too aggressive at times.
I gotta say too, when we saw Turkey Chicken really coming online, it was on the attacking side for that first map because they're playing on Arena. It's naturally Arena is going to have a harder time on defense because you don't have utility to really stall people coming in. A lot of it matters whenever you can dictate the pacing yourself. You can look for those lurks and try to find some off angles and start streamrolling through on a site, things like that. So Turkey Chicken now on defense is going to be taken out of their element a little bit. It might be slowing down a bit. The rest of the team as well seems to be having a little bit of a tough time too.
It is. You have the Resurrection out of Blue Gold Esports, as well as UBC, so you have that extra player if you need be. An eco at the moment. For a few players, bro is gonna get caught out by Somalia through mid. Ready for Turkey Chicken to be here. The shouted step, unaware that Turkey Chicken right underneath this, and Yaz ability's gonna get the information, the call to swing out, clear out this omen. And the immediate trade to stay in a 4-on-4 for the side of UBC. That's a big play.
Somalia keeps going for these really risky teleport plays, and it seems like UBC Violet has finally really figured it out.
I feel like that's just a situation that you can't bear, Chad. I mean, constantly just unnecessary gunfights are putting UBC on the disadvantage now. It's gonna leave us even. You got that res for Zaj. Yeah, his ability to spray. It's not gonna take them down, so it's gonna be up to Turkey Chicken really to spoil the fun out of these attackers. Res on the opposite side. Turkey Chicken doubles down with Yaz. They find 3 in the choke, and that's how deadly it can be when you're pushing out into the A side. A brilliant round from UBC. From 0 to hero comes Turkey Chicken.
Yeah, fantastic hold there on the site. They did a great job, and Turkey Chicken gets that 1 kill, but the rest of the team really, like Gaz's ability especially, just stepping up right there. Allotrope being 1, so huge for the rest of the team to step up there with the hold, with the utility. The Sage is so good. We saw TJ Breezy doing it on defense, and now we're seeing Yaz's ability do exactly the same thing.
you do here, really, if you are UBC Violet? Pull this one back.
And they might be doing the same thing UBC Violet did. On the side, Blue Gold's what might be doing the same thing, because UBC Violet seems to have similar success, just not, I guess, similar type of success of holding A, mid control, but not as good, as well as Blue Gold was able to find.
Yes, ability's so strong with that Vandal. Lines him up. Nova and Zach are going to find the end of that shot. 4 on 2. Now Somalia inside this courtyard, but hasn't really secured it, considering Turkey Chick is just able to peek out of Catwalk just like that. And put Somalia in a 1v4. So this Omen, again, just stuck in a bad situation with this Phantom. Your economy is not looking the brightest. If you die here, you're most likely on an eco. You want to make sure that UBC are not comfortable after this one. So I'm looking at Somalia to do some damage. You're not able to. Turkey Chicken's so good at playing these one-on-ones, and if Blue Gold Esports are going to continue feeding these one-on-ones to Turkey Chicken, I'm sure they're okay at maintaining their advantage.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that positioning from Somalia. I like that as an off angle in case somebody's looking out away from mid, try to get towards tiles. But if your team's trying to do a rotation like that with TJ Breezy going towards mid, you have no control over Cat. You have no information because, again, there's no initiators on these teams. So no forward information to really know if there's anybody actually rotating from tree. So kind of baited TJ Breezy a little bit there by Somalia trying to set up an off angle. Now being very aggressive over mid, doesn't get punished by Juice Chain.
7-9, UBC. Fighting for double digits here. Pretty standard setup. The only thing is that they've completely left the A site abandoned. I mean, they have some close rotations if they need be from Turkey Chicken and Juice Tade. Actually, they're actually rotating off of B Chad, so this is completely open right now. If Blue Gold Esports do want to follow through with this B take.
And again, Somalia's in this similar spot where they're not having the best control over tree. A little bit of a baiting situation. Kind of checking, though, but it's still just very precarious because they keep walking away, leaving themselves exposed. Turkey Chicken just, because of lucky timing, is the only reason why Somalia didn't die there. Turkey Chicken actually got the negative of that trade, but can rotate over to the stage, get healed up a bit. So at least they'll be a little bit more be viable for the rest of this round.
30 seconds left.
Allotrope needs to at least find one. Disengage. Exactly like that. Here's the Nanoswarm. The alarm bot gives away that B is going to be the place of sight. And UBC, they have a lot. They have a lot of utility to get back into this. You have the lockdown. You have the orbital strike. And plenty of abilities just to put yourself in there as well. The only thing is that the lockdown doesn't actually cover the whole site, so Blue Gold Esports are going to be able to disengage back into this boathouse. The orbital strike's going to peek them through. Disengages right into the detainee. And Bruh's going to definitely come out on top with that one. So 2v3. Completely flip this game on its head. Yoshi's able to walk away with one. Now Zach against the world. 2v1. Allotrope and Yaz ability. Player on that spike. 1v1. You're going to check in the peek from Yaz, and Zach clutches up. Puts them on map point.
I loved that combo of the lockdown that didn't quite cover the site, but of course they're going to be going out to the boathouse because it doesn't cover boathouse. So then you drop the orbital strike right at the last moment of that lockdown timer. So either they die to orbital strike or they go to the lockdown and get locked out. Like, that's your two options in that situation. And it covers so much of the map, so the timing was perfect there by UBC Violet. However, the wall that TJ Breezy dropped that was broken through, that kind of gave UBC Violet a little sense of like, okay, we came from here and there's a wall there. So it makes it kind of like forget that they could just rotate there by Zach through the stairs. And that's exactly what happened. A little bit late to response by Allotrope, and just wasn't a good situation for Yaz's ability to be in, having to guess a 50-50.
Shadows deep inside boathouse now.
Wow, stuck it. They're in there.
He is in there like swimwear. And he's getting so much information. A kill onto Braun. That's going to lock this site down. You close this screen, you're going to have full site control. The only thing is Juice Tade and Allotrope looking to spoil the fun. That's exactly what you have. The door doesn't go down in time, so the full sight advantage into this one. The wall's gonna try to delay. They will on 3 now. Oh, turkey chicken! I did not account for Zosh to come in behind through market, but spoiling the fun, Chad. That's exactly what you had. That's gonna call for UBC now to have to force their way into market, clear out Zosh, and work from there. Exactly what they do. 2-on-2. Sage and Killjoy.
Give the revive.
As the counterpart, revive comes through. Turkey Chicken back into the play. Still a 2v2 because TJ Breezy is able to find Allotrope. Now you have your big swinger. Turkey Chicken. Both players side by side. The lineup's going to be there. Turkey Chicken feeds. He's going to find a 3K and keep UBC Violet inside Ascent on double digits.
Yeah, 1 kill away from a 30 bomb for Turkey Chicken as well, which is what we saw them on the first map, if my memory serves correctly. This player is just popping off both times, consistently doing so for this team. Definitely the MVP kind of performance that they need, especially if you want to try to bring this into an overtime situation, close out the series in a 2-0 fashion. DJ Breezy's not going away anytime soon either. Zoch having a lot of success with those lurks, trying to make it happen in map 1 that we saw with that jet usage going to the lurks, but the timing just never really worked out. It has been recently, but at the very end there, it was the Turkey Chicken show with a big swing and the double kill.
See Violet. I mean, they're holding on to strings here in Ascent, but I mean, sometimes strings are all you need to really control the puppet. That could be this defense. Yas ability early wall is gonna delay this attack, but only for a short amount of time. If you actually look at Blue Gold Esports, they're completely kind of trusting in their next round because this is only an eco, so they're gonna get what they can take from here. Hopefully play for the next one. Wall on wall. Yas ability still gonna find TJ Breezy in the confusion. So Spice can be in the middle of everything right now. Blue Gold Esports obligated to attack into this A side now if they want to recover that objective.
Clear entry in. They're going to swing for it, and Ninja Yoshi finds the first kill.
First kill and the backup from Nova 2 with the frenzy. A little bit awkward from Turkey, but he's gonna find the kill with the Vandal. I got a little bit worried there, Chad, but it's only on 1 HP. You have to reload. I actually thought for a second Nova was gonna double down with that frenzy, but Turkey Chicken finds that kill, and man, is UBC lucky that Turkey Chicken finds that kill.
Yeah, that was looking a little scary for sure. But that was the eco for Blue Gold, to be fair. So even though they found a little success on the entry a little bit, it still was just the rifle superior weaponry for UBC Violet coming out on top. Right now, NJ Yoshi trying to figure out how to manage the economy. Won't be able to buy full utility. He only has 1 dismiss available or overheal. So they're going to have a little bit of a tough time if they go into extended multiple kill exchanges that they take a lot of damage. But they still have a stage on the side, and they have an Empress as well, so that actually doesn't really matter at the very end of things. What does matter is Juice Tane finding the opening kill onto Somalia in what could be the last round of the regulation for sure. Last round of the map, perhaps.
Blade Storm, good for 1 now. UBC gonna punch their ticket into overtime. Here's the lockdown. Allotrope. You either gotta fight this or you gotta back up. Is gonna be caught by that Leer, and the backup is gonna be not enough to take that Leer down.
Spike down.
Yoshi looking to get that wall out. Spike be planted shortly from Blue Gold Esports, but it does get interrupted for a second. It's gonna be a tough one. Blue Gold gonna end Ascent here. Nova inside Boathouse takes down the Blade Storm. 2v3 into this one. A little bit damage onto Nova, so you gotta be aware of your Killjoy. Clear the entry, the collapse. Yaz ability finds the kill into the Reyna. Nova all alone. Both players on either side, and it's Yaz's ability to send us to overtime.
Beautifully done there. A Juice Chain coming up on top, and it looked a little crazy because NJ Yoshi was doing like his best Neo cosplay, just dodging all those shots that Juice Chain was putting off. But Juice Chain was able to find those first 2 big ones as it was, make it a very winnable round for the team, and Yaz's ability just following through beautifully at the very end, just swarming on the side, finding the frags overtime, and what could be the final map of the series, a 2-0 finish for UBC Violet, or Blue Gold can still find a way of winning out this game, clutch up when they need to, and bring it to map 3. Odin for Bruh. On offense,
Oh?
Dean Bruh's going with an Odin on Brimstone.
I mean, usually
What?
we see the Sova with the Odin, Chad, but there is no Sova, so I guess it's
Yeah.
Brimstone's time to shine.
I guess so. I mean, I think going with the controller for the secondary as a op option or the Odin option makes a lot of sense because you can set smokes and just spam through them yourselves or something. But I mean, still an offensive Odin is a little ambitious, regardless.
It is, but Odin
I
does.
mean,
go
it could
burr.
work. It does go burr. These are very thin walls all across the map.
Yoshi has been devastating inside this position. Has the headshot lineup. And there is
Ooh,
a slow
will he
peek
predict it?
coming into this catwalk. The Brimstone has smoked the gap. Everything's lining up. Nobody checks it.
There's nowhere to go.
I don't think he's able to dismiss that far, but Zoch is going to get the call to action. Is going to leave us in a 3-on-3. Deals a little bit of damage. He's going to pull that heal out of the Sage. But now TJ Breezy is in a perfect position to hit this flank right away. Nova's going to be sitting back deep into this boathouse.
Stim Beacon Odin.
Oh no. This is gonna be scary.
player
DJ
standing.
Breezy. Oh my goodness. What is happening right now, Chad? I mean, there's people everywhere, and it's up to the Odin, but the Odin in the hands of a Brim, it seems like a fake Odin.
Yeah, especially that situation as well. You have to spray, but they're on two different angles. Oh my gosh. TJ Breezy just stepped up for the team getting that double kill. The door is so close to closing and just narrowly snake those bullets right below it as it was descending down to the ground, finding the double kill and stopping UBC Violet's attempts to get a round lead on the overtime. But instead, it's going to be Blue Gold Esports C doing that themselves, going up 13-12, and they just need to win one more to get themselves into map 3.
Just one simple
Just
round
one.
Blue Gold.
That's all it takes.
I mean, UBC have done an amazing job at just going head-to-head right now, at a disadvantage constantly.
Turkey chicken. We'll see the gun barrel come through.
Oh, that's scary, but Somalia is going to fall for a first blood. So now in reaction, Blue Gold, they need to have considerably clean take into the A side, which can
Chicken's perking
happen.
up.
Look at this. Look at this play. UBC
They're baiting.
going for courtyard control. Zoch here to spoil Turkey Chicken's fun, so no flank going to come out for the Reyna. Screen's going to go down. Spike's going to be planted, and it's going to be a 4-4 on the retake.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a little bit tough for UBC Violet. They don't have a ton of utility to work with right now. And there's a nice hold with Crossfire set up from Blue Gold Esports. They're in a pretty good position to be able to close out this map right now. The Odin, though, could spam through. If they find NJ Yoshi in hell, they can definitely take him out with that Odin.
It's going to be a big part of this. Fine Zoch. Wall blocking him off. A split kill feed on either side. A lot of blue.
Oh my god!
Allotrope. I didn't know that was not your teammate, but NJ Yoshi 1v1 dismissed into the opposite side. He's too low, not able to get the heal. Is there time? There's time. There has to. Yeah, there's 100% time. We're going into double overtime.
Yeah.
What? What?
Oh no! No way! Dude, you called it, and I was like, maybe not, but you know what? I think they have it too. I think they did. That was so terribly close. Oh
0.02 seconds, Chad. I ripped that off. We're going to double overtime. That's that. We still got a little bit more sense of play, but I mean, NJ Yoshi, just that slightest timed advantage on the dismiss must have just pushed that over. I mean, who could account for that? I'm sure those players were ready for the overtime number 2, but oh boy, was I wrong. We're headed to split. They force it out. UBC Violet doing a great job of just keeping on the toes of Blue Gold C, but just not able to take a set, I guess. I mean, that was, I don't know, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was you can technically get close to like 1.01, I guess, but realistically, that was as close as it gets. Really, that was insane. That was nearly a second overtime, and especially with Allotrope being in the perfect position where they could reload behind TJ Breezy and just like, I'm chilling and just shoot you in the back of the head after I finish reloading, no problem, and then have the perfect position on NJ Yoshi. I thought that was like, all right, that was just a perfect positioning. Great job at Allotrope, but no, it just took the slightest margin too long. And honestly, both of these games have been extremely close. So I think game 3 is going to be just the same.
I mean, we're headed to split, and there's nothing to split my mind that is in fact the case. I mean, you're talking about Allotrope in that position. We swapped to that screen. I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait, that's not right. That's a
red
different
outline.
That's a red outline. That's not his teammate. So I mean, I don't know how he got into that situation, but a lot happened in that round that I was just not accounting for, especially that defuse out there. And sometimes you can't call things too early. I was wrong. The game decides everything. Blue Gold C, they push us to a map number 3 here in our first best of 3 week number 3's Valorant for the NECC match. I mean, Blue Gold C, they're looking for a little bit of payback after that Haven map. I'm sure the fire alarm was a little bit annoying for them. They get their revenge. Let's see if they can push this one through. Coming up after the break, it's going to be split. Stay tuned for some more action.
Should be good for a minute, don't want to admit it. I'm running on seconds, I'm rigid, I'm screwed. Don't know what to do, I'm thinking of you. I'm drinking up bottles and bottles of booze. I'm better off all by myself, though I'm feeling kinda empty without somebody else. So I hear you crying out for help, but you never showed for me when I was ringing your cell phone. No, you don't know how it feels to be alone, baby. Oh, I'll make you know, I'll make you know. I fell into your river, that's where you told me lies. You said that I'd feel better, but this is where good guys die. You took my pride away, but you cannot take my life. I'll find another way out, but now you're taking my life. Don't you see how I'm better off all by myself, though I'm feeling kinda empty without somebody else. So I hear you crying out for help, but you never showed for me when I was ringing your cell phone. No, you don't know how it feels to be alone, baby. Oh, I'll make you know, I'll make you know. I'm better off all by myself, though I'm feeling kinda empty without somebody else. So I hear you crying out for help, but you never showed for me when I was ringing your cell phone. No, you don't know how it feels to be alone, baby. Oh, I'll make you know, I'll make you know.
What a battle we have today in our match number 3 for NECC Valorant. We're going the distance into map number 3 Split. Overtime on Ascent, the neck and battle on Haven. Split's going to be the difference maker here. Who's going to take the victory? Well, it's really up to the players, Chad. But, I mean, when we're talking about this map pick out of these two teams, you're really seeing two different shades of attack and defense from these squads. What's on your mind for this map?
What on my mind is Split is a thematic name for what we find in map number 3 because we are split in a 1v1, 1-for-1 score line, and both maps have been very one-sided as far as like while the rounds go very long in the distance. Both one game actually went to overtime and the other one was nearly overtime at 13-11. It's one team is dominant on a half and then the other team makes a comeback, being dominant on their half. It's like both teams always find a more successful side that's going to be the same side for both teams. So do we see that on Split again? Are both teams going to be dominant on defense? Are both teams going to be dominant on offense? It's going to be interesting to see how these come out overall. We have to wait to see the lock-ins for the side of UBC Violet still, but Blue Gold Esports C, these still don't have initiator. These teams just hate initiators. They just don't like them. What's information? I don't want it. I mean, they at least have a cipher. Nova does have cipher, so especially on Split, that can give you a lot of control for B or A site. Use those tripwires. Even on attack, you can stop there from like sewer rotation flanks if you attack A side, market flanks, things like that as well from like vents if you go for B hold. So cipher is really good on Split, but still no forward information for like a Sky with the birds, the Trailblazer dogs, things like that. It can be a little tough.
As a Sky main, I'm hurt. I'm deeply,
as a Sky and a Silver main, I'm also hurt.
I'm deeply hurt by these two teams. I mean, it's like they just it's like they hate me. I don't think that's the case, but I mean, you're kind of setting it up right now as like the end of a Dragon Ball Z episode. It's like, ooh, you got who's gonna have the better attack, who's gonna have the better defense. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. And
powering up.
Yeah, we're going into Split now, and we get to see who exactly is going to take their advantage, not just in the series win, but the advantage in their win-loss for the NECC in general, because you have to remember that both of these teams after week 2 have 1 win, 1 loss. So this is a big map for both teams in the thought process of they want to go positive in the NECC standings.
Yeah, actually, UBC Violet, I'll have to like do a quick fact check. I'm so sorry. UBC Violet is down 0-2 overall.
yeah. Okay.
And Blue Gold, they're 1-1, but their victory was against UBC Green that actually like disbanded basically. So they got a forfeiture because of how the scheduling and things like that works. So both teams have yet to like really like win their own map yet, the series yet. So this will be that first time for either team of getting that one tick on the win column that they themselves went out there and earned, clinched it out themselves.
Sure, they actually have what it takes right now for the NECC. Get the wall into the site. Zosh is going to blast this open. Around the corner is Allotrope to answer the call. Slay's just going the way of Blue Gold Esports right now. So you have two left, the Viper and the Phoenix. Nova's going to open up this cage, drop this spike, and
Spike planted.
going to have this fast retake.
Last player
In
standing.
reply, Somalia still keeping this advantage to Blue Gold Esports. But you had one trade, big round there. Pistol round from Blue Gold Esports, and that's going to leave us, I think, in a 2 to 4 pistol round. No, 2 to 3 pistol round difference for UBC Violet to Blue Gold Esports.
I'm going to have a hard time saying who's the MVP of this entire series so far between Turkey Chicken and TJ Breezy, because both of them fragging out and being very consistent in doing so and doing a really good job with their role. I mean, Turkey Chicken's doing a great job of lurking with Reyna or entering onto sites. TJ Breezy has been doing an amazing job of just controlling sites, using those walls to slow to stall people out for the retakes or to control the environment when they try to do the takes themselves or stop people from going in when they're on defense. So both team players are doing their job correctly while also getting a lot of frags, being top of the scoreboard very consistently. Turkey Chicken, while TJ Breezy found a big first round, Turkey Chicken is already off to a great start on a save round in the first frag.
First pick. Quickly answered back by Yoshi. Turkey Chicken still looking for a little bit of an advantage for UBC. He's going to be punished this time around by Zoch's Spectre, and Blue Gold Esports looking to punch their ticket to a 2-round advantage here. Last player alive for UBC. It's Yaz ability stuck inside this elbow. Denies the bomb plant, but that's gonna be about it from the top ropes. It's Somalia to put them up 2-0, and that looks majestic.
Somalia is loving that shrouded step up to rafters play, man. Like on round number 1, did that from B up to rafters, and round number 2 on A site, going to rafters. And when NJ Yoshi was in a little bit tough spot there, 30 HP, and had to like deal with a swing, Somalia was like, "I got you, fam," and just runs in from rafters. Like, "What? You're up here?" Like, "Yeah, I'm gonna open on split. Don't worry about it." And then jumps off rafters and gets an in-gear kill. Like, Somalia just swinging and connecting
Extreme
so far.
sports.
Yeah.
Hardcore parkour. You ever see that episode of The Office where they're just
parkour.
They're just running. That's right. I dig the shrouded steps out of Somalia. I mean,
Love
since
it.
Haven, I mean, just looks like they're having a blast on the Omen. Pushes right
There they go again.
This Turkey Chicken getting a lot of information, but the shots are not going to find a kill, and he gets punished by Yoshi. First initial blood. Here's the shouted step up to the rafters, exactly like you see, and there's a lot of map control now into the site. Esports Allotrope.
No
The
way!
Marshall and the Ghost. It's going to get the kill. Looking for a second one. Not going to happen. This time it's Juice-Tane to keep the team afloat for a short amount of time. But UBC Violet still struggling to walk away with a round.
Oh, that was the bonus for Blue Gold as well. The fact that they won a bonus round is kind of nuts. Like, that's massive. Their economy is booming right now. And booming is an interesting word. You can say booming because it's doing great. It's exploding. It's doing really good, but also blooming of capsizing on the side of UBC Violet because they're forced onto Spectres. They have one Phantom with armor, but like they're kind of all over the place. They might want to stabilize a little bit on the economy going into the next round.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that Allotrope had a Marshall in the last round, so the economy wasn't that good for either Blue Gold Esports or UBC Violet. You need something big to bounce you back. Juice-Tane looking for that kill, but this is like deja vu right now. Turkey Chicken on the flank. Heading into the backline, but very late to the call right now. It's the wall to leave them into the site. NJ Yoshi. Or it's Allo, the Vandal. Gonna get you that kill. Gonna get you pretty swiftly here. We're playing for this round number 4. 4v5. Turkey Chicken finally on the flank. But you gotta check your corners, bud. You gotta check those corners. There is gonna punish you. 4 rounds for Blue Gold Esports, as swift as ever to the B site.
And Blue Gold turned on the go button for this. Like, Split's been that map that's so defensive favored for so long, and ever since those changes came in, it's been a little bit more of an offensive, like, not favored, but like at least you feel like you're viable in offense a lot more lately. It's been a little bit more half and half, but Blue Gold, they're making it look like an offensive favored map right now. They're just steamrolling through, snowballing, and the side of UBC Violet, they need to stabilize the economy. The alley looks like they kind of naturally are because they still have a Spectre, Bulldog, and Light Armors. So it's still not going to be an amazing buy for them. But next round, if they lose this, then Eco, and they can actually get a full buy up. Who knows? But obviously, if you can win this one, stop that momentum that Blue Gold is just aggressively taking for themselves, that'll be huge.
All right, Duelist, don't hate me for saying this, but Turkey Chicken needs to stop flanking. You need that raise. You need those paint cans to delay this.
There it is.
And it's going to be here. The paint can's going to deal quite a bit of damage across that. You call for the pick. Turkey Chicken only able to find one. As the teammate chimes in, Aloe Trope. Two players down to one now. It's up to DN, bro, with this Bulldog. You're going to spray away at this first gun. Not really going to be favoring you at a distance. 85 HP. No armors. You walk to your death, and Yoshi's going to hand it to you. 5-0 for Blue Gold Esports here on Split. They're making it look like their own.
Tough situation being with a burst weapon when they're just barely peeking the top of their head over that wall. Like, the burst is just going to take you up in a way that you're going to not be able to find those kills. Tough situation for sure. And it's going to be another forced buy. Like, UBC Violet, they're just not stepping away. You have the full buy loss bonus, 2,900 credits per round if you lose at this point. And they're spending that in full every time with Spectres, light armor, rifles. They're not stabilizing their own economy at all, and Blue Gold's finding so much success that I think they're just going to keep doing so.
This is a really good setup from UBC Violet. DN, bro, and Yas ability with this Viper wall, they are going to be tucked away safely into the A site, but they're giving up so much control to Heaven that any kill can really give them a direction of choice right now. If you can figure out player number 5, Allotrope, that can give up the rotation to B. However, you're taking the fight right on site, right to DN, bro, and that's going to provide the spike plant for Nova.
There it goes. There we are. Where are they at? Give me that corpse. Then she found it. And now they know exactly who the last two players are. Turkey Chicken's up alive. That's that fragger. That's our potential. They're going to need them to come online with that showstopper as well. Lockdown's on the other side of the map. It's initiated, and they'll be routing them right into Turkey Chicken's arms with that showstopper. So this could be a very big opportunity for him. Unless they do the kills and swing through and destroy it.
Oh, it's not going to be it. Lockdown destroyed. Run it back. 2v1 Nova. What's the showstopper on 39 HP? They should know he's here. Well, now they should know that Nova finds that. Turkey Chicken is going to hop on the defuse. Nova is going to get caught on the rotation, and UBC Violet, they're going to put their first round on the board, Chad. 1-5. It's something to work with. They used a lot to get that round win, but you finally stopped the momentum.
Wow. Honestly, if I was Nova there, I would consider, since Juice Chain did not clear the right, just kind of be like, okay, maybe I just hold it. If they indicate that they're going to swing around, then I make that shot happen. But if they don't and they just keep running to Heaven, then I'll just like sneak by them and go through elbow and just take out the diffuser. Would have been like that 200 IQ play that is a little bit easier for me to think about because I'm not actually playing, obviously. But that would have been like insane brain moment right there. But it isn't what it is. Now is another off to the races Somalia play. It catches them off guard, taking down Dienbra on at this snazzy, stylish moment.
Paranoia in the follow-up. Somalia is just so good at this follow-up to the blinds. They're just keeping it going. The smoke to block off CT. The smoke to block off the site. Juicing gets overwhelmed. That should be free plant now for Blue Gold Esports. You finally find one if you're UBC, and now Turkey Chicken is really backed into everything. I mean, you have all of your utilities still, Chad, but they know exactly where he's coming from here. Caught in 4K. They know where he's walking. He's going to take first contact and going to be the first to fall as well. Again, into the back line. You look how weak Zach is in the back. Is that going to reach him? It does not, and NJ Yoshi won't allow him to get to that Viper. So 6 rounds now for Blue Gold Esports. I mean, this is not how I expected Split to go, but after what I saw in Ascent, the attacks on Haven, I think that Blue Gold Esports are showing that they are just a more practiced team on this map.
Yeah. I love the pace as well. Blue Gold is just sending it, especially with Somalia making the plays that they are. Like, Somalia's like, don't worry, team, I got this. Shrouded steps forward. And then the rest of the team's like, oh, we got to catch up. Let's go. Swing off of them. And it actually works out a lot of the time. And they're finding a lot of success. 6-1 so far on this first half. They found a lot of success like this on a Haven, though, to be remembered on attack. And then it was UBC Violet able to make a comeback after all that. So we'll have to see if that's a similar case for this game. But for now, I'm thoroughly enjoying the speed and pace and ferocity that Blue Gold is bringing to us.
From the shadows, gives up the sight. Buries the spray down. Not going to find any lick of damage whatsoever.
They haven't got the spike down yet.
They have full control of the site, but yeah, no spike down indeed.
Well, this could be dangerous to go for the plant now. Somalia has to come up big here.
I hope those plant cans would land.
Where do you look?
Yet to get here. Somalia left to right. Still going to find Aloe. Doubles down onto Bruh. Finally interrupted by Turkey Chicken. The flank is going to pay off. UBC back into the site. 3v2. Swing. Nova only good for 1. So this is up to TJ Breezy for the clutch. The slow walk around. Late push onto it. Turkey Chicken's going to go down. D'Embra against this. The Ares from Bruh.
God.
He's going to find the clutch. The second round for UBC. And it's all D'Embra. I said it earlier in Ascent. The whole 0 to hero thing, but when you're talking about Bruh, I mean, right there, that is exactly a 0 to hero moment.
Bruh. I mean, okay, so D'Embra was also the person that had the Odin on Brimstone Ascent. I was like, I don't know about this or whatever. It didn't find success, but now with an Ares, a different LMG on a controller still, on Split, comes up massive, wins the 1v1 against TJ Breezy, who's a person who's stepped up huge for Blue Gold in map number 2. Was a massive part of why they found a map win. So that's a player like, okay, this person surely will get a 1v1 win, right? They're stepping up. But no, D'Embra comes up big when it matters most.
Indeed, Somalia in the mix. Let's get crazy. Receiving a little bit of damage from Juicetane, who still wants to fight into this chat. I love how ruthless these players are. The flash to receive it. Fairly small follow-up. Again, Turkey Chicken. How many times is he going to hit this flank? Are they going to read it this time around? It seems like they are clueless, and they are. Allotrope, Turkey Chicken, the whole thing. But oh no, Somalia. Oh, Chad, I don't know what to think anymore. Zach tapping away at the heads.
All right, here's round number 2. Push it up. Not this time. You're staying on top of it with an off angle down low. Just was not ready for it from TJ Breezy. Man, this is like some chaos in the pace and everything that's happening. Like speedy plays from Somalia for just pushing on the sites, but then also speedy flanks and lurks from Turkey Chicken just instantly there. And the members of Blue Gold were not ready for it. The one time Somalia was just hanging out in mid to get punished for it. So you know what? Go back to full speed ahead. I like that one better.
I mean, I want to see Turkey Chicken stop flanking. Why I want to see him is because he's giving up so much site control by not having those paint cans in those tight corridors that you push through. But if Blue Gold Esports are going to neglect the flank over and over again, flank, be my guest. By all means, keep doing it. But this time around, Turkey Chicken will have a duty towards A. Put a cork in the site. They know exactly where Blue Gold Esports are going to be pushing, and they're actually going to be dedicated into this. The Boomba gives away the positioning. I'm curious to see if they stay here.
They're smoking out. There's
no way. No way! Showstopper from Turkey Chicken finds 2. You might give up your life, but I'd take that trade any day.
2 for 1 for sure, especially when the other team doesn't have a resurrection to bring it back either. So that is just value for your team, and say, you know what, did my part, team. You can get the rest, and that's exactly what Allotrope's doing.
Again and again and again, UBC finding those trades. Look how low Nova is. You have 40 seconds to work with. Nova needs to get the spike down to extend that clock. And TJ Breezy is going to just sit idle inside the middle of the map, hunt for some kills.
30 seconds left.
Kills, though, going to walk to him. Allotrope finds that's one. 1v3. Nova extremely
Oh, no!
low. You're going to call for the Nanoswarm. I didn't even know that was set up.
They didn't get the spike down because of that either, so they don't even get the bonus economy. They were on a save, though, so the economy is going to be fine. They'll be able to buy up here no matter what. And there's only one more round left in the half after this one. So going into the next round, I think no matter what, they'll be able to do a decent buy. Yeah, because they have full loss bonus. So even if they win this or lose it, they'll have a pretty good buy regardless for the last round of the house. So no more saves, no more singers and marshals that Blue Gold has to deal with. Pretty good comeback for UBC, though, to be fair. Like, they've been figuring out they've been able to stop that aggression that Blue Gold was finding success with so far. A lot of that's off the walls.
These teams are so hot and cold, Chad.
Yeah, they are.
It's hard to just anticipate who's going to pop off when because, I mean, sometimes Somalia looks like the best player in the game. Sometimes they do Shrouded Steps as the back and just get free kills like that. It's
From
absolutely
the Jatters.
crazy.
Wow, the second one at the end, bro. They're up in heaven. They just shot us up into heaven and found kills up there, too.
I mean, Somalia just can't sit still.
They're all over the place, Seymour.
What is this game of split right now? Blue Gold Esports just freely teleport into the site from the shadows right to the back. Nobody checks it. Yes, ability back turned to the Omen. And the Shrouded Step right up to the rafters. You need to... Are they talking to each other?
Comms? Comms? Hello?
Well, I mean, if you're UBC, right, you need to feed that information to each other. That
Yeah, 100%.
should be there. I mean, if you're looking back at these VODs and you're listening to this, I mean, there are sound cues, there are tendencies that players tend to do. I mean, how many times is Somalia gonna Shroud Step into those rafters? You said it. It's over and over again. They should be aware of that by now, and they need to look back at this and realize these mistakes.
Nice wall. It gives them a lot of access to the site with denying all that vision. Will UBC just drop down and challenge right away or not? I mean, this is something that happened beforehand. Blue Gold just goes right on site. Oh, so much damage. DJ Breezy's taking. That lockdown is being dropped as well, but Somalia is in hell. Finding the kills and can't get the Shroud Step out in time. And now it's Justine with the run it back, trying to bring back the round count and make it close to time.
Like, hasn't been planted yet. The run it back is good for one. Can't find a second, but enough to lead your team into the site. However, DJ Breezy steps up to the plate, 2v2. Rez is going to come through. Nova clears the site. Justine not going to be there. Spike yet to be planted.
Got resin to death from this paint shell.
You know where Turkey is. You know where he is, but Spike goes down. He's going to find that first one. Unaware where this player is, but that paint shell is going to land right on him. Turkey Chicken. He does it again. He's going to celebrate with a little bit of a satchel charge into the air.
That's that player that's in the running for MVP of the series right now is Turkey Chicken. Just came up massive. That was such good awareness of knowing, okay, that's the comms right there as well. Nova was last seen back corner, probably still back there. Let's send the Boombot and a paint shell towards there, cover all of the back corner. So even if they're back there, they're 100% going to be dead at that point. And then if they're not there, then you know what? At least we cleared the last known location. I just go for a standard trade from here. But overall, fantastic mental awareness by Turkey Chicken there, clutching up the big round.
The fact that this started 5-0 for Blue Gold Esports, 7-5 half, it's phenomenal. The only problem is right now is Blue Gold Esports are swapping to defense, and they have notably looked a lot stronger on the defensive side. And the fact that they look so good on attack, I'm a little bit scared.
I like that.
I like that
The gun beat.
I'm glad I
classic collegiate. Classic collegiate sound effect. Love it.
Oh, dodge. Still right in the middle of everything. Ambra happy to take away with that one. Big slow orb for TJ Breezy to find Allotrope. So off the trade, it's just one right on back. And BC Violet's still inside garage. I imagine they're going to rotate out here. This is where Somalia now can shine.
Somalia didn't do the Shroud Step up top for that off angle. Decided to go low and chill out. I don't even know if they have one now in this pistol round, actually. A lot of omens don't typically go with the Shrouded Step for pistol rounds, especially if you have a ghost. So landlocked Somalia.
Oh, this is a very ratty position, though.
Yep.
Here's the satchel charge.
Did they take the bait?
Ooh.
Oh, did they get impatient?
Be here. They check
It was cleared!
Oh, they check it. Turkey chicken. Puts us in a 3v3 now. The Lear too close for comfort.
Wow.
Yoshi, right click right to the noggin. A second
Free
one
gun.
for your troubles, bruh. Shrouded at both ends. TJ Breezy is going to put this one away. Leave it to Yoshi to crack a round out that big.
For the price of nothing, they have classics to outgun the ghosts of in the 2v3 situation in male. Great hold by Blue Gold. We're getting that round win on the pistols. Overall, doing it better on pistols throughout this series, if my memory serves correctly.
Should be 3-3 now.
Is it 3-3 now? I mean, when it counts,
Yes.
they're winning out. That's what really matters on game number 3. They're keeping that round lead, keeping the economy in their favor. A force up by Allotrope. They're not on the same page here. Allotrope has a Spectre with light armor going into this.
I never want to count Turkey Chicken, especially when count him out, especially with a classic in hand. After I saw what Yoshi just did.
Yeah, right?
Yoshi's on an island here. They spot him. The nades are good at aggressive from one side, but look at Somalia. They line up for him. They trade him out. Yoshi actually went down as well, so Turkey was able to eliminate the Reyna from the site.
Spike planted.
Give it the spike plant, and even more out of your raise. I mean, this is crazy. This is what I'm saying. Sometimes Yoshi looks like the best player in the lobby. Sometimes Turkey Chicken can just turn things up like that. It's so many things. Zoch able to.
Marshall in hand, such a hard way to go. It's behind the wall. No.
Time is so low. Headshot for Trope. Snaps
No
the
way.
second one. Yes, it's gonna fall.
Covered.
Hop that defuse.
Nova has a look.
Oh.
No way.
What?
They got it, Seymour.
What?
What? In what world did they get away with that? They have a Marshall pushing up close. They find the headshot on the peak. They get the instant quick scope shot. Nova has the overlook from heaven, drops down, wins the duel from down low as well. Oh my goodness.
That's highway robbery.
Highway
That is-
robbery.
that is highway robbery. I mean, I was getting flashbacks to Haven when TJ Breezy on the Sage was setting up very cheeky Sage walls to deny certain sight lines. I mean, you see Yaz's ability goes for that exact same play, but the Sage wall was put down way too early. It doesn't last that long, so it's gonna dissipate and punish him. I mean, that shot was unlucky, some would say. 9-5 though. Blue Gold Esports looking for double digits here. They give up the A site completely. You'll be playing a retake.
Retake worked for them last time in a 2v4, so maybe it does again in a 5v5. So far, so good.
So far, so good indeed. From the top ropes again, Somalia leading the charge for Blue Gold Esports. It's a 4-on-3 now. Things looking good. Nova caught looking the wrong way. Evens us up. Turkey Chicken. And he's able to escape into the elbow. Caught with the pants down. It's Yoshi giving the advantage back to UBC. Violet Noya is going to blind Bruh. They line up for Somalia. He's able to find all three of them in the back. 4K into the round, but is there time? There has to be time.
100%. We were wrong before, but not this
There
time.
has to be
There's
time.
absolutely time. You have like 20 seconds plus. Okay, now we won't know what would have been. Donated over the old
Plenty
point.
of time.
Yeah.
No bamboo
Plenty of
this
time.
But the retakes have looked really good for Blue Gold.
Yeah.
I mean, it was shaky at first, but then Somalia gets a perfect paranoia on 2, and they line up for him, so.
Yeah, a little unlucky that Yaz's ability was not able to swing through. Wasn't hit by the paranoia, but had to come up big because the other two members were hit by it. So Yaz's ability was like the person needed to make that kill happen. Somalia swung through, got all 3 kills. Massive performance. And Somalia honestly is on fire this map. Been full speed ahead, going to Mach 5 on offense, and then only finding no success when they just actually slow down for some reason. Now on the retake situation, Somalia is just on fire, just a star player for map 3.
Wall's gonna cut mid. And it's gonna be a swift rotation from DJ Breezy. They're anticipating an A hit right here, but look at the disengage from UBC. Violet, nobody's gonna be able to hear this if you slow walk from A to B. They're actually totally baiting blue gold right now.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Pushing, pulling, tug of war a little bit. Bait and switch is the name of the game for UBC Violet because their straight up takes have been good initially, but the post plant's what's struggling. What they really need to do is find a kill or two before they do the actual plant, and then try to like win out with the overwhelming odds. That clears the trap wire. Nobody needs to gather because they might just shoot there and just cuz. Zoch!
Zoch.
No!
Or Zoch. Or Zoch! Oh, he gets the kill, the trade immediately from Juicane, but the showstopper was a little bit out of play. Shrouded step from Somalia, but this time you're not going to get away with it. Spike hasn't gone down yet.
That wall.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
DJ Breezy!
Spike down B.
Let him know. Deandra all alone. What is happening here on Split? I mean, the wall, the lineup, everything. Have you ever heard of Murphy's Law?
Yes.
Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Well, I think that UBC Violet are literally living that law.
Yes. And they did make a comeback in the first half, but it ended up being favorable rounds for blue gold at the end. They started making the comeback a little bit too late kind of situation. The buys are still all over the place. They have Spectres with rifles. That's kind of like the name for what's going on with UBC Violet's whole game is they have buys that are kind of all over the place. They're not super coordinated. They're not making the best executions together. In blue gold, they have such a big round lead that even if a comeback happens for UBC Violet, I fear for them that it might be a little bit too late.
A lot of utility going to dissuade UBC Violet from pushing onto the side. They actually get the Viper Pit out of Zoch as well.
That's a lot of utility.
And the wall in the middle of the map, I mean, you can't get a steady setup right now. But Somalia goes for the Shrouded Step. Did they hear it this time around? That's the case. It doesn't seem like that is. Somalia
He checks this.
is going to have a chance, but Turkey Chicken again is going to stop that Omen from spoiling the fun. And it looks like UBC Violet just want to shoot this right through the middle of the map, but they are going to rotate through sewers. This is going to be shot to A.
Yeah, Spike's already over there at A main. They're just waiting for the timing for us to see him come through. And they're running back to clear the area, but little do they know, nobody's actually even there from blue gold. It's going to be a retake situation for them, but they have to win this kill against Turkey Chicken. They do. NJ Yoshi said this like a very dynamic player. Sometimes they're hot, sometimes they're cold. It's like a Katy Perry song, but NJ Yoshi comes out big when they need to, taking out that lurking Turkey Chicken. It makes the retake realistic, but the Viper's Pit has been dropped. It's going to make it so hard for blue gold to make the retake, even though they've been so successful with it.
And they find their 6th round. Zoch is going to be setting up for a quick push here. Here's the resurrection. They have the player advantage now. They can start throwing these numbers into the mix. Yes, Billy doesn't spot this one. They walk right into it, though. 3 in a row for UBC Violet. Nova last alive for blue gold. They know exactly where this Cypher is now. You're going to fall to that Nova Swarm, and that's going to be a 6th round for UBC Violet off the Viper's Pit, off of the ultimate usage, and a big rotation from B to A. I think that was more of a misplay on blue gold's end with Somalia again, losing the Shrouded Step through mid, losing that battle to Turkey Chicken, as well as dropping that Viper's Pit so early over at B. I mean, it jumped the gun completely.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, you know, if you live life in the fast lane, you know, sometimes you're here for a good time, not a long time, and that's Somalia's flavor of choice for this match. And that's what Zoch is trying to do as well with that early peek and garage, but Turkey Chicken and company were just ready for it.
Nobody looking to challenge Stake right now. I'd be surprised if Nova, well, I'd definitely be surprised if Nova now crosses the slow warp to get there. Somalia again drops right on down. This time is going to distract Turkey Chicken for a free kill in Nova's hands. You get the neural theft invested into this. You know exactly where this post-plant setup for UBC is going to be starting at. And in fact, they actually can feed on in through this now that this is going to be here.
Big
this
paranoia.
Is a perfect paranoia lineup. Is there going to be follow-up to it? It doesn't seem like they get there in time. Yas ability, another one bites the dust for this Sage. 3 into the round, looking for a 4th, but it's going to be Allotrope to lead them to a 7th round. It's a big one for UBC Violet.
Yeah, his ability is starting to finally come online. Had a really rough start to the game, but starting to find a lot of frags for the team, which is pretty big for them. Somalia had an awesome paranoia, but then again went for a Shrouded Step that went completely exposed. And while they caught most of the members of UBC Violet in that paranoia. At least one was still not caught in it and was able to shoot down Somalia during those recovery frames of the teleportation. So maybe try to figure out some better opportunities to use that ability, and maybe try using it for fakes now, because you're sold so well that you go for these aggressive shrouded set plays. If you start doing fakes now, then you're forcing UBC Violet to have to be like, did they do that? We have to clear all these angles now because we don't know if they actually teleport or not, and you're actually just hanging out with your team.
Push to B again. Zosh hasn't put the gun in his utility, but here's the Cypher Cam. Spots all the players. That's going to be the snake bite now to cut off the aggression. And the toxic wall, the Boomba to entry in. Turkey Chicken going to peek off of this one, and the Boomba off of those shots is a 1-for-1 charade so early out of there. Can't drop the Nova here. You're gonna drop to Nova, the lineup, the backup from Somalia, everything here for Blue Gold Esports playing for this match point right now. A 1v4 for Bra. You have to cross. Cross just to get this. I mean, this is gonna be a tough one. You got 42 seconds. Play off of, and if you look at your minimap, you can see that Blue Gold Esports are gonna just play hand in hand and hunt for this lone player.
Somalia doesn't stop though. Somalia's gonna go on the hunt.
We
can't stop.
Toxic drops.
Oh, I heard it.
Ooh, no
You
charges.
heard the step though.
I think we're looking at around 12.
Yep.
Bro's not even looking the right way. Oh, okay.
Woo! Got a little hairy, but hey, just Somalia's like, hey, look at me. At least you can die with honor, right? You're not getting shot in the back.
Yeah, look at me. Look at me.
Look at me. Look at me.
I'm the captain now. 21-14. I mean, if we're talking about hot and cold players, well, I mean, it's been basically NJ Yoshi all series long for Blue Gold Esports. But props to Somalia. I mean, for doing these bold plays. And, I mean, you're totally right. It's just, Somalia's not here for a long time. They're here for a good time.
Yeah. That's my favorite style of gameplay for myself to play, even though it's not the most viable and like competitive. It's always a treat to be able to watch it.
It's fun. It's
very
exciting.
Fun.
You just never know what's gonna happen. Showstopper from Turkey Chicken. Nobody in the site yet, but actually, wow, Somalia, it does peak this one. Takes down the Showstopper in the middle of the whole thing, and Yoshi has not been seen in this corner. Able to peek out. The overheal, the second kill onto Yas. Ability make it 3. Can you find the 4th? You don't have to find the 4th, because Somalia is there for you. A flawless round in that final one. Blue Gold Esports are going to punch their ticket to a series win. 13-7 on Split. It's been close games back to back to back, but finally, they take that last one here on Split. I know I'm frozen, everybody. I will fix this very soon. But Chad, what a final game we had.
What a final game indeed. I mean, at the very end there, you can kind of see as well as Yoshi actually stepped up again. So like you said, hot and cold up. Came hot up in the end. And of course, when they had to reload, and like, oh, I need some help. Somalia's there because they don't stop moving. They're always there. They're always moving, going fast, and had the angle to close it out. As well as Nova, of course, winning her duel off to the side, which was the real nail in the coffin. That was the final one needed. It's going to be Blue Gold Esports C going on and winning out the series in a fashion that it was possible that the map one could have gone their way as well. That fire alarm went off for NC Yoshi. So the hot and cold thing was going so hot in map one, in fact, that turned on their own fire alarm, I guess. But they tried cooling it down a little bit, but it wasn't working out. Came on hot again at the very end when it needed it. And Blue Gold Esports, they win their first series that they went the full distance and won it out at the very end to show that they can make those clutch potential moments happen.
Folks, I'm going to keep it short, and I'm going to keep it sweet with you. We still have another best of 3 to go for the night, and that's going to be coming up after this break. A big win for the likes of a big win for Blue Gold C as they take their first official win of the NECC bracket. So we're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, we get to see our final matchup for the night. Don't go anywhere. We got more NEC on the horizon. It's going to be a fun one. We'll see you there.
take you there. I don't mind if you wanna go anywhere. I'll take you there. We can go if you wanna go anywhere. I'll take you there. We can go to the Chateau Marmont and dance in the water. We can run with the headlights on till we got nothing to lose. We have lifted from the ground. We go, never coming down. I don't mind if you wanna go anywhere. I'll take you there. We can go if you wanna go anywhere. I'll take you there. Every day the weekend, I'm trying to be your best friend, trying just to figure it out. Corner in your Converse, living on the outskirts, trying just to figure it out. Talking like a deadbeat, I just wanted you to see everything that I could see. Walking in the night sky, I'm always on your side, you are really saving me. Throw me a bone, don't be scared of what you don't already know. Throw me a bone, don't be scared of what you don't already know. Throw me a bone, don't be scared of what you don't already know. Throw me a bone, don't be scared of what you don't already know. Throw me a bone, don't be scared of what you don't already know. Throw me a bone, don't be scared of what you don't already know. I'm the boy in the movie scene who just wants to leave and never come back. And you're the perfect company. You got dreams like me. Please can you take me away? So let me ride away with you. Into the dark, into my heart, I follow you. Let me ride away with you. 'Cause all of my scars are broken inside and I need you. I see myself in you, the same shade of blue, but I'm not as strong. Yeah, I see the pain you carry, and I wanna be there for you. Oh, so let me ride away with you. Into the dark, into my heart, I follow you.
They come around, but they never come close to.
Do you suppose I could have a few words?
Folks, welcome back to week 3 of the NECC Valorant. Once again, my name is Seymour. Alongside me, the dashing Chad Lantis. We're here to bring you our second best of 3 for the two of us, the fourth for the night. UBC Rose against Sac State Gold, Sacramento, California, that is. And they're going to be going through best of 3, starting on Split, Icebox Map 2, Haven Map 3. Chad, how are you feeling?
Feeling awesome, and we could just pop some caffeine in. We're in those real gamer hours. I've been here all my life, so I'm feeling comfortable for it and ready to go for some more action. And I'm hoping UBC Rose is ready to go as well, because their comrades just fell in the match just previous to this in a 1-2 fashion. So can UBC Rose get some more pride for the school here by taking down a team themselves in Sac State Hornets Gold, or can Sac State Hornets Gold do the upset and just make UBC as a whole unit of a university, as a college, just have a little bit of a tough night overall?
You know, I never really thought about it like that, but I guess, yeah, you could look for a little bit of revenge for your sister team out here. And I mean, UBC Rose in general, I mean, Icebox is going to be their map pick. That's map 2. So we're starting on Sac State Gold's map pick. I'm curious to see what they're going to bring out here on either side. A KO right off the rip. Not usually seeing KOs on Split, but I mean, we haven't seen an initiator all night, so
I'll be real. I'm just happy to see an initiator, like you said it. Thank God they're getting an initiator, man. Let's go. I love that. And there's not even one hovering on the side of with, unless Yogi, Charm, or Dirge switches over to it. But there's 2 Sentinels already locked in. I don't know. Go with at least one initiator, please. Do it.
I feel like Split is a map where you can get away with not running an initiator. It's
decently,
just, it's just handy to have. I mean,
yeah,
I'd be surprised not to see it. So no initiator on the side of UBC Rose. They're gonna go for the double sentinel, double duelist, and a controller. And I mean, it's not the worst case having an Astra. The Astra is gonna provide a lot, but
yeah,
is it enough?
I think Astra is a better pick than Omen overall, even though I loved watching Somalia go in the fast lane with the Omen on the last map. It was fantastic. But Astra overall in a controlled pace thing actually does perform generally better on this map. I would say this is one of KO's better maps as well. I mean, the classic Sova is good on basically every map except for Split. So when you go on a Split, you get an initiator. We almost always see Sky if you're going with a single initiator composition. So KO being the single initiator is a little bit different, but usually if we see KO or Breach even is as a secondary initiator to the primary of Sky. So surprised to see neither of these teams picking up this Sky, but at least KO can give them some forward information.
You got Hummer, Maxi, Dirge, Yogi, and Charm over on UBC Rose. Sac State Gold, Apathy, Nav the Jet, Godlike Sexy, Artata, and Mitchell. Love that name for KO, by the way. Living their best life here. Attack to A, slow rotation up Heaven. In the middle of the map, it's Maxi to put a cork right through mid. But are they expecting a slow push through Heaven? I don't think they are.
I don't know. They're going to catch this Killjoy by surprise. They have no utility for Vince. Yet the Jet is going to get the kill. It doesn't even matter because Artata is able to get the entry regardless.
Kill onto the paint can. The only thing is you're being overwhelmed now out of those shots because the player in ropes did not make themselves known. Now it's up Yogi. 1vx on site. Dance around this pillar. Apathy, right click, not gonna land. Instead, he's gonna receive one right to the noggin. Spike going down. Post plant for UBC. This is gonna be a retake. Got one in Heaven, one inside CT. Charm is gonna be taking that hit, that contact on Nav. Sac State Gold doing a good job at not allowing anything to be taken advantage of.
Last player standing.
One Dirge all alone. Lows with this last player is Godlike Sexy with the ghost. Very late to have that knife in hand. One tap of this ghost should be good enough to take Dirge down. He takes some fall damage. The swing's gonna be there. He knows he's on that spike. Big round for Sac State Gold. Was a little bit dicey towards the end, but very smooth, very sexy from the KO.
Godlike Sexy even. That was a great swing at the very end. Great job of clutching that one out. And a solid 1-0 for Sac State Gold, a team that's been on fire so far this NECC League season. They have not even dropped a map yet 2-0s across the board, up 2-0 from each match and maps. And then, of course, the series have gone 2-0 for them, as this is the third for them so far. Meanwhile, UBC Rose has been a little bit of a struggle to start off. I haven't gone off to the best of fit, but this could be the time they can make an upset happen against SAC, that they could make a big name for themselves and make a good run in the season yet, because it's still fairly early on. But in a classics in hand save round for UBC Rose, it'll be a little bit tough to win this round. We're more so looking towards the future, but we've seen some eco round wins in the past for Valorant. Abilities can come up big.
I don't know if this is going to be the spot for it. You still have the Nanoswarm for Hummer. Nope. You do not have the Nanoswarm for Hover. Never mind. Mitch is going to find out with the Spectre. You have post plants locked down right now. The denial from the Nanoswarm in heaven is going to keep UBC Rose at bay. Last player, Yogi, inside screens. Seem like they have an idea. Nav's going to be looking for it. Smoke's going to dissipate. Kill's going to come through. Very run and gun round in round number 2. Big fan of that entry from Artada off that Cloudburst tailwind. Charm caught off guard with the aggression that we saw, and it's exactly what I'd like to see out of Sac State Gold coming out here on this attack. Very decisive, very fast, and very ruthless.
Apathy, you got a little tidbit of information for this player as a mechanical engineer who's mechanically getting the team on in gear with that control of Viper, and also can lift 220. I don't know what kind of lift that is. Is it bench? Is it squats? Is it whatever it is? But definitely they're lifting the team up with those frags on the scoreboard. Up 2-0 so far, doing a nice start for this first map of the best of 3. Charm, she comes up massive with the first entry kill, holding the line, hits the headshot.
Him inside heaven. Does settles it's Artada to keep the advantage. Rewards them, I guess, a chance to find that advantage. They're gonna cut right through ropes. I'm sure player number 2, Yogi, he's gonna be ready for this Phantom in hand. Artada very low. The spray, it's not gonna be there. Is able to damage Mitchell down very, very low. But Artada has snuck their way through into CT. Spike's gonna go down. You have a little bit of aggression here off your jet. God like Sexy, he's going to be down. It's going to be up to Artada to find that difference maker. Goes for one. The second one not going to fall. Charm to keep them in the advantage. And Sac State Gold, they're going to give up this third round. Was a bonus, so it's not too out of the question. They were able to find 2 kills, Chad, but it's a big round for UBC Gold to find some stability.
For sure. And overall, they did lose 2, but still were able to keep 3 rifles into the next round. They should be pretty fine as far as weaponry goes. A couple Spectres, but yeah, you can make that work. You can make that happen. Dirge has been doing a great job with those paint shells, especially got the first kill onto, I believe it was Artada in the first round, but then moving forward, they did a lot of damage right there, getting all the members of Sac State Gold weak in A heaven before they rotate through events from there. And then nice little flashy play with the blast pack at the very end. It's going to be Odin in hand for one of the Sac State Gold members. See what they can use with that, because we do not commonly see an Odin picked up on this map.
No, you're right. It's usually Ascent that we see the Odin. We didn't even get to see a Sova on Ascent. I'm still a little bit down bad for that.
A little salty.
Yeah, very, very salty. Oh, the Sage Wall, a little bit of a boost pack for Artada, but Maxi is able to post him up right on that podium. Good for 2. Charm off screen is able to triple for the side of UBC Rose, but still in this. Sac State only down by 1 player. And they know exactly where Hummer is going to be, looking to force him out of this.
Drop the Odin.
Hang on the spot. Nav is able to find him and sneaks out with an even 2-on-2. I love this call. They're going to go to B. Yogi usually plays here, and I don't think they actually spotted Yogi here, so if he plays on this post, might be able to walk into a kill, especially considering they're walking through Rush.
I like that Charm's been rotating over, because you want to work as a team. You can't just leave Yogi all alone and deal with a 1v2. We already saw how that does not work out for a member of UBC Rose earlier in Vents. Now Yogi has to run. They'll be able to regroup, make the retake happen as 2.
Right inside CT. Yoden. No, Turk hasn't given away the site just yet, but now Spike goes down. Waiting for Nav to leave. He peeks out. There's a headshot. In return, Godlike's going to make it a 1v1, but Charm the Empress gets bodied by the KO. That's going to be 3 rounds now for Sac State Gold as they clutch up in the AR round.
Godlike Sexy in a second situation of being the last player alive and needing to win out of the 1v1. Does so just as well as he did the first time. Now up 3-1, Sac State Gold. Now they have rifles in hand. And of course, that Odin, is that a meme choice? Are they just joking? Is this a little bit of a confidence pick? Is this ego pick? Or is this actually part of the game plan? Yet to really be determined so far. But it is a good option against the Sage if they're on defense, just dropping a wall. You can use the Odin to beautifully just destroy the wall instantly. Perfect weapon for doing that.
Indeed. Cloudburst Tailwind combo from Artada. Charm playing this a lot more patient than last time. Still gonna find the same demise. Spike should be good for a plant here. That's exactly what we're seeing. Gravity Well not able to disrupt it just yet. So there will be a retake coming through, or a little bit of a patterned retake as Artada and Godlike Sexy making sure that Maxi has nothing to work with, no teammates, no positioning, and even you're stuck in a smoke here. Nav's gonna spray through the Odin, and I don't even need to say it. You know exactly what the Odin does, folks.
It's literally a laser beam of bullets. It sprays so fast. It just, you can't cross that at all, but you're stuck in a corner where you're getting surrounded on, so you have to make a play happen somehow, and just literally between a bullet spray and a hard place